What's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite Adam Friended. And today we're joined by Whick and Tali. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're
Doing great.
we're okay. Okay. It's
We
been
we
a
set we set
look.
this up before the Charlie Kirk incident happened, I believe. Yeah.
We
Yes.
So
did.
Yes. So it's just
Yeah,
a
there's
coincidence. Yeah.
yeah,
But
there's
so, I mean, originally we were going to talk about the Ukrainian woman who was murdered on the train. But now, I mean, we might get to that a little bit. But now, obviously, the Charlie Kirk assassination has dominated the news cycle. And a lot of people, I didn't have a chance to watch it. A lot of people were pointing out that you had some very contentious streams about this, Wick. I don't, where should, Adam, where should we start this conversation? Because we talked about this obviously on Thursday.
well, I mean, the stream came together because one of our fans super chatted us and said Wick was talking shit on his
Oh my
stream
God.
about about you in particular, Sitch. Somehow
Oh,
I came out unscathed. So I think I'd like to know the backstory on what the shit talking
you're
was.
talking smack about
Okay.
me.
First of
Adam's
all,
law is 99% of politics is shit talking the other side, and 1% is actually about substance. So this actually falls into Adam's law.
Interesting.
we'll see if it's the 99% or the 1%. But I just want to point out that this kind of framing of how this is presented does play into the topic of media bias as well, right?
Hmm.
Looking at someone and how they respond to things. So I saw a post that Sitch made on Twitter, and I have it up here. It's a pretty long one, but basically you're replying to someone about why you thought that um, the story of the Ukrainian woman who got murdered on the railway in Charlotte
Hmm.
um, was newsworthy. And your point, you had 2 points, right? That it was newsworthy just by the facts of the case, right? Like a story of a woman fleeing a war zone to be tragically and randomly murdered by a crazy person, right? And then your second point was that, and this is the one I disagreed with, was that it was being purposefully subdued, or at least passed over or ignored because of media bias. I disagreed with that take. I didn't think there was a lot of evidence for that. I thought it could be explained by a lot more ways. And I said that on my stream when I did the stream about it. I don't know if you'd consider that talking shit, but that is why uh, your super chatter super chatted to you, right?
Well,
And
did you say like, well, Chet, I disagree with the very intelligent PSA Sitch here on this minor point? Or did you say, this fucking retard PSA Sitch here doesn't know what he's talking about?
Excellent question.
you know what? It is a good question. I wish I remembered my exact quote that day. It could have been either easy.
Oh,
It could have been either, depending
no,
on my
you're right.
mood.
Could have been a
Okay.
little of both, maybe.
It
Hmm.
might have been. Unfortunately, my memory has been destroyed by the recent few days. And like you asked me how I'm doing, and I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not well
Hmm.
with all this. Like the the guy who was talking to Charlie Kirk when he got shot.
Hmm.
I know that guy. I'm friends
Wow.
with that guy.
Wow.
He's been on my show.
Hmm.
Okay. So it's been a lot.
He gave a
Obviously
very
way more for
good,
him than
yeah,
me,
obviously. Yeah.
but like
That,
I
what's his
hmm,
name?
Staxiums,
Yeah,
he
he
may
gave
have
a
been.
very good interview about the situation. I was like, there's a very good video about it that he's talking to someone about it for like 40, 50 minutes.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
think
know if
that's
you
the
saw
guy
it.
who interviewed Hunter Biden,
It
if
is the
I
guy that interviewed Hunter Biden. Yeah.
recall. Yeah.
Yeah. And to be clear, because I know that there was a lot of like, whenever there's some incident like this, people jump out, they rush out with the crazy conspiracy theories. Everyone wants to kind of figure out what's going on, the situation. There was a lot of misinformation about people thinking that he was somehow involved
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
with the shooting because he was asking him a question that was about the trans stuff and the trans shootings when the guy assassinated Charlie Kirk, and so people thought that, but no, it's, I mean, this guy had nothing, obviously nothing to do with it. He thought the shooting was horrendous. He definitely seems traumatized by the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would recommend, yeah, it's Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan, and it's the last person to debate Charlie Kirk, exclusive interview. Got 3 million views already. It's a very good video. You guys should check it out. afterwards.
But the whole idea of I could have been there, right? It could have
Yes.
been me on that stage, or it could have been me at any other live event, right, that we go
Hmm.
to, like the Ohio canvassing event I went to and other things, right? And the idea that someone out there thought it was okay to answer words with a bullet.
Yeah, a lot
Yeah,
of
it's
people.
just a lot. It's just very, I don't like it. I'm scared for the country right now. I really legitimately fear for the state of our nation, and here we are. Yeah.
Well, do you think is it the fact that that Charlie Kirk was killed? Do you think that's like the scary thing to you, or the fact that he was killed and so many people seem to be cheering it on, and then so many people seem to be calling for retribution in response? That's more
Yes
scary.
is the answer to that.
Okay.
Obviously, the death itself, right? The killing, the murder,
Hmm.
that's obviously a shock to our system because while yes, there are killings in America, I mean, murders happen almost all the time. Unfortunately, even that same day, there was a school shooting, right? That
Right.
no one talks about in Colorado, I believe, where some kid, some 16-year-old, shot up a school, killed two children. Um, but this hits a little different because of the reaction to it and how it's being, yeah, as you said, either celebrated or used as an excuse to basically call for a civil war.
Hmm.
Um, Yeah, I made a pretty anodyne tweet that day calling for de-escalation, right? Like, okay, this is enough. We need to tone down everything. We need to turn the temperature down. Stop trying to celebrate this. Stop trying to use this as an excuse to like fight your enemies or whatever. We just need to recognize we're all Americans. We're all citizens. We are all people and humans in this country. Um, and I got and I kid you not, over 1,000 comments telling me that we are going to fucking kill you, right? Like, and going through with like images of polar bears like mauling people and shit. Um,
Wow.
yeah, it was crazy the amounts of animosity that existed in that. And I thought it was a pretty tame statement to make. I don't know.
Hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah, well, people, I mean, right as it happens, people are going to be a lot more on edge, emotional about the situation. You hope that
Mm,
after, a few days, some of the temper is cool. I think I've seen some people's temper seem to be cool, some have not. They seem to just keep going. And obviously social media plays a part in kind of roiling everyone up. It's, to me, it's very disturbing because I do think that his murder, theoretically, it could have been a moment where people came together. And obviously, that's not at all what's happening whatsoever. I think largely because of the fact that there are so many people that were cheering this on, which, to me, the interesting thing, one of the interesting things about so many people cheering it on is that even though the mainstream and all the, like almost every politician I think I've seen and every mainstream newscaster has, said very strongly that that this is disgusting and this is horrible and you should never, react to someone you don't agree with politically with violence, which is good. But then when you look at the comments and a lot of TikTokers and Instagram accounts, things like that, it's just nonstop, or not nonstop, but it seems like there's so many calls for violence. And the interesting thing to me is that there's so many people who are posting on accounts that have their real names on it, the real faces, the real pictures on it, who are calling for either more violence against people on the right or saying it was justified and all this other stuff. And that signifies that I think a lot of people who are on the left or the far left have completely been living just in this bubble world where they have no clue that saying something that extreme, that crazy, that batshit crazy online would be seen by most people as disgusting. And that's why there was a couple expos I saw that were interesting where people were completely shocked that there were all these people who had called for violence against Charlie Kirk's family were getting fired now, and they couldn't fathom it. And to me, I'm sitting here like, really? You're so out of touch with the world. You've not touched grass for so long that you didn't understand that you celebrating a political assassination or calling for someone to be murdered, you didn't understand that when that gets found out and you put your name behind it, that yes, there's a good chance you'll be fired or suffer some sort of penalty because of that.
Yeah, there's a couple things here. I have seen, and it would be foolish of me to deny that there are a lot of people on the left who are celebrating this. There's videos of that. They, like you said, TikToks, Instagrams, and things like that. But I'm not sure it's as many as people want you to believe. I think that most people I've talked to, in my circles, and maybe my circles are just different. Maybe my circles are just built better. Okay. But 90% of the people I've talked to in my circles are, this is horrific. This is bad. Some of them have no sympathy, right? They don't particularly care, right? They're like, well, I didn't know Charlie Kirk. Okay, I disagreed with him, whatever, but he
Mm-hmm.
didn't deserve this, right?
Right.
And I don't think that's necessarily it's. I don't demand grieving from strangers, right? Like,
Sure.
uh, I don't know the kids who were killed that day either. Like, it's sad, but I don't know them. I
Mm-hmm.
can only shed so many tears. But I will say that a lot of people are trying to portray it as everyone on the left. If you like, I've seen Matt Walsh tweet about Elon Musk has tweeted about this, that the left wants you dead. And I think that these comments are absolutely uncalled for. I think that it's further dividing us. And I think that there is a bit of a witch hunt going around with these doxing sites and things, because while yes, some are celebrating it, I've seen people post names and address, not names, but names and jobs, especially of military members who made posts that were merely critical of Charlie Kirk and saying, look, they're justifying his murder too. But their posts, in at least in one case, specifically denounce violence. And they just say basically, well, I just don't care. And I think what he did was, what he said wasn't good and I don't like it, but he didn't deserve to die. And they're trying to use that and paint it as, look, they're calling for violence, they're condoning violence, we should fire them. And I think Hegseth is looking through the military members' posts and threatening to UCMJ anyone who spoke negatively about Charlie
Mm-hmm.
Kirk that day. And I think that's just uncalled for.
Yeah.
I
If
think,
Oh yeah, you go, Tyler.
well, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, Wick, I largely agree with you. I don't think most people are celebrating his death. And I think there are a lot of people who fall into the more milquetoast category of like, I didn't agree with what he had to say, but violence is never the answer. But there's two things about that. One is that some of the people who make that statement, I mean, that's basically how Hassan Piker talks. That's like kind of what Nick Fuentes is saying, right? Like, there's it's very easy to say like, well, yeah, no one should be killed. And then you go on to say like, but this person is an existential threat to your life and to our democracy and to our society. So that's one. I think a lot of people justify even when they condemn explicitly, the murder and the violence. So we saw a lot of this after the Luigi Mangione shooting and after the embassy shooting, where they condemn the violence, but it's the big giant buts. And so, are those people necessarily like? Is that stochastic terrorism? Are they like firing the flames? I don't know, not necessarily, but there's something very grim and ugly about it. And the second thing is like the bizarre Melissa Chen made a post about this, and I can't remember her exact words, and she was much more eloquent than I'm about to be. But the need that people feel to throat clear with like, well, I didn't agree with everything that he says, but no one should be killed for sharing their ideas. Like, so when you feel the need to put that in, I didn't agree with him thing, it's like, so you're just coming out and saying that murder is bad. Like, wow, brave. Like you take away from the power of the condemnation when you feel the need to put so many
Uh,
asterisks.
I I agree and I disagree. And I don't want to hog the conversation. I want to let you guys get your words into, but just real quick, I do think that there is a power in saying, I didn't like this man. I agreed with him on nothing, but the only thing we did agree on is that no one should be harmed for their speech. I think that showcases that even if you dislike someone, you're willing to stand up for their beliefs and stand up for them. I don't necessarily think that's throat clearing. I think that's planting a firm flag and saying, yeah, red team, blue team doesn't matter. On this, we will defend you no matter what you say, right? You will never face violence
That
from
would
us, right?
that would probably be a better way to say it. And again, I do sort of agree with you. And there was someone else who respectfully challenged what Melissa was saying and made a similar point that actually it's an even stronger statement, right?
Yeah,
When
yeah.
you can say that that I condemn this even for my political enemies or something like this. But I don't know. A lot of people, it just feels like it actually feels like a virtue signal. I think is actually what it is. A lot of times, like you can't be seen condemning it if you don't also condemn him. I guess that's what's frustrating. And I see this as someone who liked Charlie Kirk. Like I was a fan of his, and when you're a fan of someone, you develop like a parasocial relationship.
Mm.
And that's not even like on the table in a lot of like liberal, not that I expect liberals to like Charlie Kirk, but they're it does feel like it's a virtue signal to be like, well, yes, of course, I think he's a bad guy, like I think he's a really bad person with terrible beliefs. And if I say all that, then am I allowed to say that the violence is not acceptable? It does feel like a little bit of that is going on. Um, and again, I think it's just like, it's so easy to say murder is wrong. Um, I don't know. I don't
Well,
know how many cookies people should receive for that, but
right.
I don't want people to escalate the rhetoric. So
I think this when it comes to the whole like I didn't agree with him, but he shouldn't be killed. I think there's two very clear connotations. There's the one that you're talking about, Wick, which is I don't know if you ever saw the episode of Futurama, with the guy's like, I don't agree with you, but I'll defend your right to say it to the death. And he's
The
like waving the
Voltaire
America
quote,
flag.
right? It's a
Yes,
yeah.
right. Like, so there's that connotation, which I think that connotation would be very that's like a very good connotation if someone has it in that fashion. Now, I've seen some people say it like that. I think I've seen most people say it in the other fashion, the other connotation, the connotation that Tali's talking about, where to me it comes off as like a defense mechanism of a signal to say to people on the left, look, I'm like, don't attack me, don't attack me. I think that he was, a bad man who had bad opinions too, but I don't think he should be killed. It does seem like that. Like, which to me is very interesting that it shows that so many people need or they feel compelled to throw that out there to like be afraid of getting attacked by their own team in that way. And I don't know if you saw because Harry Sisson, I'm saying his name right.
No,
Harry.
I think
I think it
so.
was I think it was Dean Withers, not Harry. If you're
Well,
about to,
a few of them
Oh, I'm
said
sorry, Dean
things like,
Withers. Yeah, you're right. Dean
yeah,
Withers had that. He is very, very, very strongly against the Charlie Kirk being killed.
yeah,
And then there's that clip going around where he was being berated, I think by like a black
struggled.
woman, yeah, through a struggle session here. And that's so many people's, I think, on the left's experience is that. I even was listening to some more news was kind of covering it, and it was fascinating because there was a person on some more news is very left wing. I think they're practically socialist, and they even had some guest speaker on who was talking about how oftentimes it's not the commentator that radicalizes people, it's the comment section, and the comment sections
Hmm.
will generally be far more extreme, and sometimes you don't even know if they're bots or foreign actors or whatever. And it was interesting because they were talking about, I mean, obviously they did not like Charlie Kirk, and they're going to throw in the whole thing that he's had horrible views, but they also throwing in the whole like it was completely horrible and to watch him, get shot. And the woman was talking about she was like crying about this and how horrible it was, and et cetera, et cetera. So then I go and look at their comment section, and a lot of the comments are like he deserves to die and like
Yeah.
all the worst shit fucking ever. And it's just this is this is where I think the rubber meets the road here is there's a lot of people on the left who are saying that this is horrible, and that's fantastic. That's great. This is horrible. But if the next day comes or the next week's comes and everything goes back to business as usual, then I'm not going to take their thought process or their comments about this seriously. There needs to be an actual wake up call. And I do think, even though the right is saying and some very unhinged shit too right now, I do think it has to start with the left at the moment, because I think the left is a lot more in the bubble of not understanding that their views are fucking horrible. Is there needs to be this sort of, okay, we need to very strongly signal to our audience that political violence is not acceptable, that this level of hatred and vitriol is not acceptable. We're all Americans at the end of the day, and we believe in democracy and voting and solving our problems through not violence.
I
I
think a
think.
lot of these
Oh, go
people have
ahead.
already been indoctrinated though. So I'm very
Yes.
black pilled about this. I don't think a bunch of influencers are going to come in and change the audience that they've created, because it's the confirmation bias is a bitch. It's just going to kick in. It's going to be like, well, you've been telling us for 100 years that conservatism is synonymous with fascism. What changed? Like, this changed overnight? No, they're not. They're not going to buy that. They're totally not going to buy that. They're going to move on to other content creators who are going to give them what they want. The belief that they were told the first time they encountered online politics on the internet, which is so
Mhm.
super sad. Yeah. It's
I
this
think.
this is
Go
why
Well,
the
ahead.
retraction never makes any waves, because it's confirmation bias. Confirmation bias kicks in. Somebody hears something for the first time and it's stuck. It's stuck in their minds.
There's a couple things. I do want to respond to what you just said, Adam, and I also want to respond to Sitch's talk here. And it's interesting to me. It's a little ironic. Friday I had Destiny on my show, and I was arguing with him basically, and Tali was there too, right? And we were both arguing like, hey, because Destiny's take was the right has to do it first. Like the Trump and the right, they're the ones that have to tone down the rhetoric first, and we're not going to do it unless they do it. And I I fought back against that because I don't think that's right. But also, I don't know if the left has to do it first either. Like when both sides are saying, well, the other has to do it first, I don't think that's helpful, and I don't think that's going to get us anywhere because neither side's going to do it. Right. What we can do, though, and what I advocate for is I can do it within my community, right? And I can do it within the people around me. And I don't have to wait for the other side. I don't have to wait for anyone else to do it, right? And if my audience doesn't like that, which some haven't, right? They can leave. They can go elsewhere. Okay, we got to be willing to take that hit because to Adam's point about a lot of people will just go with the confirmation bias, and if the influencer they're listening to doesn't agree with them, they will move on to another influencer. That will happen as well. But maybe I'm just naive, but I don't think that's going to be all of them. And I don't think we have to get rid of this entirely. We can just tone it down even by 30, 50%, and that's good, right?
A,
That's a
a
good thing to do. Does that make sense?
Wick, a huge portion of the left believes that conservatism is synonymous with fascism. Okay. What is the equivalent meme on the right that's just as toxic as that
The
for
left are coming
society?
to kill you.
Now, do you?
that,
How many people on the right do you think believe the left are coming to kill you? And
I think more
what is like
today
the
than was a few days ago, right?
what is the manifestation of that meme? Can you give examples of it? I mean,
well,
I could
yeah.
pull up a
So,
thousand examples from CNN of commentators saying Trump praised neo Nazis, which I think is the ultimate expression of conservatism being synonymous with fascism. What is the equivalent of that on the right? I look, and I'll give you an example.
well, the left,
Uh,
the left is a bunch of communist perverts who are coming to take your guns, your kids, and your property.
okay,
That's pretty standard in different variations on the right. And I think so. I do think where I feel frustrated as a centrist, I don't whatever to label myself, is like both sides truly believe that their side has been the calm, nonviolent one, and that the other side poses an existential threat to their well-being. Both sides, both of the sides who are as sort of like bought in, firmly believe this. Um, so like And I guess like my frustration is I think the people on the left who are saying like, this rhetoric and political violence, this is obviously a right-wing problem. Those people are they're wrong. Some of them are lying, right? But they're wrong and they're stuck in their own little bubbles. But people on the right are saying the exact same thing. Like to me, but there's obviously now arguably you could argue that the left has been sort of more radicalized, and so like the threat of fascism, maybe they are more likely to engage with the threat of fascism with violence than the right is to engage with the threat of communism or transgenderism with violence. But I think an honest assessment is that both sides do frame the other side as like trying to ruin our country, trying to take away from the life that you enjoy.
Well, I
I
would want
feel
to see the numbers on how many people have been indoctrinated with that meme that you're talking about. I would think if
so
we looked at the actual numbers, I would think the indoctrination levels of young people thinking that the left is what was your meme?
We're
um
the left is all
they're
commie scum
coming to
coming to
take
take your
your
kids, your guns, and
and your property.
destroy
Yeah.
Right.
your in your property. Yeah.
Maybe to trans your kids. I see that
Yeah.
meme around occasionally. I don't know how big a buy-in it is. I don't know if Fox
Oh, it's
News is out there
big.
actively promoting that the left wants to trans your kids. I mean, maybe they are.
I actually kind of think, and again, well, I don't have numbers to back any of
Yeah, where
this
would
up,
we?
but like,
I'm just curious, real quick. Where would we find the numbers on this? Like, I just don't know if there is like
Well, I did.
a
There
way
was
to
a poll
measure this.
talking about, and I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it, where they were talking about how Gen Z thinks political violence is okay, is
yeah, that
completely
violence is an
fine with political.
appropriate response to
Yeah.
preventing speech that you disagree with.
Look,
Yeah. So
I think you can make a cogent argument that political violence is a correct response to fascism, to actual fascism.
Well, it would
But
also be the correct response to someone to taking your property too, right? Like there are
exactly,
incidences
sure,
where
sure,
violence is okay, right? There's
sure.
incidences where violence is justified even. Um and
But my
yeah, go
argument
ahead, please.
is classifying bog standard conservatism as fascism. I think that's where the problem is coming in. And
It is a
I
problem.
see constantly, I see so many people that just believe conservative means fascist. It's a fascist ideology. And I mean, I see what you're talking about, Tally, to some extent, but I don't see it as widespread. I don't see just a constant flow of this. Everyone on the left is a communist baby killer.
I hear you, and maybe it's not exactly one to one. I just think it's like it's pretty abundant,
Do you
and
think
I'm not
Charlie
even.
Kirk made that argument that everyone on the left is a communist baby killer
No,
who
I
wants to
think
steal your money and
no, definitely not. I think well, so no, absolutely, I do not think that at all. People can
but
clip lots of things that Charlie Kirk has said, right? Or lots of
right.
one-off statements or punchy responses to try to make it sound like that. But no, he spoke with a lot of nuance, and he was someone who spoke all the time. So we got to hear
But
really
this
like,
is the Charlie Kirk equivalent on the left constantly says that conservatism is synonymous with fascism. Like Destiny will say that, Hassan will say that. They
Yeah,
constantly say this stuff.
just real quick, like Kirk isn't the only influencer on the right, right? And I can point to a lot of people, especially if you just take influencers, right, on the
Sure.
right side who are absolutely convinced 100% that the left is going to destroy them, right? And they are in an existential battle between
We
good and
criticize those.
evil.
Yes.
Yeah, no, as you should.
Elijah Schaefer, I think, is one, but he's not on the same level as Charlie Kirk. He's not on the same level as Hassan
Yeah, but
because
there's a
I don't think
lot of
that
them.
message. Oh, so you're saying there's a lot of them, but they're smaller. Who are they?
Yes.
The
Oh God, I don't.
So in
This is the thing.
your
Like,
argument is in aggregate they have the numbers of Hassan or
I don't know
Destiny
if they
or some
have
of
the
the bigger
numbers.
content creators.
I don't know if they're a one-to-one equal because you could be right. I
Well,
just
I'm
don't
trying to
know the
figure out how many
numbers.
people are indoctrinated with this toxic fucking meme that the
My
other side is
Sure.
irredeemable.
My
Well, so that's
issue, hold on just real quick. My
yeah.
issue with your framing here, Adam, is that while I agree with you 100%, the people who are conflating all of conservatism, bog standard stuff with fascism is a problem. I would contend it is not the problem. The problem is the constant reciprocal radicalization that is happening in this country, where both sides are using the extreme actions of the other sides and the extreme beliefs of the other side to justify radicalizing further and going further with their own stuff. And I think that this is a perfect example of this happening in real time. That a lot of people on the right, I see more and more and more, are justifying, like, okay, we tried peace, now let's go to war. And it's not all of them. I'm not saying it's
The,
all of
the,
them.
the numbers matter though. Like if one strategy is effective and the other strategy is not effective, obviously there are bad elements on the right that want to turn every single conservative into a white supremacist, right? I don't think they're being effective. I don't think they're working. But
I think
there's
they're
but
working
there
now more
are
than they were a week ago.
okay, yeah, maybe now that Charlie Kirk has been assassinated. But I think on the left, there are elements that want to paint every single right winger as a fascist and in turn want to make every single left winger a radical. And I think that strategy is working. And I think the fallout from the Charlie Kirk assassination is just like in my face how well it has worked. These people, they live in a completely different reality. They think we're in the midst of World War II here and that Charlie Kirk is the second coming of Hitler and he just got killed.
But there again,
To be
I
fair though,
would
the
hold on. Just I know you have to go, so go ahead, Tali.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, like, I think like the left is kind of predisposed to this. So again, like I think, Adam, I really do think that there is like kind of a lot of this type of rhetoric, not calls for violence, but just like framing the opposition as evil and maniacal. I think a lot of that a lot of that does come from the alt-right media space or the alt media space on the right.
And Elon Musk is the guy with billions of dollars who is willing to put billions of dollars into our social media where all this is spreading. He's telling people you need to fight or you will die, right? The left will kill you. He's saying that, and he said that in several tweets recently.
Well,
I
so
don't know how big he
interestingly,
can get.
wait,
Anyway, go
so
ahead.
on that point, this is back to what I was saying before also, is like both sides think that they're in self-defense right now. So that's what Elon Musk is saying, right? Like if you don't fight now, they're literally going to kill you. And when we were talking to Destiny on that panel the other night, he views it essentially as the same way. Like they're coming for us. We
Uh,
can't just lay down our arms. Destiny literally said our options are to like fight back tit for tat or to be exterminated. And then when I watched his stream, his first iteration of it, he was calling it genocide. So
every look,
and
for
he's not far left wing really, Destiny. So but
everyone,
this is common on the left though. I mean, I even think back, sorry, just to like RBG when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. Before her body was in the ground, leftists were coming out saying, we're not going to whitewash the racist ass history of, woman. I remember that very clearly while I was mourning the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, is people saying, well, she was racist towards Native Americans and she voted this way and did this thing. And so the left, like, there's a segment of the left at least who really like finds joy in this, and it's their natural inclination, kind of no matter whether the person's on the left or the right. Like their natural inclination is to um purity spiral basically about everyone. So I don't think it's like even it's not I guess that's another thing too, is like it really is worth making distinctions because the people like Hassan Piker et al., again, they would say a lot of the same things that they're saying about Charlie Kirk about like bog standard liberals. In one of the many freaking articles and interviews that Hassan has been doing in the last few days, because for some reason Charlie Kirk dies and everyone wants to talk to Hassan Piker about it. But in one of the many interviews, he was saying, like, it's the liberals who cozy up to Kirk, basically. The liberals didn't see Kirk as a threat to their way of life. So like the people on the left who are being super callous at the death of Charlie Kirk and They would do the same for the death of
Biden.
Josh Shapiro. Yeah,
Yeah.
or Destiny even, frankly, which is kind of the irony of Destiny taking this approach.
So people are going to make the calls. I don't think pointing to people making the calls is relevant because it's the number of people who take up the call that is the relevant thing. Scott Adams said the same exact thing Elon Musk is saying now before the election, that if the Democrats won, Republicans were going to be hunted. Okay. Uh, this was before the 2020 election. When Biden won, no one was ever hunted. People laughed it off. Nobody ever took up the call. Obviously, Elon is making up for lost time here because of the situation. Maybe people do take up Elon's call now. Elon wasn't making this call 2 years ago, 5 years ago. So I just, in my sense of this whole situation is the left is eager to take up the call. There are people on the right that are eager to take up the call. I don't think they have the numbers. I don't think they have the numbers.
I think that to echo my co-host here, the left, I think you're painting with way too broad a brush. I think the far left, I'll give you. On the far, like the tanky left, the illiberal left, I like to call them, I might even grant you that. But when people say the left, they're including me and liberals and just bog standard Democrats, which I think is the majority of the Democratic Party. And I don't think I don't see that within my cohort. I don't see it at all. And I know maybe I'm in a
I see the
bubble.
callousness. I see the callousness in
Yeah,
in
but
the
callousness
rank
is
and file
different.
Democrats.
Callousness is different, I think.
It's
It's still not
concern
good.
though. I saw the callousness of rank and file Democrats after the Luigi Mangione shooting. And again, that actually really shocked me. Like I was shocked at how many normal people that I know who really aren't like far left crazies, normal kind of liberals, whatever, who were like,
Yeah,
but
but
we really do have a problem with healthcare in this country. Like just like instantly going to justify it. So I get so I don't know. I agree with everyone here. I'm super black pilled.
you're
Like
agreed
I
with
don't know
everyone
where
here.
the
Take a side, Tally.
I
Okay, you
can't.
gotta
I
pick.
can't. Yeah.
But I guess again, I disagree with Destiny's advocacy and what he wants to do, but he does have a point when he says that there are a lot of people in power and positions of governmental power on the right who do see us and influence on the right who do see this as a war and want us to fight and want the right to take up arms. How effective that's going to be, I don't know if it's even helpful to play. Well, the Democrats do it more, the Republicans do it more. Oh, we could play that game. I don't think we should, though. I think we should just condemn it whenever it happens and whoever happens to say it by turning it into this like game that we play, right? That you see people playing with anytime some sort of tragedy or horrific event happens, people are always going to try to turn it into a weapon against their political enemies. I find that gross. I find that disgusting. I don't like it when the right wing does it. I don't like it when the left wing does it. Everyone's like,
This
well, look, it was a white man that killed blah, blah, blah. Or look, it was a Republican that did X, Y, Z. It doesn't matter because not all Republicans are bloodthirsty animals. Not all Democrats are bloodthirsty animals. The only person responsible at the end of the day for the killing of Charlie Kirk was the guy who pulled the trigger and trying to say the
I
left is
completely
responsible for that is
disagree.
just
I
crazy.
completely disagree. I mean,
How?
if that guy believed half of the insane lies I'm seeing about Charlie Kirk on the internet now, then I don't know how I don't know how you could say it was just simply him. Like he it's probably going to come out that the guy believed he was a fascist, that he believes all of this insane
Maybe.
shit about how Charlie Kirk advocated to lynch trans people. Like he's probably going to believe that.
Maybe that is very possible, but again, there's a lot of people who believe that who also didn't believe that he deserved death because of it, right? And that's the difference because I can believe that someone is a bad person, even a fascist, really. Um, I can believe someone is doing harm to this country, but I would never, ever advocate or believe that they should die because of that. I just don't think that's not within me as a person, right? Um, that's That's the difference at the end of the day. Because frankly, I disagreed with a lot of what Charlie Kirk said too. Does that mean I'm celebrating or condoning violence against him? Absolutely not. And I think that this kind of conflation of, well, everyone who shares the same beliefs about Charlie Kirk would kill him, I find incorrect.
I mean, there's just something completely sinister about killing someone who is completely innocent of the crimes he's been accused of. So I understand what you're saying, that we should foster a culture where anybody can do anything within the bounds of the law and they don't deserve a death sentence.
Absolutely.
But just not grappling with a culture that completely demonizes a person unfairly, the same way that Jordan Peterson has been demonized, the same way that
Hmm.
Ben Shapiro has been demonized. It's just, I mean, you're just sidestepping the number one issue. The number one issue is that people can systematically demonize people, turn them into something that they are not, to the point where someone is going to pick up a gun and murder them. I mean, I just like that.
Well,
We're to what much if we're talking about, look, I'm going to defend your right to free speech. I think I'm willing to have that conversation about what
yeah.
people are saying. At this point, I'm like, oh, we're in a completely different world here. It's
But
and
what's
it
the
is it is completely blackpilling, because I don't, these people have been, look, it is easier to fool a man than to convince him he has been fooled. And we are swimming in fools. We have fools up to our eyelids here.
I don't disagree. Don't I don't think that you were looking at it in a way that is balanced. And I understand why, because I don't. I'll just grant you, I have my biases, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I know that there are certain issues that I can look at that I'm going to be tilted on, right? I'm going to be stilted on. I'm going to be one way on, and I recognize that I have to work to kind of overcome that to really help me see the other side's
Wick,
point of view.
look at how I'm framing this, okay? There's a number of right wing radicals out there in the world, okay? An actual number that we could write on a piece of paper. There is an actual number of these NPC violence loving left wingers out there, okay? A number that we could write on the paper. What is there to be balanced about? Do you honestly believe that that number is like a 50-50 situation, that they're equal numbers?
I think that it's yes, I think that it is I don't know if it's like exactly 50-50. It might be 60-40 or 55-45, but there is a growing cohort on both sides that are thinking that extreme action is the answer to this. And I see this because I interact a lot with right wingers who come into my show. Again, the posts I've made since this,
Right. Okay.
mostly, and I'm
I
sure you
just
get the
like, that's
opposite, right?
obviously not, that's not an obvious, obviously that can't be an accurate representation. It's like you're
But
out
what
there looking
is?
for right wingers to bring into your panel. So,
Yeah,
and
but
your
what
whole
is
panel is
a
structured to be like a 50-50 situation.
I'm not talking just about my panels, though. I'm talking about my viewers. I'm talking about my audience. I'm talking about the people I interact with on Twitter. I'm talking
Yeah.
about the
Yeah.
people I
Yeah.
act
Yeah.
with in my real life,
Look, I don't
right?
know. I don't know what the number is either. Okay. So, but I
Yeah,
just, in that situation, I don't like, I'm not reaching for this has to be balanced, because for all I know, it's 90% on one side.
but even if it was 90% on the right, I would still condemn it across the board, is what I'm saying. Because I don't think, like, turning it into an issue of right versus left is going to put the people who are on the other side of the issue, who identify as right or identify as left, it's going to raise their hackles. They're going to become defensive about it, and it's going to be much harder to fix the problem. But if you make the problem into a neutral one where you aren't attacking the right or the left, but attacking the problem itself, a lot of people on both sides are much more willing to actually do something and change their behavior and
Look,
to change the scale
I'm
of things.
attacking neither right nor left. I think this is a problem with the media. I think the media is the one that is out there gaslighting people. So I think it's more prominent on the left, but it's the same exact problem.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, if I say I think it's more problem on the right, people on the right are going to take that as an attack, whether I mean it to be or not. They just are, right? Because
Hmm.
it's like, um, Julia Galef. Are you familiar with her?
No.
She wrote the Scout Mindset. She does a lot of Bayesian kind of thinking. But in the book she writes, she mentions how she tries not to swallow different identities. So she tries not to call herself a feminist, even though she shares a lot of beliefs with feminists. She tries not to call herself a Democrat, even though she shares a lot of beliefs with that. And the reason she does so is because as soon as you swallow those identities, if a feminists do something wrong, you become more likely to defend that wrong thing just because you identify with the group. Does this make sense?
Yeah, look, yeah, but identity creation is an important part of most people's lives. I don't, if you're arguing that nobody should adopt any identity, it's kind of a laughable
I
solution.
think
So
we should make it much less important in our lives, and I think that we recognize. Hold on, we should. Do you disagree with this?
I completely disagree.
I okay. I
Wait,
think
why do you disagree, Adam?
Identity creation is the that's part of being human. Everybody needs to know who they are. Everyone
Yes,
needs to
totally.
build an
But
identity. Yeah.
the argument that lots of like psychologists and philosophers and this Bayesian person that Wick is talking about make is that like we should be careful about which type of identities we hold so close, right? So it's
Yes.
healthier to have your identity be, a father, a brother, a son, right? All of these things, as opposed to a Democrat, a feminist, a Republican, just things that like put you on teams that aren't necessarily core to who you are. Um,
Sure. I mean, it's good advice. I don't see it as useful advice in the current situation. So,
well
and look,
the
well,
I'm
it's
not,
not
I
it's
don't
not
have any use
necessarily.
for it.
just real
Yeah, well,
quick.
me neither. But
Just
I think it. Yeah,
It's just like
go
we're
away.
fucked. We're
Yeah.
basically
Well,
fucked. So,
Yeah.
the use case of it in this situation is understanding that most people have swallowed these identities. I agree with you. Most people, it's very important to them that they're on the right. It's very important to them that they're on the left. So what I'm advocating for here is that we attack this problem not from a right angle or not from a left angle, but just attack the problem because it will get more buy-in from people listening. And so I'm not attacking the right and they don't feel attacked. And so they're more willing to listen to what I have to say. That's the use case for what I'm advocating for here.
right. Well, a lot of the reason people get in these identity groups is so that they have someone to attack. So
Unfortunately, you are
that's
correct with
part of the
that.
huge,
Yeah.
part of the huge problem. So, well, look, Sitch, do we lose you, or are you just
No,
sitting back
I'm just
listening, or?
letting you guys go back and forth.
I think I think like where I'm inclined to agree with you, Adam, is it does seem like it's interesting that you blame the media because the media obviously has a lot to do with it, and the narratives that we say about people and about sides have a lot to do with like how people react. But I do think there's like there's differences culturally between the left and the right, and that by that I mean the people. And this is like one of the reasons that I ended up voting for Trump that people on the left really don't like, and they yell at me for being a vibes voter and whatever. But it's like to me, the people on the left, the people seem kind of crazier to me than the people on the right. Or rather, I felt like I was able to meet more normal people who were like, who believed the same true things that I believed, whatever, on the right or on the center right. And so I do think that the left, there are more people on in within the culture of the left, right, who believe that violence is an appropriate tool, to use against even like speech that you don't like we were talking about that most recent poll of the young people 18 to 29 or whatever. And Konstantin Kisin said something to this effect. But it's interesting I'll agree with you, the left
More
seems more
people on the
inclined to
right
go to
agree with
violence.
violence. Is that what you just said? That's what it
No,
sounded
no,
like
more
you
people on
said.
the left. More people on the
Oh,
left
see, I
agree
thought
that
sounded like you said
violence.
right, but okay, just to be
Oh, okay.
clear,
Well, if
yeah,
I might have said
more
right, but I
people on the
definitely meant
left are
left.
willing to go to
Yeah.
violence. Okay,
And that's because they see speech as violence, right? So it does
right,
kind of go back to that conflation, right? They think that violence is an appropriate reaction to violent speech, right? Because they've
right.
kind of watered down what violence actually means. So yeah, I do see this sort of like And there could be like lots of reasons for this even. I wonder if like people who have like served in the military or served as like first responders and stuff are more likely to be right wing, and so like they have a better grip on what like civil war or this type of violence might look like. I'm totally projecting and speculating here, but it does seem like more people on the left are um less disturbed
I
by
think it's
like
honestly,
political
I think it's because
violence.
they're younger. A lot of the left wing is younger, and the older you get, the more you realize how that's it's a problem generally, right? I'm talking generally, but anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
If there was a conclusive study that showed there was a much bigger problem on the left, that there were more of these people on the left that just thought all conservatives were fascist Nazis, that violence should be used on, and it was like, say it's doubled in the amount of people on the right that think we should use violence to deal with the left, who is a bunch of baby killers and child molesters and whatever. Do you think the mainstream media would report that, or do you think that they would bury that study?
Good question. I think they would report it, but they might skew it. And what I mean by that is they might frame it as right wingers say that left wing is much more violent and therefore the right wing is wrong, right? I can imagine MSNBC or someone doing that, right?
Okay.
Well, you can imagine that too, right?
Of
How they
course,
frame these
of
things,
course they
right?
would spin it. They'd spin it as hard as they possibly could once they were forced to report on it.
But the media landscape we exist in, a lot of the mainstream media, such as Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, these more kind of traditional mainstream organizations, a lot of their coverage and their reporting is influenced by the alternative media sphere. The alternative media sphere's influence on both the public and the mainstream has grown exponentially in the last 20 years. And as we've seen with a
In a
lot
terrible
of,
way, though. I think it's that the mainstream is looking for examples of the other side misbehaving and then highlighting those examples and trying to make it sound like it's the entire left or the entire right.
I think all media does that. I think
Yes.
all tribal media does that,
But
whether it
that's not
be
good. It's
alternative
probably
or
a bot
mainstream.
from Russia that they're
Oh yeah,
signal boosting.
that is also a problem that we need to talk about is the foreign influence on our media sphere from Qatar, from Israel, from Russia, from all these other countries that have agendas. And they want to influence the American public's mind so that they can influence the electorate to vote in who will be more supportive of their country's goals and vote out who will be less supportive of those countries' goals. And we have to keep that in mind. But we also have to recognize that a lot of our problems come from in-house and from just the incentives of how clicks, views, etc. Like I'll confess something to you. I almost put and we were talking about this backstage, a very incendiary title for my YouTube channel. I was almost going to title it something very clickbaity,
For your
something like
live stream. Yeah.
yeah, for like the right calls for civil war or some shit. But then I thought about it and I was like, no, I'm here to turn down the temperature. I don't want to do that. But I recognized, and my initial instinct was to do that because I knew I'm going to get more clicks with that title. I'm going to get more attention
Yeah,
with that title.
because there's a bunch of people out there who've been brainwashed into thinking conservatism is synonymous with fascism, and you're just taking advantage of that market reality. That's the problem. That is the
Yeah,
problem.
I agree with you there. Right? It is an issue, and it's something I have to because look, gang, I got to make
What
money. I got to feed myself. So I try to kind of um tamp down these incentives, right, that I have to just to do crazy shit like
Right.
that.
Let's change our title to um
Wick calls
all
for
left
civil war.
well yeah, all left wingers want you dead, and see what our numbers
There
are.
you go.
Well, and there are of course like people saying that
Doing
right
that.
now.
Hmm.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
yeah, yeah. Okay, unfortunately, I have to run. I'm
Okay.
very sad I
Peace
could
out.
talk about this much longer. In case you guys are still going when I get finished at work, I'll be happy to
Mhm.
jump back on, but thank you for having me. Thanks
Okay.
everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Bye bye.
All right.
Thanks for
Talk
joining
soon.
in. Sitch, what do you think of all this?
Now that just the men are here. No, I I think Tali made a good point a while back that both sides in some of any of these sort of issues or conflicts, they're both going to inherently view themselves as the party that is in self-defense. And because that's the case, and I agree with you, Adam, that there is some objective fact claim out there about, who is worse or who is more radicalized at the moment.
Right.
Now, to answer that question, I'm more inclined to think that the left is I think there's a lot of radicalized elements to the right, and I do think that broadly the right is radicalized in a different way, not in the way of doing violence against the moderate left, at least maybe now, but not before this. But I think I've seen two polls recently that show that when these questions of political violence prop up, that the left is a lot more on the side. The majority is still against it broadly, but it shows that a lot more young people on the left are a lot more in favor or of the possibility of using political violence than at least on the right. Now, maybe that's just because obviously, there's this Charlie Kirk was killed, so that's like in people's minds. And maybe if it was someone else, I don't know. But it just seems like the young left is far more widespread in its radicalization from my view, is far more spread in its radicalization than the groypers who are horrible, but I don't think they're as
They don't have the
widespread.
numbers.
Yeah, I just don't
Oh,
think that they have the numbers. But since both sides do view themselves as being in the self-defense posture, I think that's why I do agree with what you were saying, Wick, which is that every individual person just needs to be okay. I don't, it's not really indicative of me to like say, well, I'm not going to do, to have the destiny position, which I think is the bad position. I'm not going to chill out until the other side chills out. Because if that's everyone's position, then no one ever chills out
Well,
ever.
and you can always find evidence of people not chilling out. So
Of
you can always
course.
go, look, I found this tweet.
Right, right. So I do think it's indicative on every individual person to be the one, to be the change, to be the one who says, okay, well, I'm going to chill out. And unfortunately, I think we're kind of living in a very bad timeline where honestly, after Charlie Kirk was killed or murdered, most of the large left wing pundits and commentators and newscasters, they all did do that. They all did say that the political violence was wrong. And I'm saying it's like the worst timeline because even though they did that, there was still so many people
Totally
that were
unrewarded. Yeah.
just like either not pundits, like just random TikTokers, or just random people or X accounters out there, and on the internet on the left, or just random commenters on the left who just didn't take that message whatsoever, who were just
Yeah.
completely, die hard, yeah, fuck them, fuck them.
Because of
I
the market reality.
mm. And
Like
well,
we have to do something about the market. That's what we have to do.
Well,
yes, but oh, go
let me
ahead,
just say,
Sitch.
there's an interesting
Yeah.
thing I was thinking of because I was trying to wonder like who would be the left wing version of this if there was like a murder on the scale. And I think on Ryan Long's podcast they posited that it'd be the equivalent of like if AOC was killed. I think that was
Yeah.
like the closest I could think of too.
Bernie
And
Sanders or something. Yeah.
yeah, or well,
Bernie Sanders would be much bigger.
Bernie Sanders would be much bigger, and I think
Yeah.
it would elicit a different reaction because there are a lot of people who are
Who
sort
voted
of
for
on the
both
right
Trump and
Mm.
Bernie.
who are
Yeah.
kind of yeah, who are kind of Bernie stands, where I don't think that's the case with AOC, except for Sammy, but she's a unique one in that respect. But that if and I was trying to think like now obviously this is just hypothetical, but I was trying to think of like, well, what happened if AOC was killed instead of Charlie Kirk, and what would that look like? And I realized that I think so much of this and so much of people's reactions is seems to me to be based in the fear of their audience. Because if someone like AOC or Charlie Kirk dies or is killed, and then that commentator comes out and they're like trying to say about how bad it is, there's going to be so many people in their audience that are going to get mad at them. Like, well, you told me this person was evil. You've been telling me this person was bad for so many years. Like, how can you say that them being killed is bad? And so I think like and all the commentators and creators and people in X, they're all aware of this. And I think that colors their own reaction is that they're just so terrified of the audience and how the audience is going to perceive that they have to throw all these caveats or kind of tiptoe around the issue.
I think I think that the market goes both ways, and what I mean by that is that there is an incentive for the right to showcase these voices that are going crazy, celebrating, condoning, what have you, right? And I think that makes it look like it's a larger cohort than it actually is. I think that they have uh, put these people on a pedestal, and you are seeing all these left-leaning people just be very callous, celebratory, all these things. That isn't to say that they aren't real. They absolutely are, and it's something that left needs to deal with. But I would caution you that you are seeing like the right has every incentive to pedestal these people. The right has every incentive to make the left look as bad and as unhinged as possible. I think
Hmm.
that we also got to look at, while I think that largely the Democrats' response, the elected representatives' response has been great, I think Trump's response to this was a failure. Did you guys see his announcement
Yeah,
after
it
the
wasn't a
incident?
good response. Sure, I'll
Yeah,
agree with that.
it was, he had um, one responsibility or one main responsibility in this incident, in this incidence, is to tone down the temperature, to remind us that we should be unified, to um, do all that. The first half of the announcement was fine, nothing wrong with it. But then he goes in how it's the all the far left's doing, and we have to punish the far left, and we're going to dismantle them. And he goes on this screed about how he's going to attack the far left. I think that that was a failure of his presidential duties, and it did nothing to turn the temperature down, but instead cranked the thermostat up. And being he's the president of the United States, I do think that that bears greater scrutiny than some rando on TikTok.
So, you know, did you see the governor of Utah's like 20-minute speech about this?
I saw his press release when they
Yeah, it was the
caught the
press release where he was
guy.
telling people to like touch grass and to de-escalate and
Yeah,
all.
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
think I didn't see anything too terrible about that,
Well,
right?
no, because yeah, I listened to. I mean, I didn't listen to the whole thing. I listened the parts I saw that I listened to the speech sounded very good and about being unified and kind of detaching from the hate of social media and all this other stuff. And yeah, I mean, I wish that Trump had given some sort of speech like that. I not sure Trump is capable of giving a speech like that. It I think so much of the problem that we're in now is that the way the sort of political environment is set up is that if you're not angry, then you're perceived of as being a cuck. And everyone understands this on some sort of deep level. And it's like, okay, well then I like if I'm not angry and the other commentator is angry or the other politician's angry, then they're gonna yell and then they're gonna call me a cuck, and my audience is gonna call me a cuck, so I have to be angry. It just seems like everyone's incentivized to continually be aggressive and on the attack and angry all the time. And then with kind of what you're talking about with how much of this is, being elevated, like, well, it's true, obviously, that comment that Elon Musk put out that I think was stupid and unhinged about how the left is coming to murder you. It was based on some post that had like didn't even have any views or really anything whatsoever, and it was being
Yeah,
elevated.
it was just this.
And
If Elon Musk hadn't tweeted it, we would have never
no
heard
one
it.
would have seen
Right?
that post, right?
It would have
And
been.
now there are posts that I've seen, and there are videos where people have said the exact same thing, and it has hundreds of thousands of likes. And it's hard to tell. And this is where I think Elon Musk is very responsible. Is that I don't know how much of this is bots. I hope it's mostly bots, but I have no fucking clue. It would make sense that there's massive amount of bots that are flooding the likes and flooding the algorithm to try to get America to be as, at its other throat as possible. And the fact that Elon Musk, he talked a lot about getting rid of bots on X when he first bought it. And I don't know that I guess he's given up on that. That seems to have all gone out the fucking window. So I'd hope that most of those likes on the we need to kill all the left people or we need to kill all the Charlie Kirk people that are hundreds of thousands of likes. I hope those are all bots, but it's unclear to me that that's the case
I
at the
think
moment.
that also it is worth noting that even before we knew anything about the shooter, right? Even before we had caught the guy, before we had any evidence, before we even heard about the bullets and things like that, Everyone was like, it's the left, let's go to war. Immediately. Matt Walsh, Tim Pool, all these people. It's the left, let's go to war. They had no idea. I had no idea. No one had any idea. But immediately the call went out to let's go get them. The left has declared war on us. It's time to fight. We're in an existential crisis. I think
What
that
was
this
Tim Pool
showcases.
saying? Was he advocating for
Um,
violence, or was he saying, well, let's go win in the midterms?
I'd have to look at Tim Pool specifically.
I mean,
There was
you're
a lot of
saying
comments, right? I don't
let's
know.
go to war. Matt
I
Walsh
might.
saying, was he saying like, let's string him up? Time to go
Matt Walsh was
luncheon.
being super incendiary, and then he sort of slightly pulled back, saying, "I don't mean violence. I'm just talking about like politics or something." But his
Right.
original
Okay.
posts were like pretty fucking fire brimstone crazy
Yeah, it
shit,
was a.
and
Oh,
it
It
it's
does
was a
get
lot.
into like the stochastic. It does get into sort of the hypocrisy, the stochastic terrorism of like, okay, well, there's the claim, which I think is not, I think is a valid claim, which is if there's all this attacking on Charlie Kirk of being a fascist and that could lead to violence, then obviously, people on the right saying that the left
And
wants to murder you or kill you, I
in
don't see how that
mm,
wouldn't obviously lead down the same path road.
yeah,
If
I
that's
totally.
the
did,
argument.
yeah, I did see Tim Pool's chat when it happened. And Tim's Pool's chat was like, yeah, I think he had 35,000 live viewers. War was being spammed by all his viewers. War, civil war, let's get them. So Tim Pool himself may not have said it. I think he did tweet out civil war. I'm not 100% on that though. But his comment section, right, as a kind of like a throwback to what Sitch said when even you have content creators who have pretty anodyne tasteful takes on this, their comment sections are unhinged. Tim Pool's chat room was unhinged. And again, I remind you, this is the moments after it happened when, again, no one knew anything about this. And I think that this exposes the level of hate and radicalization that exists on certain elements of the right. And I think that I don't know if it's that they can't see it because they're on the right, or is it because the media downplays it? I'm not sure, but this is absolutely a thing that exists, and I don't think we should ignore it. And I agree with you, and I'll just see to you that the left does it too. Yeah, yes, I fought back against the left doing it too, right? I've always fought back against the left doing it too. But we can't ignore that the right is also guilty of this, and it's both, it takes two to tango. Both sides are radicalizing each other, and I am, as I said at the beginning when you asked how I'm doing, I'm scared, Sitch. I'm
Mm-hmm.
scared of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I
When
don't
you,
like all there's a lot of theys being thrown around on social
I
media.
know, yeah.
Yeah. They killed Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, who's they? They killed Charlie Kirk? I don't know. And that is
The
disturbing to
media,
me
they did
because,
kill Charlie Kirk.
well, there's some people in the media you could say were definitely responsible for this. There's some pundits that definitely contributed to this. But when you just say they, that's so broad. And everyone interprets that as just the left in general. And, as Wick said, a lot of people are going to say that Wick is left. A lot of people say that we're on the left. And it's like, okay, are we, are we responsible now for this? Like, I don't feel comfortable when people, even people that I like, people I'm friendly with, are throwing out the they on X just because they're angry. And I understand why people are angry, and that makes perfect sense to me. But it kind of it comes down to something else I post on X, which is I don't so much of I think so much of this is people are afraid of being called cucks. So much of it is just you have to be angry because if you're not angry, you're a cuck.
There was a meme after the Destiny debate I did, where they were like, they had a picture of me and saying we should just cuck out more. And
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
that's all it was, is because and there's people in my chat right now who are very mad at me because I'm not pushing back enough, whatever that means. I think I've disagreed with you this whole time, at least Adam, a lot. I don't think, I don't know. I just
I
don't know what they want,
I
and I
don't
don't know
I
what.
don't see it as cucking at all. Like a political solution will last the next 50 years.
Yeah.
A violent solution is not going to last 15 minutes.
Of
It's
course. Right, but that's
yeah.
because you're, smart and mature.
So we're
Like,
not
understand it.
yeah, so
Right.
look,
Yes.
we
Yes.
need a real
We need a real solution.
political
Of course.
solution
Yes.
And I think you can't we can't live in an environment where
Well, what's the
you're
solution?
allowed to just completely turn people into to delusional NPCs that hate their political opposition.
Well, it's kind of like, okay, and maybe I'm trying to think of a way to say this that's not horrible. So let me try to think about a frame this kind of going to the like this argument that the argument that Destiny made on your stream that a lot of people make where they're like, well, we're not going to be better until the right is better, till the other side is better.
They'll
Which
never see the other side is better.
I know. But if you think about it, that doesn't even really that's not a logical position to make because no one is saying, well, no one's saying to people on the left, well, you're not allowed to keep advocating, for get out people to vote. You're not allowed to keep advocating that you should be politically against the Republicans and Donald Trump and all this other stuff. No one's saying that you shouldn't continually make videos saying about how their policies are shit and all this other stuff. All they're saying is don't basically demonize these people to such an effect that it makes killing them seem morally just. Okay.
It works
But
And
though.
if even if you're on the left and you think the right is doing that to you, okay, so what? You can still be just as politically effective. You can still do all the same content you're doing without going to that level. You can still get people to come out to vote without going to that level. So it is kind of like a whataboutism in the effect of it's not relevant to changing your own behavior. You're not going to suddenly be like there's this idea from both left and right that like, oh, if you don't demonize the other side with the vitriol of 1,000 suns, somehow that makes you defenseless. And it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Whether you call the left or the right demons isn't going to lower your own defenses or lessen your chances of when you walk outside and give a political speech of you getting shot in the head. I mean, I would say it increases
Yeah,
your chances.
I think there's a lot of parallels between this and the Israel-Palestine stuff where everyone demands they struggle session you. Like, oh, you
Yeah.
can say it's Israel's bad. You can say Israel's doing wrong things. You can say Israel's doing war crimes. But unless you scream genocide 1,000 times, it's never enough, right? And even
Yes.
then, even if you don't think Israel should be completely dismantled and driven into the sea, even if you admit it is a genocide, some of them will still be like, you're cucking out. You're just an APAC scum, right? And I think that a lot of parallels are happening here where it's not enough to label your enemy as your political enemy as bad, right? As harmful, as someone
Mm-hmm.
who's going to hurt the nation. You have to label them as the worst thing possible. And if you don't, you're cucking out.
Yeah.
And I just, there's so much demand for that. Look, I'll say this. I think Trump is harming this country. And I don't think I should have to mince my words about that when I say what he's doing to this Constitution in this country. That is not in any way, shape, or form a justification or a condoning of any violent acts. I want to beat him in the ballot box. And this is where liberal democracy needs to be fought, is in the ballot box at during the elections. This is how we fight, quote unquote, right?
Right.
But too many people see that as ineffective. And on the right and the left, that there is a growing idea out there that is being pushed that electoralism doesn't work,
Mm-hmm. That's true.
right? Because
Yeah.
every time I say this, like, hey, I think that we will win electorally, or the side that's going to win electorally is the side that can rein in its crazies. The side that can return us to normal. The side that doesn't go insane every single time something happens. And the side that does that is going to win electorally. And I say this, and they'll be like, well, what about 2024 when Trump won? Doesn't that prove your whole point wrong? And I mean, look, the 2024 election was unique in a lot of ways. The candidate got pushed out, right? Biden got sidelined, right? And then we had the economy that was just in a shitter where we had incumbents across the world globally lose their seats. So
Mm-hmm.
trying to draw any kind of conclusions from that election and assuming that, see, cucking out doesn't work. And by cucking out, I mean acting normal. Um,
Yeah.
it's just insane. I don't know. It feels insane. It's driving me crazy, and I don't know what to do about it.
Well, in terms of like the whole people cucking out thing with the anger, which I did see a lot of people on. I did see a lot of people on the right after it was talked about that he was assassinated, saying like, "Oh, the people calling for calm, like they just want you to sit down and take it."
Yeah.
Right. I saw that. I saw that language repeated a lot, and it's interesting to me, and this is just sort of a facet of human nature of how when things affect you or me on just an individual level, it really hits you emotionally, and you're thinking in a different mindset. Where if it's something that happened to someone else or something that happened a long time ago, we view it through a much, a more logical lens. We're not really having this emotional connection because the same people that I hear who are like calling for escalation, those people would not have like if we were having some conversation before Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
If before that ever happened, we had some conversation about like riots after Martin Luther King Jr. died. They'd all say like, well, that was horrible. Obviously, no one should riot. No one should turn the violence. They would
Yeah.
never frame it like, well, black people, cucked out after Martin Luther King Jr. died because they didn't like go to civil war with America. They,
They would now. They totally would.
well, I don't know. See, I don't know if they would, because that'd be weird. Like if a lot of people on the right were like, yes, the black people should have, started killing white people after Martin Luther King Jr. died.
Well, no, the
Because you
left
could
was
say,
saying that. The left would
oh
say
yeah,
that now.
the
Yeah.
radical left was
They'd
right.
say, look,
But
Martin Luther
but
King cucked out. A lot of them want to
yes,
make the argument that he didn't cuck out and that
exactly. Yes, the
we're
radical left.
misremembering history. So,
Well, they're intentionally just being dishonest about the whole
of
thing.
course they are.
But
Yeah.
but yeah, because all the same arguments I'm seeing about the whole like, well, they killed the peaceful guy, they killed the talk guy. I'm like, these are all applicable to Martin Luther King Jr. Like way, like 100 times fold to Martin Luther King Jr. And none of those people, I assume, would be in favor of black people in the '60s just saying, okay, well, we're just gonna, all become black violent nationalist radicals and start, doing terror attacks everywhere in the country. So
I
that's what I'd say for everyone to just sort of take a step back and to try to disassociate emotionally somewhat. I think there's actually, I'm trying to remember what it was. I wish I could find it. There was some quote. I think it was a quote from Charlie Kirk that someone posted that he was talking about how like there was some Bible passage about kind of distancing yourself emotionally from situations to have a little bit more clarity of mind sometimes. And I do think that people need to do that at the
the
moment.
problem with the situation now is people are looking for some sort of threat resolution path. And just because they got the guy and they're going to execute him, there's still this giant threat because we're in an environment where people are celebrating that. It makes it
Yes.
seem like the threat has not been resolved. So until we find some way to resolve that threat, you're still going to get these calls for escalation. The calls
That's
for
a
escalation are a call for threat resolution through violent means. That's exactly
yes.
what it is. We
I
need to
think
And
get all these people and do away with the threat.
well
I
that's how they're going to portray it, right? They're all going to portray it as, well, we are in self-defense. I think we talked about that at length. I think that part of the threat that we are under are the people who are, I would say, uh, overstating the threat, and there are a lot of people who are incentivized to do that. The media is
Who?
incentivized to do
Okay.
that. Well, no, look, people who feel like there's existential stuff happening are more likely to turn into the news every day. They're more likely to scour and to really pay attention to what's happening. They're more likely to go to the influencers to look like, what do we got to do, right? Well, what's going to happen? And I think that influencers, media, all of them have the incentive to make it out to be bigger than it is. I really do believe that most people in this country, if left to their own devices, would choose peace. Peace. They would choose peace. They would choose to come together. They would choose unity. It's that there are forces in our society, right, who are accelerating and wanting to divide us. And I think that that is playing up the threat. I really do.
so I I somewhat disagree. I think the threat is only I think it's somewhat exaggerated or hyperbolized, but not that much. And I was kind of there. I saw something that really blackpilled me. I think it blackpilled me even more than Charlie Kirk being killed, the way that he was. And well, let me just say, I do agree, Adam, what you're saying about the threat not being resolved. I think that's a
Yeah.
great point because that's also a lot of like what causes anxiety and panic disorders in people is you perceive that there's a threat and it's never resolved and you just kind of your brain just hyperfixates on it and keeps reliving it because
Yeah,
it
you
never
hunker
is.
down and fucking
Yeah, it's
in
never
terror.
right. It's never been resolved. But the thing that black pilled me, and the thing that why I think that the threat is only somewhat exaggerated, is after this event, and I saw the people, saying what they were saying, and even though I saw if most of the left, mainstream left, denounce the shooting, and there was the one person on MSNBC who had that insane remark about like, well, maybe it was someone who was doing it in celebration of Charlie Kirk, right? Which is the stupidest fucking thing a person could ever
Yeah, it
say.
was
And
really
I was
weird.
very glad to see that guy got fired very quickly, which was great. But then the black pilling was I saw almost every large news outlet did an article on Hassan Piker and his reaction to Charlie Kirk, dying and being killed, and including the New York Times, who did post a really good op-ed from Ezra Klein talking about, how horrible the violence was and how Charlie Kirk was doing the right thing by trying to talk and persuade people to vote. That the New York Times then turns around and they publish this op-ed from Hassan Piker. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, even though Hassan, when I watched the original clip, Hassan did seem to be emotionally, visibly distraught by the killing, at least at first and everything. And he, at least at first, was saying that he's not in favor of it and all this other stuff. I do think that his rhetoric is definitely some of the most incendiary rhetoric in the entire ecosystem of radicalizing people and getting them to become more extreme and more violent. So even if he's going to say he denounces it now, that's well and good. But I definitely think he is very responsible for creating this ecosystem or helping create this ecosystem. And there's that clip of him talking to Second Thought, the people who were pro October 7th, and they're literally applauding Hassan, saying, you do such a good job at sucking people down this radicalization pipeline. And Hassan agrees with them. And it was so blackpilling to me, so disgusting, so enraging to me to see all these articles come out, all these puff pieces coming out about like, well, we need to get Hassan Piker's reaction to fucking Charlie Kirk and how he was assassinated. I don't think until those people can be held accountable, until some adult will enter the fucking room and say, fuck you. Hassan is
Held,
a fucking the mainstream media
held
on the left
accountable
needs to say,
how?
Hassan is a piece of shit. He's a radical. He's in favor of terrorism. He's literally in favor of terrorism. We have no fucking clue how the fuck this guy is still platformed on Twitch. And we know we need to start writing these fucking bullshit puff pieces about him. Until that happens, it's hard for me to see how this is going to ever get better on the left.
So two things with this, like whoever is Hassan's publicist is a genius, okay? Just from a the ability for him to get coverage in these times and get exposure. I don't know who it is, but I want to hire the guy. He's or the girl, I guess. Let's be
They
equality,
could be
right?
non-binary.
Who knows, right? Um, yeah, they're a genius. They're just doing their job extraordinarily well. They're getting them in touch and in contact with these media figures and getting these puff pieces done. I will agree with you that um, it is a problem, and it is a problem for the Democrats that Hassan Piker is being seen as the face of the left. That does need to be fixed. But I also would say that the bigger problem is have you guys seen the Fox and Friends clips, right? One where Trump is basically, what was he say? He's like, I don't really care. I think that about right-wing violence. I'm paraphrasing, right? But the left-wing violence is the real problem. And then another Fox and Friends host or Fox co-host or something saying that they need to involuntarily, lethally inject homeless people. Insanity is not just on Hassan Piker. The insanity in our discourse is the ocean we're swimming in now. And I think that
Mm-hmm.
we can't just blame Hassan Piker or just look at Hassan Piker. I agree with you. Hassan Piker's a problem. I don't like the guy. I'm on record being very against Hassan Piker, wanting to kick him out of the left entirely. But I think it would be incorrect, and incorrect to point to him as like the problem here. I don't
I
know.
I don't think Hassan is the problem as a sole person. I do think he's I think he's the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems in terms of creating that environment on the left specifically. I heard Donald Trump's comments, and yeah, I don't like that Donald Trump said there's no right wing extremists, or the right wing extremists just are in favor of policing, or whatever the fuck he said, which was stupid.
Yeah,
It was
I'd have to get the
yeah,
exact quote. I don't.
terrible, comment from the make. That's fine. But I think we both agreed, because we had this, and even Destiny agreed when they has that conversation about, like, who would be worse as president, Donald Trump or Hassan. And I thought it seemed like most people were agreeing Hassan would be worse and would be more dangerous
Yeah,
than Donald Trump.
But Hassan isn't the president, and Donald
No,
Trump
I understand that, but
is.
I'm just
Right.
I understand that, right? And
Yeah.
I'm again, I'm not, anyone who listens to the show, I'm constantly attacked as being very anti-Trump. Every time I
Yeah.
start talking bad about Trump, 200 people will immediately leave because they're way too sensitive and their little, brains can't handle any sort of pushback on Donald Trump. Okay. So listen, that's, people who listen to
Yeah.
the show know I'm not a big Trump
I
guy
I want to be clear. I want to be
whatsoever.
clear. I'm not trying to do the what about game, right? I really am not. I'm really not trying to say, well, uh, oh, Hassan says this, what about Trump? Or this person says this on the left, what about this person on the right? As I said earlier in the show, I think it's unhelpful to even do these kind of like measure things and where we turn it into a competition. I just worry that that's going to be the takeaway from people who listen into my conversations and listen into my panels and listen into my thing, because it's as much as I try to get away with it or get away from it, almost every conversation I have goes back to it. And I think that also is a problem that we have in America, where we're trying to turn it into a right or a left issue when it's just an issue.
Well,
It's just an issue.
maybe this is what I would say to you and to other people on the left,
Sure,
which
please.
is that whenever you talk to someone on the right, and whenever there's some criticism of Trump, the defense seems like it almost always goes back to, well, Trump is reacting to the left, or the left is crazy and you need someone like Trump to fight back against them.
Yeah.
Whenever I had these conversations, it seems like that kind of always is a very, like, base part of the argument. And so the only way to, if you're on the left, if you want to take away the people's, like, emotional need to have Trump, be the boisterous kind of radical person he is, I do think the solution to that is to fix the left. I do think so much of Trump and his popularity is in response to the insanity of the left.
But
And so that's why,
that's
well,
the
but
trap we're in though, right? Because a lot of the left is in response to what they see as radicalization
yeah,
on the
but
right.
they're wrong.
I don't
They're
know if I
factually
agree.
wrong, because all this woke shit started before Trump,
Yep. But
really,
what was the woke shit in response to? It was a response to the religious right in the 90s going crazy
everything
to
is in
say,
response. Well, no, no, no. First of all, I don't agree with that, because
mm,
there was, like, a very minor woke shit that came out in the 90s and it disappeared. And then all of a sudden, seemingly for no reason, in the 2012s and 2014s, it sort of just flew back with a vengeance. And it wasn't really in response to anything on the right. I'm not even sure what set it off, but it definitely set off. So, and then the woke stuff, I will say that once Trump won, that allowed the woke shit to spread more, because the people on the left were, like, so,
scared
uh
of Trump.
well, I don't isn't they're so scared, but, like, when Trump in the first election, people forget. It's been so long. It's been 10 years ago. No one thought, or most people did not think, that Trump was going to win in 2016. It was like a joke. Everyone thought Hillary had it in the bag. And
Well,
then when
but
Trump
Trump
won,
didn't think Trump was going to win in
Trump didn't think Trump
2016.
was winning.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. When Trump won in 2016, like, the left was in shell shock. And I think part of why they grabbed onto woke shit is because woke shit was some explanation of why Trump won. It's like, oh, well, obviously Trump won because everyone's racist. So, so, but putting that aside, okay, I'm just saying, I'm looking at where the left is now, and I'm looking at where the mainstream is now. And it's hard for me to take seriously the mainstream left saying that we're going to be reasonable or sincere or anti-violence or any of this stuff, when they are platforming people like Hassan, and until they actually call out the radicals on their side. And I get it. Yes, Trump says fucking crazy shit, and that's fine. Whatever. You can do both those fucking things. You could say Trump says all sorts of crazy shit, but also Hassan Piker and all these other fucking communists are a blight on our society. And that's, I guess, what frustrates me is that it feels like, and I don't think you're doing this, Wick, but it feels like so many people will just use the what about Trump thing to defend against the fact that they should be, until the left actually has some pushback on the radicals on their side, then it's hard for me to say, well, why is the right not,
I
pushing back
I
on their side
I
either?
would I see this, and maybe it's because I do swim in these waters, in the left waters more than I think that other people do, because I've been involved with left-wing organizations and things like that. There is currently that pushback you say you wish is happening. We are fighting a civil war in the left right now, right? There is an
Mhm.
internal conflict in the left, and it's crazy. We had a lot of content at this very recently over the whole Pisco and Aaron thing, right? And this idea of communists and socialists kind of infiltrating the left and what we should do about it and these things. Like, we are currently doing that. There are a large number of moderates and progressives that are more moderate progressives, right? And centrists on the left that are currently calling out, pushing back, and trying to get rid of these cancerous elements that I agree exist on the left. I don't see that same pushback on the right to the same degree. I do see, and I will say after this thing, there are a cohort that are pushing back against the people calling for civil war on the right. I agree. I see that. But it seems to be lockstep on the right, which is a problem because, again, they tend to vote as a cohort more than the left does. The left is much more fractious. But I don't
Why
know.
did
I don't
Donald
see
Trump
anyone
throw
pushing
Nick
back on the right.
Why did Donald Trump throw Nick Fuentes out of his house? Why did Richard Spencer get kicked out of the
Okay.
RNC?
But I'm saying that
Why
Trump is the
why did
radical plan.
Alex Jones try to talk Kanye West into some fucking sanity?
Yeah, but
Why is
Trump
Ben
is the
Shapiro
radical.
pushing back on? Look, you just said nobody on the right is pushing back against the radicals.
Okay, but Trump is the radical. The MAGA is the radical right.
Oh,
There are more radical right, but I
you're
think
saying
MAGA is the
people
radical
you're
right.
saying it only counts if Trump pushes back against the
No, I want to
radicals.
see people push back against Trump on the right. That's what I
Oh,
want to see.
so that's all that matters.
Not all that matters, but I think that like when Sitch talks
Ben
about people
Shapiro
pushing back
calling
against
out
Hassan,
anti-Semitism on the right doesn't count.
it does count, but it it does count.
The RNC throwing Richard Spencer out doesn't count.
These all count, but it counts for a lot less because their figurehead is someone that no one calls out on the right, except for maybe Thomas Massey and I think Rand Paul, and maybe a couple more. But
Do you think
other than
do you
that,
think Donald Trump is on par with Nick Fuentes or Richard
Here,
Spencer?
he is radical in a different way, but he is a radical president. He
so
absolutely is. He
he's
is.
so he's as radical as Nick Fuentes.
In a different way, he is destroying our Constitution as we speak. I
Okay.
do really believe that.
so I I guess I would say, and maybe this is the way to conceptualize it, is I agree that Donald Trump says and does all sorts of insanely radical things. And I do
Yes.
think that if he had been successful at getting Pence and the Supreme Court to declare him president when he tried to throw out all the people votes, I do think that would have sparked something far closer to a violent civil war than we'll ever have in the coming time period, or anything relating to this whatsoever. I think there would have been mass political assassinations and mass political violence that we haven't seen in America in decades. If he
Mm.
had been successful doing that, okay. So I'm sympathetic to that, um, but I'm just kind of looking at it from the perspective of just I get it, I get it, I get it. The right is not in a great place, and that's all fine. But as I said, the left, to me, I think the emotional kind of response that even I have and other people have, I think you have to some extent, to sort of be defensive about this and to go after, Trump, I don't think it's useful. I think if you really want the left to be stronger to go after Trump, then the left does need to be healthier. And you can't have a
I
healthy
don't
left
disagree.
until they can pull the plank out of their own eye. And I think the plank out of their own eye is they have a bunch of radical far left psychos that are indoctrinating the youth in the movement. And as I said, this is why it was so blackpilling for me to see all these articles written about Hassan.
Didn't they
They
kick
did
Hassan
they
out of the
not
DNC?
They
Like, what
did.
the fuck are they doing?
they
And
that's
they're
what I don't
writing a bunch of
understand.
puff pieces. They're
That's
trying to
what I
blow him up, get him invited back next
Because
that's
year.
there's
what I don't
look,
fucking understand.
the
And
media are also the enemy of the Democrats.
that's why I'm
Gotta
like
be real.
desperate to understand what the fuck. And this is where I think the right is so fucked up here and so dropped the ball here that I actually wonder if there's some weird conspiracy going on. I don't understand. You have like this all this energy from the right to get people canceled, to get people fired, to really push, 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 push. Why is there not? And this is what I was trying to do with my ex post. There needs to be the right as a whole needs to come together and demand from the New York Times, from CNN, from all these other outlets to say, why the fuck are you A, writing these puff pieces about Hassan, and then B, not telling your audiences the truth that this is a person who literally supports terrorist actions and terrorist organizations. I want that fucking answer. Everyone in America deserves that fucking answer. And
It
until
helps
that
them.
happens, the left is not going to be strong enough to fight against Donald Trump.
The reason the right isn't going after all these news organizations for platforming Hassan and things like that is because it's a gift to them. I would I would I would just posit to you that a lot of mainstream media is biased against the Democrats too, not the left, the Democrats. They're not the same, not at least in this conversation here. There are forces that are on the far left that have been seeking to undermine the liberal order of America and kick out its pillars. And they want to see the Democrats fail because that gives them personal power. It gives them personal influence within their various spheres. They make a lot more money when Republicans are in power and things like that for a lot of reasons. I think that there is a two-pronged attack. The Democrats are in a bad place because there's a two-pronged attack. They are having to deal with attacks from the right, and they're also having to deal with attacks from the left. And it is frustrating. And I share your frustration that we haven't won this battle yet. But I would posit that the right lost their battle, right? They lost their battle to their extremists. Um, and it's the Democratic Party is the only party in America currently willing, or at least has a chance to defend liberalism. And I am a liberal at the end of the day, right? We talked about identities earlier, right? And I try not to swallow many, but that is one that I have to admit that I have swallowed, is that I am a hard R liberal, okay? Um, Liberalism has been framed as a slur from both sides. The left will, if they want to insult you, they call you a liberal. The right, if they want to insult you, what do they call you? A liberal, right? And I think that we need to get back to our liberal roots in America. And the Democratic Party is kind of the only way I
Yeah,
see.
no, no, 100% agree on like the whole this calling making liberal a slur was one of the biggest mistakes that the right ever made. And they were not people, they were doing it because they were just when they said liberal, they just meant like people on the left. They didn't mean like the ideology of liberalism. But unfortunately, now that we have socialists, that distinction is suddenly important. And now that we have people on the far right that are advocating for, I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to call it, anti-liberal, anti-individual right-wing collectivist ideologies or monarchies or whatever the fuck it is.
Post-liberalism, I think
Yeah,
they call it.
post-liberalism, right. Then now suddenly the label is important again. So I agree with all that. But completely. But someone asked me this like a year ago or something. They said, Sitch, what do you think? What is like more worrying to you in terms of the long run? Are you more worried about like Trump and MAGA, or are you more worried about, the alt left and where they're going? And my answer to that, which I think is sort of pertinent in this conversation, is as much as I don't like Trump, and I do think Trump is doing a lot of bad things, and I think he's, probably going to be at the end of the day, a net negative for the country. The MAGA movement is based around Donald Trump. When Donald Trump is not president in 3 years, I don't I don't think JVS is going to try to pick up the mantle, but I don't think he's going to be that successful. He doesn't have the charisma. He doesn't have the personality. He just doesn't have the je ne sais quoi to
The
sort of hold
spark. I
together
get you, yeah.
the MAGA right, because the MAGA right is sort of not. I don't even think it's an ideological movement at all. I do think it's mostly a cult of personality that has a lot of people that have a lot of different ideas that are kind of vaguely populist, that are vaguely angry, and Donald Trump is the glue that holds them all together. And when Donald Trump is gone in 3 years, I don't see it really growing into anything else. And but if I look at the alt left is not based around a person. It's just based around this fucking insane toxic ideology. And that to me is more worrying because I don't think it's going anywhere. I thought it was kind of it looked like, oh well, now that Trump is president, people are kind of waking up and this shit is kind of going out of fashion. But then I look at, okay, so many people that were reacting, to the Charlie Kirk assassination with glee. When I see, all these mainstream outlets platforming Hassan, and I think they're doing it because they have all these. This is my theory: is that all these newspapers have young people now, or millennials now working for those publications, who just lie, who fucking straight up lie to their old, boomer bosses about Hassan, and they just platform him like crazy. And that's so worrying to me. And so I guess that's why maybe I'm a little bit more worried about the direction that the alt left is going, is because I see that the MAGA stuff is going to go away in 3 years, and I think the alt left stuff is not.
So I don't know if the MAGA stuff is going to go away. I hope you're correct. And look, I saw Vance try to order donuts. He doesn't have any charisma and things like that, but
Look,
that does not. Go ahead.
well, I mean, to say that the MAGA movement isn't about anything, you really think the MAGA movement's not about anything? Let me just make a point about the media, and I'll let you guys
Please.
respond. So, look, I think the goal of the media, most media, not all media, obviously, but most of the media and most of the left, is to fight racism, sexism, and homophobia. They see the Republicans as a party of racism, sexism, and homophobia. And I just think all media bias flows from this reality. This reality is undeniable. And whenever telling the truth or reporting the news intersects with this prime goal of saving the world from racism, sexism, and homophobia, the truth takes a hit. And that's exactly what's going on. So if you look at the inverse of that with MAGA, I mean, MAGA, they care a lot about immigration. They care a lot about the changing culture. They care a lot about the women, trans women in women's sports. They care about fighting a lot of these things that they perceive are being forced on them by the left. So I just, how are those things going to go away when Donald Trump goes away? Well,
So
first,
let
go
me
ahead,
be
Sitch. You
let
say
me let
whatever.
me specify. Okay, there are issues in the MAGA movement that people care about. Immigration is the number one issue, which will calm down as immigration and so many people are getting deported and immigrants are not being allowed in the country and all this other stuff. So that will naturally calm down. But I'm not saying that there aren't that the MAGA movement doesn't have issues it cares about. I'm saying that I don't think there's like a binding, clear, principled idea of what the world is that unifies them. There's people in the MAGA movement that are like, George W. Bush Republicans. There's libertarians. There's post-liberal monarchists. There's people that just don't like immigrants. There's a lot of fucking weird, like left-wing populists that were Bernie Sanders voters. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's issues that binds people together in the MAGA movement. There's Donald Trump that binds people. I think the most unifying issue that binds the MAGA movement is a general anger towards the shittiness of the governance of our country for the last 20 years. I think that's
Mhm.
the primary
Yeah.
thing that's buying the MAGA
I
movement.
think
I'm just saying that there's not a
Don't you know?
philosophical version of what the world looked like that binds that movement together. And that's why I'm saying that when Trump is gone, I think there's going to be a lot of trouble coalescing that, continuing it forward.
okay. The I think that one of the mistakes we might be making is viewing this as a left-right thing. I don't know if it is anymore. I see it as a populist versus establishment thing, like anti-establishmentism versus establishmentism. People who like our institutions, trust our institutions, people who don't and want to destroy them. I think that's why you have Bernie overlap and Bernie and Trump voters overlap because both I would consider populists to various degrees and also anti-establishment. They do not like the status quo. They want to see it brought down, and they have just different ideas of how to do that and different like goals of after. But that is their general kind of cohesive bond is we don't like the deep state. We don't like the politicians. We don't like where we are as a country. We feel betrayed. We feel like we've been hurt. We feel like we've been attacked and we've been let down, and someone's got to pay. Right? I think Michael Moore said
where
it
does the
best.
media who's specifically interested in fighting racism, sexism, and homophobia fit into the establishment populist framework?
They see the Democrats as part of the right, who is establishing, helping to uphold the status quo. And there's because the media is too
So
broad
they
of a term.
see the
Hold
Democrats
on,
as racist, sexist, homophobes?
a lot of them do.
Are they
Media,
nominated a woman for their
hold on,
candidate?
media is too broad of a term, I think, because there's many different sources of media. There's alternative media, there's the mainstream media, there's influencer media and things like that, and these all do not operate the same and do not have the same incentives. So just broad brushing it as the media, I don't think is helpful to the
Well,
conversation.
look, I think it's a cultural phenomenon that everybody's sort of opted into this project to fight racism, sexism, and homophobia. I think people obviously in different institutions are fighting it as well. Medicine, they're fighting it. They want to fight it in law enforcement by getting more female cops, right? It's a cultural thing.
No, I don't disagree that there are some people who see the world that way, and that's the lens, right? The critical race theory lens,
Is
the
that the thing
oppressor
that's
versus
most
oppressive
important?
lens.
Is that the most important thing we should be fighting today?
I don't think so. Not
Okay.
now.
Look, I totally agree. I think like we're spending a lot of time and effort fighting something that's really making things worse. But look,
I
it's their project. That's the project. I don't know how we turn them around on that project.
I well, I think they've lost. I think that they've lost their project. I think the 2020 BLM stuff was kind of the apex of that worldview in their influence and their power, and it's been waning ever since, even on the left and obviously on the right, right? They just don't have the same cultural power they did. They don't.
It's funny because this horrible stabbing thing that took place on the light train, you could
Mm.
see this project rear its ugly head again. The only way they could cover it was framing it as the right is trying to spin this into a reason to hate black people. That's the only way they could cover it.
I think that you're right with some of the coverage, but I saw the CNN coverage of it. I saw there's a few other news organizations that did cover it, and they covered it just fine. I felt there was nothing like they weren't trying to paint it a certain way. I would absolutely grant you that there were a few news organizations who did it poorly. Axios being the main one that I can think of off the top of my head, right? It framed it as MAGA's using this to push their anti-crime narrative, and that was callous, cold, and totally off the mark of what they should have done. But let's look. The murder happened on August the 22nd, I believe it was,
Right.
and no one covered it. Not the alternative media. No one did until the video footage released, which was like a week or two later of what actually happened. And once the video footage released, then everyone started. Then it became a.
Do you deny that the story was suppressed in the mainstream media?
Yes, I deny that. I don't see any evidence of that. Let's say that.
Okay.
Well, with the not becoming viral to the footage is released. I mean, that's common. I mean, that's what happened with most of the BLM stuff. You know,
Yeah.
it would happen and then no one would talk about it, and then a video would come out and people would see it and they go, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
Right. I think the same thing happened with George Floyd. I don't remember how long it took for that footage to come out.
The
Obviously, if that
framing,
live stream
didn't
come out,
like I
the
think the
first-
George Floyd thing came
an
out the
issue.
day of, right?
the first CNN talked about it. They framed it as Charlie Kirk was a racist for talking about this. That was the first CNN covered it.
Was it? Because I saw CNN cover it again perfectly fine. I don't know if it was the first article or the first version of the article.
It
I
was
can't tell
Vance
you.
Jones saying his stupid shit about Charlie Kirk.
Oh,
I just
on
looked
their
at-
live stream or whatever? I don't know. I don't watch their live stream. I just look at their website and their publications. But the publication and the website covered it just fine, in my opinion.
Well, I don't
Okay.
like that
Yes.
the publications, when they finally covered the story, they all had to cover it. Well, felt compelled. They didn't have to. They all covered it in the context of like all the right wingers are making a big stink about this on social media, and that's why we're talking about it. Which
Yes.
to me
Yeah.
is insane that
Because
you'd
they're
even
racist.
right that you'd even have to put that in there. And in terms of like suppressing it, like yeah, obviously I don't have there's no email that
No.
shows there's no email list that has been leaked I wouldn't be surprised if there was, honestly, but there's no hard evidence that shows yes, the media 100% knew this story existed and 100% suppressed the story. It's to me it strains credulity. To me it seems impossible that when the story I think was like going viral on social media for I believe it was like 2 days, 2 or 3 days before the media finally
Yeah, but
responded to it. And
what
I think they
days were
only
those?
responded to it. Well, hold on. I think they only responded to it because Trump brought it up. And once Trump brings it up, they feel compelled to finally respond to something. Is I mean, that there are all these journalists, these people are addicted to social media. They spend all their time on social media. And not only are they doing it just because they're addicted to it, but also because they're always looking for viral stories. And it doesn't make sense to me that if this massively viral story is going on social media, that the newspapers wouldn't immediately run and be like, oh, well, we got to talk about the viral story because we need to get eyeballs on our stuff. Like to me, there's no other explanation for that.
But if I recall correctly, it was going viral over the weekend, and the weekend news is famously not viewed as much as the Monday mainline story, start of the week, everyone's tuning in and things like that. I think it just makes sense from just a bean counter perspective that they wanted to save that big, huge story for the Monday. No, you're laughing, but this is their incentive is to make money at the end of the day. They want those clicks, they want those views, they want those eyeballs. And I think that the when the story broke, or went viral, if you will. We saw it like I think it was Friday nights when I first saw it, and Saturday and Sunday it was a huge thing. I just don't think it's fair, and I don't think that there's evidence really to suggest that they chose not to cover it until the president talked about it and they had to. I will agree with you that there were certain publications who covered it poorly. Axios is the one I can point to because it's the one I read. But
Mm-hmm.
CNN, MSNBC, and there were a few other publications I read that covered it just fine. They went through the facts. They went through what was being talked about. They didn't frame it as a Republican MAGA is using this as a crime issue and things like that. They just talked about what happened and the fact that he was released, the perpetrator was released from custody like 14 times or some ungodly amount. I said it at the time, and I'll repeat this. Like, obviously, this reflects poorly on our justice system. Our criminal justice system failed that poor girl. We need to have better ways to deal with crazies. I'm personally for bringing back involuntary commitments to mental institution facilities, right? Like, I think the couple days before or a week before, he had called up 911 or 911. He called up 911 a few times, talking about how there were chips implanted in his skin and the cops came and then they just kind of let him go. They shouldn't have done that, right? It does no kindness to let these people wander the streets. He should have been given the help he needed by being put off the streets, right? Into a facility where he wouldn't be just wandering around. Now that he's done his crime, I think he should pay for it. But the criminal justice system failed in this case, and we need reform to it. Absolutely.
I I'm skeptical of the concept that it was held back just because of the weekend. I mean, I understand that, these newspapers do like to talk about stuff during the weekday,
Mm.
but if there's a breaking story on the weekend, if there's some viral story on the weekend, I do think they're just going to cover it on Saturday or Sunday. And it's not like they would lose anything by covering the story on Saturday and Sunday and then repeat talking about it on Monday, which is generally how I've seen them in the past handle these situations where they, want to make sure they get the full eyeballs or audience from the story. I don't think they would wait 2 days just because of that.
Do you accept that if the goal of the mainstream media is to fight racism, sexism, and homophobia, that the the media is incentivized to downplay stories that are going to be like black people misbehaving or gay people misbehaving or women misbehaving, because obviously those are going to create negative stereotypes of those groups, and also to find stories of white people being racist and acting badly to kind of shame white people into being against, or people, men being misogynistic to shame men for being sexist.
Yeah, I think that there are incentives. If what you're positing is true, then I would simply agree with you that yes, there is these incentive structures as well. But I would also argue that if you are wanting to fight racism, homophobia, sexism, you have a bigger incentive to be honest so that people trust you. Now, I would agree with you that the media, a lot of the reason that people don't trust the mainstream media specifically is because they have failed in their duty to be honest. They have. I'm granting you that. Media bias is a problem, right? The way that they frame attacks, if the victim is black versus if the victim is white versus the perpetrator is black versus the perpetrator is white, I'm sure you can find me examples that I would agree with you. It's in this specific example, based on what I've seen, that I disagree with Sitch's tweet, and this is the whole reason
Well,
Right.
do you think
invited me.
do you think if it was if the victim, if the perpetrator was a white MAGA person, who targeted the person because they were Ukrainian and they were, I'm pro-Trump and I want to pause the war in Ukraine. Do you think they would have waited till Monday to report on the story, or do you think that would have just blown up?
I think a political angle comes
Hmm.
in that situation, which they might have run with it. But if it was just some rando white guy, okay, who killed that woman, I don't think they covered that either. Remember, gang, most murders you'll never hear about, right?
Of
Most
course.
murders, there's 23, there's 23,000 a year ish in America. You're going to hear a small fraction of that. Again, I think even if it was a white man who was killing a black woman on that train, you just wouldn't have heard about it till the Monday, maybe. Maybe. Now,
I don't not
again, if
I no wait, hold on.
go ahead.
Let's game this out a little bit in our minds.
Game,
Okay.
this game. Okay,
It's
let's go.
Friday night.
Okay.
There is a video of a white man randomly killing a black woman on a subway car, and no one going to, well, there were people in real life that went to help her, but
Yeah.
in the video, no one saw anyone go help her, right? And that goes viral on social media.
I don't think it goes
And
viral on social media in that case.
well, I think it would. You'd have all the people on the
Mhm.
left saying, look, this is the racism that black people face in America every day. Black people have to be worried walking around. Everyone talks about black crime, but the real crime is, there's always racists running around that are trying to kill black people.
I don't think
Okay.
that I think if this was 2020, you'd be correct, but in 2025, no. No one like
Well, let's just say
it wouldn't have gotten
first of all,
traction.
I disagree with you, but let's just say hypothetically
Okay,
that
hypothetically it did.
this story does go viral. Okay. And it does have, and people automatically would jump to the same conclusion and say, okay, this is a race related crime, right?
I mean, the Daniel Penny story went viral, and I mean, it wasn't
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
but
know.
white
that
guy
went
killing
viral
anyone.
for
It was a guy just restraining a
but that
black
went
man.
viral because there was a conflict on whether Daniel Penny did anything wrong. There was a argument to be made about whether Daniel Penny was self-defense, whether it was murder, whether it was manslaughter, what it was, because there was so many questions around it,
If
and it was an unclear thing.
Oh my
if
god!
yeah, but if
That's
it could be packaged, the story could be packaged in a way that not everyone who works in a
Well,
mainstream
why? Hold on,
publication,
just why are
hold
you
on.
laughing at that, Adam? That's just true.
Well, I think most people look at the story. The reason I'm laughing is because I think most people look at the story as Daniel Penny did absolutely the right thing, that it was not controversial about what he did. And you're making the opposite claim, which that's why I was laughing, because most
Okay,
people
I
thought,
think it
wow, a
was a
guy
controversial thing.
saving a car full of people from a murderous maniac is
Well,
not
wait a minute. No. It
controversial.
was part of the Daniel Penny story where people arguing about whether it was justified or not. That was
Of
part of the
course.
story. Yeah. Okay,
Yes,
then
yes,
what do you?
yeah.
I'm not sure we disagree with then.
What? No, most people, I think a portion of the left was arguing that it was wrong because they were
Right.
seeing it through this framework of we're looking for stories of white people misbehaving, white people being
Yes,
racist.
of course,
So
of course.
they wanted to package it in that package. That's what made it
Right. So
controversial. So the media made it controversial. The event was not controversial. You
yes,
see the difference? You see the
no, no,
giant
no.
difference there?
Of course, but that's why the media would report on the Daniel Penny story because
But the argument was if it's not a controversial story, the media doesn't report on it. Well, if they can make it
well, no, no, no.
controversial, they sure as hell report on it.
Think of it this way. Not everyone who works in a mainstream publication is going to be some alt left woke person, but there's going to be a bunch of them running around in the organization at some level. Okay. There's probably not that many right wingers running around in a lot of mainstream publications. But since there's some
Not at
amount of alt
TMZ, I
left,
guarantee you.
yeah, right, definitely not TMZ. But since there's some level of alt left people running around these organizations, people, even the people that are not alt left that work at the New York Times or CNN or MSNBC or whatever, they're aware that those people exist. And they're aware that if they do something that those people don't like, there's going to be some level of friction or pushback. And that's going to add some element of friction to any story in any way that is reported. And so with the Daniel Penny thing, there was a way that you could frame the story that, as you were saying, Adam, people would, some segment of the population would say, well, he wasn't justified. So like it would make sense for them to report on the story because they could frame it in that way or people could interpret it in that way. With this story, there is really no way to frame it in accordance with like an alt left worldview because it completely goes against the entire alt left worldview. A black person kills a white person who has been in and out of prison. There's no framing to that whatsoever that the alt left would really want to find
Yeah, that's why they
palatable
suppressed
or
it.
right. So,
Hold
but
on.
that exactly.
No, I disagree because for that to work, you'd have to like why suppress this one, but also report on
Just
other incidences where you have the same conditions, where it was just a like. There's been a lot of
one,
reporting on
one
immigrants
second,
who
one
kill
second. I
white
just
people.
I
They
want to
don't
make this
suppress
point.
that.
I want to make this point before we go
Yeah.
past. Like, Sitch, you don't think Kyle Rittenhouse should have been brought up on charges, right? It was kind of open shut case. They really
Yeah.
shouldn't have charged him, right?
Yes.
So then that makes it an uncontroversial story because it's open and shut self defense. It's not controversial.
No,
It's
no, no,
not
no,
like
no.
Hold on.
No, no, no. Well, I don't know if I don't think half the country agrees with me. So that's why I say it would be controversial to do that.
yeah, but the way that they made it controversial was spinning it up into a story about a racist.
Yeah, they may. Yes, people. If the media all reported it correctly, then
Then
yeah,
it
I guess it
wouldn't have been a story. It would have been
controversial.
open shut, like self defense.
Well, actually,
Same
I don't even
exact
know if
thing with the
that's
Daniel Penny
I
story.
don't even know if that's true because so much of the environment right now is social media. And I remember because I remember being on social media like the night that all the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff came out. The narrative about Kyle Rittenhouse being a racist and being a bad guy formed like the moment that story came out on social media. So I don't know if even if like all the normal media came out and said, "Oh, he was completely justified," it might have been too late at that point. It's like people still would have been like, "Oh my God, this is so controversial."
Yeah,
How could they say
we're
that?
looking at this from the perspective of the
Like,
trial's done, all the information's out, we know every single bit of it. When it happened, there was a lot of unknowns. There
There
were a
was
lot of
no
unknowns.
unknowns. There was zero
There was
unknowns.
zero
The
unknowns. We had
first
from the
time I
moment it happened, we
encountered
had
that
all the
video, there
information.
was
There was no,
zero
well,
unknowns.
not all the there was there's some information we didn't have, but that night that it happened, we had, I believe, because I remember watching it, we had the main video of him running away and being attacked. That those two videos I think came out the very night that everyone started talking about, or the next day that everyone started talking about. So it was very clearly very early on in Kyle Rittenhouse situation that he was
Yes,
justified.
self defense.
hold
Clear
on.
case of
Yeah.
self
We didn't,
defense.
I don't think we saw the videos till the trial.
No, you're misremembering. You're
It
misremembering
might
because
be. It's like I didn't look.
yeah,
Kyle
you're
Rittenhouse was a while
misremembering. It
ago.
it was on social media like very fucking quick because I remember watching this video and being like, what the like what are people like why are people freaking out about this?
Yeah, I remember the night the videos dropped. I turned on CNN and Don Lemon said, "Oh, it's a terrible America that we live in when a white kid will shoot into a crowd of people just because he disagrees with them." And immediately framed it like a school shooting about a white kid who hates black people.
Yeah, if you want, you could do like a so the shooting was on August 25th, 2020. So do like a an X search for Kyle Rittenhouse August 25th through August 26th, 2020 and see if the video pops up. Because I'm pretty sure if you do that, it will
But
pop up.
look, my central argument is there are
Go
a lot
ahead.
of stories that are not stories in the exact same way that you're saying, Wick, because it's not a controversial situation. It's a guy who is self-defense, right? They're going to report it, but it's not a big story because it's self-defense. The cops are not going to charge him. Like, it's obvious this was not any sort of moral infraction. Same with the Daniel Penny situation. A guy uh, saved a car full of people from. Well, a lot of people might report that as he's a hero. Obviously, a lot of people on the right did. So, if the left agreed, if the left was like, "Oh yeah, he's a hero. He totally saved them," and didn't have the race component, then the Daniel Penny thing wouldn't have been a giant story.
I think it would have been it still would have been newsworthy. It might not have gone viral as it did. But I think that your guys' argument here falls apart when I can point to like a lot of coverage that goes against the idea that stories that have been covered where the victim is white and the perpetrator is a minority of some sort, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have covered these things in the past. Immigration crime has been covered in the past by the mainstream media. These things have been picked up, reported on ad nauseum, even when it's very clear that the victim is completely innocent and the perpetrator is completely guilty. There's no controversy there. I am saying that
What story
again
are you
when they look
thinking of?
when
Specific stories?
Lake and Riley, it's a good one,
Okay.
right?
Okay, Lincoln
Um,
Riley. Okay.
yeah, that's a pretty obvious one, right? Um, And I think that we can look and see that I just don't like. I think you guys are being a little conspiratorial here with the Ukrainian refugee murder. I think that it fits the narrative that the media is biased in this way, and I think that it's just we don't have enough information to say that that's the case. But
Well,
you
do
guys
you do you
you guys
not
have
do
decided.
you do
So
you not think that there are people that work at every mainstream publication that troll social media for viral stories? Do you not think that that occurs?
of course they do.
Okay,
They
so then,
absolutely do.
so they would see this story about the Ukrainian woman murdered, right? Because it was
Yes.
going viral. Okay,
Yes.
so they see it's going viral. Now, I presume that part of their job would be to send the story to someone up in the editorship of the publication and
Yes.
say, "This is what's going viral at the moment. Should someone write a story about this?" Right? Like, I'm just assuming this is the normal workflow for these publications.
I agree.
Okay. So then
But
when it
how
gets
long
to
does
the
that
editor's
process
desk,
take?
do you, I don't know, like an
I don't
hour,
know either.
less, 20 minutes? Like,
Does it? Right?
sure,
Like
they're,
I don't know if it takes 20 minutes where they just approve or click. I think it
well, no,
takes
no, not
maybe a little longer,
approved,
but
but it would, I'm assuming, and I think you agree, that for like a mainstream publication like New York Times or CNN, that they're going to have people trolling social media 24/7 constantly. Their job is just to look for viral stories and send that information up the chain so that they can make a decision whether to report on it or not, right? You assume that there's someone whose job
there's someone
is
whose
that.
job is doing that. But there's a lot
Okay.
of assumptions also baked in that would require to be made that would mean that they purposely decided not to share it, not to
Well,
decide
no,
it.
hold on. Let's not jump
Oh,
ahead. Let's just not jump ahead. Okay.
okay, okay.
So I'm assuming, and you're assuming, that there's someone whose job it is to go through viral trends. The story goes viral on Friday night or Saturday, whenever it was. And I'm assuming that they would look at that and they would send that story up to someone in their up the chain of command, right? So do you agree with that assumption
Yes,
that that
that
probably
that
happened?
is going to happen.
Okay.
They're going to see
So
it.
then
They're
it
going to
comes up.
say, "Here it
Okay.
is."
Right. So we both agree that there was a decision, I guess, by these large publications when they probably got this information about the stabbing and the video about the stabbing on Friday or Saturday. There was a conscious decision for them to not report on the story on that day.
I disagree with that because even I don't know the workflow, and neither do you here. How long does it take for them to write up a story on the incident? It's a it's not breaking news in the same way that Charlie Kirk stuff was, where immediately there's a lot of stuff we don't know that
This
we
is
have
two
to
weeks.
report
This
on.
happened 2 weeks ago, though. They could
Okay,
call
but
up
we
anyone they
only
wanted
saw
to.
it, and it only went viral on Friday. On
Yeah,
Yeah,
Friday
it
but
wouldn't
at
take
I'm
them
saying they could get
48
the
hours
facts
to write a
in like
story
5 minutes.
about
They could call the
this.
police
it
chief.
takes way longer than 5 minutes to get the facts of the case and write a story and have it fit for publication.
I
I do believe they could do it in probably a pretty quick turnaround time, but I don't think that look they it's very possible that they get it Friday night, it's brought to their attention, they look at it and they decide, yeah, we're going to cover it, put it on our Monday headline. And then you got to decide how you're going to cover it, what framing you're going to put on it, what angle you're going to take. Like all these decisions that I don't know the workflow for. I'm admitting I don't know how long this takes. But I'm
Mhm.
saying neither do you guys.
You know, I'm making assumptions. This is all we're making assumptions
Yes.
here.
And
Okay.
that's why I think that
Right.
it's
I mean, I would bet that
I
there's
would
an email out there
now
talking about negative stereotypes and
I'm
okay,
that we
if you
can't
find me
run
that
would
this.
email, we can
bet
have a different conversation,
if
okay?
I
But we don't
had
have that
to,
email.
if I had to bet all of my money on force of gunpoint on one of these outcomes, I'm going to bet on what I'm saying, that there was a decision to not report on the story.
I'm not willing to bet my money at all based on the facts
No, I'm
of the
saying if
matter.
you're forced to, if someone says you have to bet everything on this, what you're going to bet on the, I think that they
But
were
this is
just
this is the
innocent,
pro
like
okay, this well, this
story.
is my
I
problem
would,
with your framing here is we
yes.
don't have to bet all our money, right? We don't have to make these assumptions. And I think it's not good that we make these assumptions and we just go out and say, "Hey, I think this was covered up probably," or "I think this was downplayed probably," when we just don't have any evidence that this is the case. We're working entirely off of assumptions and conspiracy.
Well, I don't think it's conspiracy, but it is an assumption. Now, I will admit I don't remember the Lake and Riley situation. I don't remember how quickly they report on this, and I haven't really been looking at other stories super critically to be like, okay, how often is the mainstream media reporting on like an immigrant murder or all these things? So you're right, I don't have like a statistical analysis of it. I just have this one incident. It looks super fucking sus to me whatsoever. And then the fact that once most of the publications, maybe not all, but most of the publications, it seemed like when they talked about the story, did add the element of the fact that the right was complaining they weren't talking about the story into the story itself. And to me, it does seem like a weird coincidence that they only responded to it once Trump talked about it. But I don't know. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was over the weekend. Maybe you're right. But I don't think so. I don't think you're going to convince me. But I'm not going to
Well, I
convince you.
can't.
So
Well, there's nothing I can give you to convince you because you've already made your decision,
well, if there
and
was
it's not
some,
an evidence-based decision that you're
of
making.
course. Well, we
It's
would.
based on your
I mean,
We're
suppositions.
both basing this on assumptions, and neither of us has.
Sure. And
We don't
mine is
have the Project Veritas video,
yes.
of the hussy on the undercover date talking
But
to the reporter,
but the
about
difference, but the
the thing.
difference
Yes.
here is my position is I don't know, and I don't think there's enough evidence for us to
Well, if you just
know.
say you don't know,
And
okay.
your position is we absolutely know.
I think I don't think
And I just don't think
if
that's
your
true.
position was just I don't know, then I
well,
think that's a
we all
little bit
know they
different
made
than
an
saying
editorial decision not
more
to.
you're
That's
more on the side of
we
you
don't know
think
why.
that they're innocent, not that they don't know, which is fine. That's not my position. But
I
anyway,
just think I'm against accusing them of guilt when I
that's
don't have
fair.
evidence of their guilt.
Listen, you're a better soul than I. Okay.
Oh, I'm
So that's
look, you're better than
I'm
me
not
in
gonna
a
hold that
couple
against
things,
you.
but this is just something like I see this, and this just plays into the Charlie Kirk stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone wanted to jump on their particular ideological push of who this murderer was and what his motivations were. And immediately I saw people pushing, oh, he must be a groyper, 100%. We know 100% based on he was a white guy and he was raised by Mormons, and so he must be a groyper in that case. And I see people on the right, even before the guy was caught, we knew who he was, saying it was the left. It must have been the left. And then first it was he was trans, and then it was, oh, the bullets were trans, and then, oh, he's dating someone who's trans. And I am scared because so many people are basing their decisions off of these suppositions without evidence. And so it just is something I am pushing back hard against on both sides.
Hmm.
Don't make these assumptions just based on your gut. I think it's bad. We don't need to.
Yeah.
It's
Listen,
unnecessary.
with any of these shootings, and I do agree with you, with any of these shootings, everyone rushes to judgment about the shooter's motivation when very often the shooter's just like a crazy person. There
Yeah.
isn't even really a clear motivation whatsoever. Um, and I don't like that either. And everyone should chill the fuck out about that. Now, from what we know, I think that this person now is, I think there's a lot more evidence showing that they
Yeah.
were, on the
Now.
far left. Yeah, now, with more evidence coming out, it seems like they're much more on the far left. So, those people would have predicted correctly. And all the people saying that he was a right winger, defensively or whatever, were completely full of shit. So
But that doesn't make their
I know it doesn't
heuristics or their
justify the
way
act. I agree
to
with you. I agree.
yeah, it's just
Everyone,
they were lucky.
yes, they were lucky. Everyone should just chill the fuck out when these breaking news stories come. I agree with that.
And
Uh,
again, he's
yeah.
alive, so we'll find out like for sure, right? Soon.
Well, we hope. I mean, the guy who killed the Democrats in Minnesota, you know, and I got really mad at it because like a lot of the right still doesn't. They still try to like take no responsibility for that in terms of rhetoric or whatever. And say that he was on the left, even though it seems like he was doing it for abortion reasons. But then when I looked into it, that's kind of further complicated because the guy seems, at least he either seems or he's pretending to be completely insane. And even the FBI, at least from the article I read, said that they don't even know whether he's insane or actually pretending to be insane because he has this whole hallucinative. He gave us whole story about how like Tim Walz told him to do it for some
Yeah, but
psychotic reason, which is obviously not true.
yeah.
And so it can be very unclear oftentimes with these shooters what's going on. The same thing with like Crooks. I mean, people didn't really, it's not really clear what the fuck Crooks was motivated, if he was even motivated by anything political whatsoever. So
Yeah, we don't know much about Crooks. On to
yeah.
the Minnesota shooter or whatever. There was a lot of people who, and I remember being mad about this because they would post the picture of a guy who it wasn't, who was in a Democratic shirt. And this was
Yes.
after they caught him and everything, right? And they were like, look, he's obviously on the left. And I saw they would get thousands of likes and thousands of views. And I remember having to community know every fucking one of those things because it was just gross what they were doing. Um, I'm not here to hold the right responsible for what that crazy person did because he was a crazy person. Even if he was right leaning, even if he did it for right wing reasons, I don't hold any right winger responsible for what he did because again, I think the idea of stochastic terrorism is kind of bunk. It's been overused and overdone and overplayed, and I don't think we should be holding responsible people who didn't pull the trigger. The one person who's responsible for the Minnesota shootings is the Minnesota shooter. The
Well,
one person who's responsible for the assassination attempt against Trump with Crooks is Crooks. The one person who's responsible right ultimately for the Charlie Kirk shooting is Tyler Robinson.
well, I like half agree, but I half disagree because I think when you have someone who's crazy, like the Minnesota shooter guy, it's very possible, probably very likely, that that person is going to do some kind of violence. But where it's channeled or how it's channeled, I do think can be influenced by the media. And, we talked about this on Thursday. You had like the whole thing with Bill O'Reilly, who, he used to continually talk about this guy who legally gave abortions to people. And he kept calling him Tiller the baby killer, like again and again. And he fucking was always going on about this. And then eventually someone went and, attacked and I think killed that guy.
Yeah,
Um,
murdered him.
and murdered him. And it's like, okay, you could say Bill O'Reilly, didn't pull the trigger and, he wasn't telling you when to go kill someone. But I do think he has some responsibility, even if the guy's crazy. I do think he has some responsibility for putting that message out there continually again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And
Yep.
I I worry about that, and I'll tell you why.
again. Mhm.
If I'm accurately portraying what someone is doing, okay,
Hmm.
and I'm accurately identifying who they are, what they're doing, all these things. And then someone, because I'm accurately doing that, goes out and does something horrible to that person who I'm calling out for a bad action. Um, I don't feel guilty for calling that person out for their bad action because they're actually doing it. I don't feel guilty for that. Why would I? I didn't advocate that this guy get hurt or things, but I think that too many will try to put blame on someone for just accurately portraying the world and saying, well, you were the one that did this because if you hadn't said anything, the guy would never have done that. And that might be true. If I had just kept my mouth shut, maybe no one would have hurt this guy, right?
Hmm.
But that should not stop me from saying something that is true.
Is an abortion doctor a baby killer? So is that like an accurate
That is
framing of it?
in that worldview, yes. That's why I don't hold Bill O'Reilly responsible for this Tiller guy's death. And I think a lot of people do, but I don't.
I
Because the
think
only person who killed
mhm,
that guy was the guy who killed that guy, right?
there's a difference between someone like if you were commenting on some political person and you were saying, hey, this person believes XYZ and it's wrong and it's bad that they believe this because of, blah, 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 blah. And I think they're wrong for doing that. Okay. And then if someone goes and kills that person, I'd say, well, you're just giving your opinion on, what they believe and why you think it's wrong. I see that's very different than saying, than you going on a stream or a TV show every day and being like, this person is murdering innocent people. This person is a demonic force in our country. This person is going to, come for your children and kill you. Like, I do think that the rhetoric and the way the rhetoric is talked about is can definitely create stochastic terrorism. And I think that's very different than saying, well, yeah, you can talk about someone, you could disagree with them without stoking the flames of stochastic terrorism. And I think you agree with that because part of, what you were talking about is trying to tone down the rhetoric, trying to lower the temperature of things. So we all have this idea that yes, people can raise the temperature. And you're critical, and I agree with you, of people like, Elon Musk for raising the temperature of the discourse.
Yeah, I mean, but when we talk about responsibility, like
Okay.
I think my worry here is that this is going to be used to tamp down on people's free speech. And I already see this happening,
I understand.
right?
It's the what was the when Jordan Peterson was talking to John McWhorter?
Mm.
Mhm.
What was it? And he said, like, I forget the framing he used, but yeah, if you want to side on the if you want to take the side of being a little bit more on the I'm going to just be like more free speech, I'm not going to hold it against you. That's fine.
And and
But
and yeah, that's what we
I think
see.
everyone agrees like incitement to violence is wrong. And I think it's one of the
yes,
reasons why they frame misgendering as a genocide or some sort of actual violence is because they know everybody thinks inciting violence
right.
is
The question
wrong.
is, where is
Yeah.
the line of
Well,
inciting
we
violence?
have a legal standard for that, and I think it's generally correct. The problem I'm seeing, even now, is they are telling like there was a lieutenant colonel who, at the day of the shooting, he put out a list of Charlie Kirk quotes, right? There was like
Hmm.
four quotes that he gave, and they were, you could argue they're out of context or whatever, right? But he didn't call for violence. He didn't condone violence. He just put those quotes out. They're trying to UCMJ him in saying that he is inciting to violence by simply repeating the words that Kirk said. And I reject that wholeheartedly. The problem with these kind of mob justice types of looks at things and how we're going to get the bad guys is the mob is terrible at identifying who's actually doing something wrong. We saw this with Me Too,
Yeah, I agree
right?
with that
There were
100%.
there were
Yes.
there were absolutely terrible things
Yes.
that people were doing in the Hollywood industry that needed to be addressed, but people decided, oh, that one date I had that I felt uncomfortable, I got Me Too'd. And it was just a mess. I see this repeating again. I see this with the docs like database that they're having
I
with like the 20,000 people that they put up saying that these people are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. You should call their places of residence or work or whatever and get them fired. I think the mob is terrible at making these judgments, and
I
it's going to hurt a lot of people who didn't do anything worth.
I
that
think
kind of
using the term Tiller the baby killer over and over every night on Bill O'Reilly's show is just an obvious example of incitement to violence. Obviously, I think, there something needs to happen where we have some sort of reasonable standard because I just to target one individual over and over and over again. I mean, do you disagree that it was an incitement to
it
some
doesn't
sort of
pass
violent
the
act against
legal
him?
it doesn't pass the
Yeah,
legal
but
threshold,
why?
and I agree with the
What is
legal
the purpose?
threshold.
What was the purpose of him doing that over and over again?
He wanted it didn't have to be violence. He wanted to get the
Mm.
guy out of a position of power, and there are much more ways to do that, especially in a liberal democracy, than fucking violence, right?
Yeah. Okay. I think something's got to give here. I think there's a lot of people who are definitely inciting violence,
I
and
want to tone down the rhetoric. I'm with you that something's got to give. We're not in a good place. I just don't think we should criminalize or a lot of people are calling for like a reinstitution. I forget the name of
mhm.
the act, but they want to call it the Charlie Kirk Act, where the government can start to go in and decide when a news organization or a media venue is lying or stoking hatred, um, and
Yeah,
then
right.
do something against them. And I
So
think that's a very
Well,
dangerous
that's
road to go down.
you keep doing this thing where you switch over to some Twitter users on the right getting insane, and I keep thinking, who cares? I mean, that's irrelevant. I'm worried more about the institutions that are signing off on this stuff, and
Well, they're
so much
advocating
of
for
this.
the
Yeah, hold on a second.
yeah,
So
for
much
sure.
of the Trump is a fascist is coming straight from mainstream media sources. It's coming straight from people with institutional power. People are constantly saying, "Oh, I don't care what someone said on Twitter. Trump has the presidency." Well, you can't turn around and then at the same time say, "Oh, well, all these people are saying nasty things on Twitter, so that is somehow meaningful." It's about institutional power. So look,
Yeah,
if they want to look at institutions that are systematically lying to people, I think I'm in favor of that.
but they're asking a bigger institution to do that. Like the presidency, the government, right, is the institution with much more power than any individual media organization or outlet in these things. And this is what they're calling and advocating for the president of the United States to do. And I think we would agree
I
that
mean,
the president of the United States has much more power than CNN.
well, it depends upon how the institution's obviously structured. There is
Well, do you
the
not agree with
community
that
notes
just in
system.
general?
I believe in bottom up processes. I believe in decentralized power. I do agree with you that if the decision maker is going to be Donald Trump, that's a fucking terrible idea. Okay. But if they're building some sort of institution like community notes, that's a bottom up process. It may get corrupted over time, just like Wikipedia got corrupted.
Or
But
Me Too?
we have to do something. I mean,
Yeah,
something
Me
has
Too
to be
was a
done.
bottom-up process that didn't go well, right? Like, I think that
Uh,
again, we just need to take this
how is
weapon
hold on
off the
how
table.
there's an argument to be made that Me Too wasn't a bottom up process. Obviously, the people making the claims were bottom up, but this is where the meme "believe all women" came in because the institutions came in with the idea that they were just going to believe everything a woman said. So that's institutional sign off. That's not bottom up. That's top down.
I think the institutions saw where the wind was blowing, and again, these are mobs of small individual people. The institutions got captured by a lot of them, but BLM, for example, was a bottom-up thing, right? A lot of these really what we can consider corrupt kind of like not even astroturf, but like just populist kind of uprisings, they tend to lead to really bad outcomes, and I don't want that to happen. I think that we
So
need to
bottom
take.
up is bad.
I think that bottom up has a lot of problems. Like there's problems with institutions, there's problems with top down, but there's also problems with bottom up. And I think when we look at, I don't want top down or bottom up to have the ability to silence individuals or silence people who want to speak their mind. I want to take it from
Should
both the
should
top and the
should
bottom.
news
I don't want that to
organizations be
happen.
able to lie indiscriminately?
Who decides what is a lie?
Well, that's the problem. That
Yeah,
totally
that is
is.
the problem. That's why I don't think, I think that trying to create an organization, whether it be bottom up or top down, to decide what is a lie and what is not,
So,
is
so,
worse. Let me
so,
finish this
okay.
real quick. Just let me finish. Is a worse solution than the problem of a media organization just being able to lie. I think that
De facto, your position is though media organizations should be able to lie indiscriminately. I mean, that's the outcome. So,
that is the better solution. Yes, that is the better world than an
okay.
organization being able to decide what is a lie and what is not.
Well, I mean, that
So
process is constantly taking place. Obviously, it's taking place right now in the wake of Charlie Kirk. So,
mhm. there,
It is
well, there
not.
is some legal process already exists. Now the threshold is very high. It's very difficult to prove that either there is some level of intentionality when the media gets something wrong, that they're lying, or to prove negligence. And maybe there's a conversation, a very boring legal conversation that might be very necessary about somewhat lowering the threshold for negligence under the law when you start fining or suing media organizations for repeating like really bad information.
You know what this is
Um,
gonna hurt though?
well, but
It's
hold on, let me
Go
just
ahead.
lay out my
Yeah,
whole
sorry.
position here first. So maybe there's some conversation about that. I don't know enough about the specific laws to really weigh into that heavily. Now, in terms of the question of like should the government be doing this and criminalizing this, I don't think so. I do not trust the government to be able to look at the news and make some sort of declaratory statement about whether the media is fake or not. To me, that seems very dangerous in going against, the media's ability to criticize the government. I don't feel comfortable with that from the government doing that whatsoever. But when it comes to people going around and sort of canceling some of the individuals with the Charlie Kirk stuff, I do agree with you, Wick, that it seems like I've seen a lot of screenshots in the database that people are kind of the doxing database that people have sort of constructed, that a lot of people, I would agree, do not merit to be attacked. I've seen people who've said that they think that it was wrong for Charlie Kirk to be killed, but they still think that he said a bunch of hateful things. If that's a person's opinion, I think you're a fucking psycho to try to destroy that person's life. Okay. Because if that's the case, then you actually don't believe in the First Amendment. If
well,
someone
and
says,
there's
I
no
don't
way
think
you
you
can
should
construe that as incitement. So,
yeah, exactly. If someone says, I don't think that anyone should be killed, or I don't think he should be killed, but I think he was saying hateful stuff. Okay. That's 100% First Amendment protected. That's someone existing within the bounds and the framework of our democracy
exactly.
and free speech. Yes. But the flip side of that is the people who are going around saying that other family members of his should be killed or that he should be killed and things like that. I don't have a problem with those people, getting canceled, with people, I would say like, especially with people who are like teachers or people that work as like HR people that have some sort of influence over other people and other employees in shaping, a classroom or a workplace culture. I have no problem with those people getting fired because A, I think anyone that has that view should not be in that position. But B, I think that unfortunately, I think that's the only way the temperature can get turned down is through some element of cultural shaming and cultural force to say, this is not going to be acceptable. And in fact, I do think that it is useful because, as I said in the beginning of the stream, I think a lot of people on the left, not just the alt left, but just the left in general, are exist in a bubble, exist in a bubble where they're so complacent with some of their extreme views that they feel no shame or no fear putting their face in full name on the internet when they say that someone should be murdered for speech. And
And it's
I
clear
think that needs to
incitement.
stop.
It's fucking clear
And it
incitement.
is clear incitement, yes. And
Do
I do
you
think that needs to stop.
So here's my issue with this. Um, I think there are instances where we could all agree that step over some sort of line where you could even maybe convince me that okay, fair enough, right? But I would argue that the vast majority of what's happening now, there's two problems with it. As you acknowledged and as you saw in the database, it's a lot of people who did nothing wrong, nothing worth their lives destroyed over, who made some classless tweet or classless joke, right? They shouldn't have their lives destroyed for it. That's crazy that we're doing that. So that's one, right? Because imagine how many, look, you guys
Right,
get clipped
but
out
we
of
agree on
context.
that.
Yeah,
We agree
yeah.
on that.
I'm just reinforcing the point. Then I
Yes.
got to get to the second point, right? But you guys have been clipped out of context hundreds of times. I've been
Right.
clipped out of context hundreds of times. I wouldn't want like people to use that out of context clip to try to ruin my life in a database where no one's checking these things,
Yes.
right? And they're
Of
just going
course.
in and starting spamming, calling my
Unless
employer,
it's
my
the media,
family.
then it's their free speech right to do that.
The media shouldn't do that
Well,
either. I
okay.
have big problems with some reporters and
Well,
how they cover these things. The Taylor
that's
Lorentz is
their
a
bread and
terrible.
butter. They find somebody that is says something inarticulately and they turn them into a
But
racist. So
my second issue with this is it's only happening one way. It only happened really one way back when the SJWs had power, right? You didn't see their crazy shit get taken down. And what did that do? It didn't turn the temperature down. It made it worse. It made everything worse because now they instilled this sense of unfairness. And they were like, well, when we get power, we're going to do the same goddamn thing to you. And they are. And it's one way in this case because you aren't seeing people calling like for people who are saying we are going to fucking kill you. There's no doc space for that, right? Of people on the right who are calling for like civil war and things like that, which are also, I would argue, inciting violence, right?
They
In
should
the
do that
same
then.
manner.
Then they should do that. I don't have a
No,
problem with
they
people
shouldn't.
doing
I
that.
want to take away
I have a
both. I
problem.
don't want that to happen.
Okay, well, I don't have a problem with that. If you're running around saying that people on the left broadly should be killed, I think that you should be canceled for that. If you work in some
I
sort of
want
job where you have
again, I
influence
don't
over other
think that
people.
this is a tool that we have proven adept at using as a species, as a culture, and it's causing more problems than it's solving. It's not turning the temperature down, it's turning it up, and we need to just
Well,
stop.
here now this is just a guess. This is just an assumption. And maybe this is just my debate brain. Okay. I don't know. But I could theorize that part of the reason I think that maybe this situation is a little different from like the woke cancel culture stuff is at least my perception with a lot of the woke cancel culture stuff is that broadly people who were doing the canceling, doing the firing, they didn't care about whatever moral infraction the woke people were crying about. They were just doing it to sort of appease some sort of vicious mob, which often were lying about the person's position, or even if it wasn't, it like they just like, okay, whatever. I just want this mob to shut up, so I'm gonna just appease them.
Bottom line, they
Right.
didn't want to lose their customers and things like that.
Yes. This now maybe this is you could say maybe I'm wrong. This is my assumption. I think the majority of the people out there in the working world who are not terminally online do not support political violence for their opponents and are actually shocked to discover that a lot of people are in favor of it. And so
yeah.
I think that's why I see maybe that's where my assumption of why I
Mm.
think these situations are different. And maybe I'm a little optimistic and maybe I'm naive that maybe the outcomes will be a little bit different.
I don't know. I'm just going to admit out of the gate that I don't have the necessary information I would need to make this judgment here. But I
Mhm.
would be surprised if suddenly corporations, for the first time in existence, uh, made decisions based on their morals rather than their pocketbooks. It's going to be the same in general, right?
Well,
That
those things can
they're
converge,
going to make their
obviously,
decisions based on
right?
their pocketbooks rather than their morals.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying those decisions can converge,
I
even
guess,
if it's by
perhaps.
coincidence, even if it's just by chance.
Yeah,
So,
perhaps. But I just don't think that most corporate structures care
We have
either
to
way.
move on to there's a
Oh,
bunch of
sorry.
questions
yeah,
for
there's a
Yeah.
lot of super chats we
yeah.
could get
Sorry,
to.
sorry,
So,
I didn't.
no,
But
it's
can I
fine.
That's
make one more?
okay.
Good
Just one
conversation.
Yeah,
last,
go ahead.
one
Yeah.
last thing, right? I think that when we look at who is talking, right? Who's making these calls? Yes, it is a problem that there are many on the left who are celebrating and condoning this political violence. I disavow them in the strongest terms. They are not part of my cohort. They are not part of my team. I will purge them from any kind of political power whenever I can. Doesn't matter if there's a D next to their name or not, right? I do not want them anywhere near me. Okay. That said, we have the richest man on earth, and we have the president of the United States on the other side, and we have a vast amount of influencers, Matt Walsh, Tim Pool, a bunch of others who are doing the same thing, but they have a far more reach and far more a loud voice and far more power. And I think we should be worried about them too, even more so, right? That doesn't, I'm not going a destiny take here. We're saying we ignore the one side till the other side gets their shit together. I'm just saying let's evaluate the threat levels where they're actually at. That's my last statement. I love you guys. Thank
Okay.
you
Well,
for
I'll
having me.
say, and let me say this: with even though we disagree,
Sure.
I understand that Wick is coming from a position that is based on a principle that you are holding to both the left and the right. You are not doing something. You're not doing a whole like rules for my team and different rules for their team. So even though we disagree, I do respect your opinion on this
Mm,
and that you're upholding to a principled standard on this position.
yes.
So there you go. I love you.
Yeah,
I love you
yeah.
too. We
Look, I agree.
love fast. Okay.
Okay.
Love fast. You guys
Now
are.
just a little to throw out a fact claim because you were wrong, Wick, motherfucker. Um, I did find that on August 26th, all the footage of the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting was all over X, and it was
Okay.
already like being autistically analyzed.
Fair
So it
enough.
was the
By
day
you
after
and
the
I, we were
shooting.
DMing about it like all night.
Yes,
Like, holy
yes.
shit, this is
I will
fucking
So
if
crazy.
that's the case, I'll cede the argument. Like I said, it was like what, 3 years ago, 2 years ago,
it
4 years
was
ago,
5 years ago, so it's okay.
5 years ago. So
It's
fair
five
enough.
years
I
ago.
misremembered.
Right.
I'll take the L
Okay.
there.
There you go. Okay. So let me
I
read because
just
we
I
got
asked Grok, is Tim Pool calling for violence after Charlie Kirk's assassination? And it says no, Tim Pool is not calling for violence following the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I mean, if you have examples of, I mean, I think I've seen a lot of right wing accounts saying we shouldn't cuck, we need to get even. I don't know that right wing influencers are. I mean, maybe Steve Bannon, which, obviously is huge. So, I mean, I don't watch Steve Bannon though.
I've seen a
So,
lot of I I don't listen. I don't want to go into it, but I don't
well,
want to
I mean,
give you all the receipts. I've seen a lot of large right wing accounts saying that this is it's all different now. We can't back down. We have to fight. They're going to try to kill all of us. And even if they're and I haven't seen most of them. They're not saying like we need to like murder the left, but they're basically using rhetoric that if violence occurred against on the left, it would be very easy to point to that and say, well, they definitely helped ratchet up the temperature. So
okay.
Yeah, Tim Pool's definitely not. He's definitely playing into the left as a threat, an existential threat, and we need to do something, quote unquote.
Well,
Um,
look, most of the stuff that I've heard from Tim Pool is talking about how the left is trying to spin this story so that it's right wingers who actually killed Charlie Kirk. That seems to be his chief complaint, which I don't think is any sort of incitement.
no, that isn't sure.
no, that
Yeah,
yeah. I'm not saying every single statement he makes is an incitement to violence, but I
right.
will say again, I saw his chat, right?
Yeah,
So
again, stop. Okay, we're totally in agreement that the crowd is going to push for violence. Okay, we agree. Okay, I'm talking about the people in power pushing for violence.
No, but wait a minute, wait a minute. If we're going to say that people calling right wingers Nazis or fascists is creating an environment of stochastic terrorism, then we have to say, okay, well, if there's an audience and a right wingers chat that is like going crazy and calling for violence, and they are, definitely fanning the flames with civil war talk, and these people are a threat to us and all this other thing. I don't see how that's any different. It's
There's
exactly
there
the same.
there are the content creators. There's the institutional power. There's those people who are signing off on it, and then there's the crowd. The question is, how many people in the crowd have already been convinced? That's a question because are the influencers really that influential, or are they just catering to a market environment,
Well,
right?
either way, yeah, I don't know. Either way, they're still contributing.
Right.
So
So I'm saying
well, I'll give you an example. A tweet I just it took me.
hold on one second.
Okay.
The content creators and the institutions, we have mechanisms to hold accountable. Okay, they have something to lose. They have platforms. They have money. They could be sued. All of this different stuff. You don't really have any way to hold the crowd accountable, and the only reason people are bringing up the crowd is to taint the reputation of the influencer. So look, if the crowd is going crazy and the influencer is leaning into it like Hassan does. Who's that other fucking maniac with the mustache who always lays into it and takes it up to
Noah Samson.
Yeah, Noah Samson. Okay. If those people are laying in to it, I think obviously we have some recourse. We don't have a recourse with a bunch of anons in the chat. So what's the point of even talking about it, other than to say, okay, this is like on the verge of a tipping point here, and maybe we should do something about that.
Because the whole wait a minute, I guess I'm confused. There's all the anons in the chat is what is important, because the anons in the chat are the ones who go out and do the violence. They're the ones that are being radicalized by the commentators or by the institutions, right? So if there's a bunch of anons in your chat that are like going fucking crazy, and you're a newspaper or you're a YouTuber and you're, turning the fire up more and more, yeah, you can say like, well, if they don't do it, someone else will. Okay, but that they're still I think they're still responsible at this moment.
Sure. Okay. I've seen, the only reason why I'm not completely fighting back here is because I've seen clips of Tim Pool talking insane Hassan level shit. But
Yeah,
I see
right.
it far more consistently from Hassan than I see it from Tim
Now,
Pool.
listen,
Okay, if we're doing who's worse, Hassan or Tim Pool, I might even give you that. But my claim wasn't who's worse here. My claim was that and I listed several people out that I think are stoking the fires of this,
yeah,
turning
you
up
said
the
specifically
temperature.
Tim Pool. That's why I looked up.
Yes.
Is Tim Pool calling for violence after the assassination of Charlie Kirk? That's why I looked it up. Okay. And but your response to that is, well, his chat is calling for violence, and I'm just like, okay, well, that's
Well,
completely
I was about
different.
to read a tweet I just found from him, right? And
Okay,
again, we can have
please read the tweet.
sure.
I'd
Well,
love to
first of
hear it.
all, there's tons for years of him calling for civil war. It's the civil war, civil war, civil war. It's a meme at this point. Oh, fuck, my
Well, look,
Twitter refresh. Hold on.
again, he's saying civil war is coming. It's a
Yeah,
question
that
whether
is
or not
part
he's
of turning
calling
up the
for it.
temperature, though, right? You understand?
Look,
Like when you were trying to convince your audience that there is a civil war that is coming and you need to prepare, what it does is it tells your like electoralism. Nah, you don't want to do that. What you want to do is get a gun, build a bunker, start looking at your neighbors as your enemies. I think it really does hurt the discourse.
no,
Here's something.
I don't want to think we're on the verge of civil war.
I don't think we are, and
What
I
is the
think
tweet? What is this incitement
okay.
tweet? Come on, give it
So
to us. I
sure.
want to hear the worst Tim
It's
Pool has
not. It's
done.
the worst I found in 2 minutes of searching. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So keep that in mind. This is from 4 hours ago. Leftists have flooded the zone with fake images and fake news about Charlie Kirk's killers being right wing. There's nothing I can do to convince any of these people that they are fake. They want to believe the right is evil and facts don't matter. This road leads to one place. So what he's doing here is he's saying they can't be convinced. We can't reason with them. It's only going to end in one way. What do you think that people hearing that think that they need to do now?
I mean, it's bad that he's leaving it ambiguous. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't do that. I would argue that we need some sort of political solution, that some sort of violent solution is going to be short lived and probably painful.
It's all. Can we acknowledge that that is fear mongering and turning up the temperature?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is definitely.
And,
yeah.
Again,
To be
4
clear,
hours.
I don't believe I've seen any Tim Pool tweets of him calling for violence. It's been mostly just
He leaves
ratcheting
it
up
for you to
it's
fill
what
in,
it's what you're it's kind of like similar to sort of the vein of what you're saying, Wick, or what you read, where it's just this whole there is no de-escalation path forward.
Just leaving it ambiguous
and leaving it sort of open-ended.
Situation is not a good thing to
right,
do.
which I don't like. I don't think people should be doing that.
No.
So it's the same thing with Elon. Like,
And
I don't
here's
think Elon's
another
called
one.
for violence, but saying like, well, the left wants you dead. It's like, okay.
Wick
Here's
is on
another
a
one.
roll.
People are sending me these. This is from just 2 days ago. The grooming of children is not stopping. People are calling for more violence. I do not think legislators will stop the grooming. People will not stop calling for violence. So you tell me what happens next, right? There again, he doesn't say, let's go out and do the violence now, but
Right.
he's stopping short of that, and he's basically filled in all the words for you, and he leaves it for
When
you to
when
fill in
when
that
was
last
that?
word, but it's obvious what he wants you to do, right?
When was that? I haven't seen a
2 days
tenfold.
ago.
I haven't seen a tenfold tweet in forever. But look, he's still using the groomer term. Interesting.
Yeah.
Did he pull that one
This
out
is
of cold storage, or has it been a
it's
continuous groomer?
this was after the Colorado shooting not 2 days ago, so it was 9/12/2025 is when it's looking at.
9/12, day after Charlie Kirk.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, not good. No.
Yeah, this is it's a problem, right? That it is not directly calling for violence, but it is alluding to it. And we can see this all over the right, and it needs to stop. And I'm telling the left to stop doing that too. I yelled at Destiny for doing that shit, right? Stop. Everyone just needs to stop this shit. And I'm begging, pleading. I don't know. I don't know. I
Let's read
feel,
some super chats.
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
let's
a
do
bunch
it.
of
Let's get some
questions
money.
for
All right.
Wick. Wick has
Go ahead.
got
Ask
like
it.
a million questions, so maybe we should do
Um,
those first so Wick can answer them. And
Renault Zero's here for $100 says, us on the right need to call out what crazies like Fuentes, Ian Carroll, Daryl Cooper, Yarvin, etc. are up to in regards to advocating for their variants of right-wing authoritarianism that would deconstruct America and call out our side, like Sitch and Adam have called out the left for the last 4
Okay, I need
years.
to correct something. Someone's correcting me. They sent me the tweet, but the timestamp was them sending me the tweet, so I got the day wrong. This was from 2022. I apologize. I just want to,
oh, it's from years ago. Holy
yeah, I
shit!
just correcting the record. But the one I read to you initially was from 4 hours ago, and it was also bad. So just
Right.
I
Just to
want to
be
be
clear,
I want
because
to be just I
okay,
didn't want to
right.
give misinformation out there on
Just
purpose,
to be
right?
clear,
So
because someone sent me
he
a
does a
message.
violent tweet every 3 years. I mean, come on.
Oh, I can probably find more,
J- just
Adam.
just to be clear, because I guess I always make the mistake because I assume everyone knows who everyone is. You fucking hate Hassan, right? Because someone was like, "What about Hassan Biker?" And I'm like, I know that you don't support Hassan in most of his like horrible positions or rhetoric.
Yeah, I don't like Hassan. I think he's
Okay,
a cancer to the left. Yes, if
there
that's a
you go.
question to me, Hassan,
Okay, that
bad.
was yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
so okay. T-Rex crypto travels for $20. Thank you so much. Says I actually think that we've been brought together. The fringe will always be the fringe. I went to church today for the first time in 10 years. They said it's the most attended service in years. That's what Charlie Kirk would want. Look at that. That's a
Wow.
positive thing.
If that's how you deal with this, that's a good thing. If what
Take
it's
a look at
doing
that.
is encouraging you to find God and to find family and to connect with your fellow man, based.
Right. Loaded word Sitch. What am I loading? I just wouldn't be confused as how someone would think that Wick was a Hassan supporter. So the point is more don't one side that blame. I don't think anyone in this conversation is one siding the blame on ratcheting up the rhetoric. What do you mean? The whole conversation was about the whole conversation was not the whole conversation. 80% of the conversation was about, is the left, how do we deal with the left calling the right Nazis and authoritarians and whether that leads us to Catholic terrorism and what should be done about that. So I don't see how that's only calling one side out if that's the entire context of the conversation we've been talking about this entire time. Jason Mulgreen for $20 says this is not about what he said. It's that he said things. You can't qualify the condemnation of murder for expressing thought, period. Not to mention 99% of people are using quotes out of context to justify their hate. Yes, that's the case. And yes, let me read yours, Equishadox. I don't know, I got lost, even though it was right in the beginning.
Do you want me to find Wick ones? I mean,
Equishadox for $20. Yeah, you can, but Equishadox for $20 says The vengeance will not be an eye for an eye retaliation. No, it will be a right wing swing across America in response to how the left has conducted themselves, and it will be us continuing in fearless dialogue and engagement.
I hope so, but I could tell you about. I could show you the tweet if you want with 1,000 comments said that they're gonna fucking kill me. So maybe, right? I hope you're correct, but
The Oceanist for $50, thanks so much, says the cancerous thinking is that some on the right see Dems as communists or Satanists, some on the left view people on the right as fascists, and every phobe you can think of. It doesn't help that so many people are in echo chamber.
that's just true.
Cameraman 502 for $20 says a common throat clearing is that Charlie is evil because he wanted to take or that right. If I can understand people who support abortion are not evil, even though it is killing them born, the left can agree Kirk was not evil. Yeah, I think that's a good metric and a good point. And that's actually why I made the post I made on X, where I said that the left, I think the difference between the left and the right radicals is that the right radicals seem to be aware that their opinions are very outside the mainstream. The left seem to have no fucking clue that their opinions are outside the mainstream. And this was brought about. There's a conversation with a girl who has a fucking septum piercing, because of course she does, who's arguing with her dad off screen, and she's filming it and she uploads this herself in order to shame her father. And the entire argument that she gives is insane, where she says her father is saying that's horrible to support that Charlie Kirk died, and she's saying it's not horrible to support that he died. And her basis for this is because Charlie Kirk said that if his daughter was sexually assaulted and became pregnant, that he wouldn't want her to get an abortion. And in her mind, that justified him being killed. And
Yeah,
she put that out there in the public space, completely oblivious to how insane that sounds, and not even remotely aware, like, of what even the argument would be from Charlie Kirk's perspective or from a pro-life person's perspective. Is that, well, yeah, because they view it as murdering an unborn child, so obviously they would be against it regardless of the reason for it. But she can't perceive that because she's such in a bubble. She only perceives it through this, like, well, they just want to control my bodies for evil reasons. So
Chi Mix Guac, is that it? For
GG McSwag for $20. Thanks so much. As Whick, do you agree with Destiny that the mainstream media denounces and rejects leftist extremism, even though the New York Times, CNN, Politico, and Mother Jones all interviewed Hassan Piker after the Kirk shooting?
We talked about that a little bit, but
Yeah, I don't think it's the mainstream media that rejected it, even though I think they did. But my point was that the mainstream elected Democrats and the Democratic officials, I haven't seen a Democratic politician who has not, or who has condoned this in any way, shape, or form. They've all the ones I've seen at least have condemned it entirely, um, to varying degrees of sternness. But yeah, I haven't seen any mainstream Democratic politician come out condoning it at all.
Yeah, but in terms of the question
Oh, with the
of,
media thing, I
yeah,
don't know. I think most of the media people I have seen condemned it, though I haven't. Uh, I've been making my own shows on this, right? I haven't really like delved into all the
no,
various
but
New York
well,
Times
yeah, but
articles and
to
things.
me, as I said, this is the blackpilling thing to me. The media can't say that they condemn this in one breath, and then the next breath they prop up Hassan.
I
That's a
don't
contradictory position.
I don't think that that's like, I don't think I would hold most media responsible for that because I think it's their publicist of Hassan, and I think it's the people who are making the decision.
Wait,
I
whoa,
don't,
whoa, whoa! Come on, wait, come on.
hold on.
What do you mean? What
Hold,
are you
because
talking
they platform someone,
about?
does that mean that because you platform me and have me on your show, are you responsible for the things I say? I don't
No, no,
think
no.
you
It's not a
are.
question of platforming. It's a question of
Well, it is.
no. It's a question of platforming in the context of uncritically platforming, of writing puff pieces, of portraying Hassan as if he is just some voice on the
but
left, as
blowing up his
opposed to
profile. You know
right,
this
like
because you talked about his publicist being a fucking to
Yeah, I
die
don't
for.
like
like
for
that
You
he's
example,
the
know
face of the
this.
left.
let me
I
give you
don't
a
like that he's the face
hypothetical.
of the left. I
Let me
think
give you a
he's a bad
hypothetical.
representation of us, but I think at the end of the day,
No, but wait,
they
let
have
me
him
give
on.
you
Doesn't
let
make
me give you a
him.
hypothetical. Okay.
Okay, give me a hypothetical.
Imagine that Nick Fuentes was going to debate Hassan, or I don't know, some, or AOC or something, some left winger person. Okay.
Mm.
And that left wing person is killed through a political assassination. I don't think that every mainstream media outlet would have turned around and been like, we need to go talk about how we need to go interview and talk to Nick fucking Fuentes because he was going to go debate that person in 2 weeks, and kind of write these pieces that make them seem reasonable or sympathetic because like they're going to talk about how against the violence they were
They
because they were going to
might,
debate them in 2 weeks.
maybe not Nick Fuentes, but I guarantee you they would if it was Tim Pool, if it was Matt Walsh, if it was Steven Crowder, if it was anything a little more mainstream than Nick Fuentes. They absolutely would.
I first of all, I don't even agree if that was the case. I don't even agree. There might have been one or two. I don't. There wouldn't be the massive, round the clock, everyone reporting on the story thing. And number one, and then number two, I think Nick Fuentes. I think Hassan is much closer to Nick Fuentes than any of those other people that you mentioned in terms of the effect that he has on the discourse.
Well, I disagree. I think that Matt Walsh and Tim Pool and things are very much akin to Hassan.
Okay. I
I had just a disagreement on that.
okay.
So yeah.
Actual Justice Warrior for $10. Thank you, Actual Justice Warrior. Says Sitch and Adam banned me from the show, and this is totally not a troll to stir up the chat. In fact, they banned my super chats too, so you can't see it. And no new Civil War. I like the airport scene as much as the next guy, but without Iron Man or Steve Rogers, Captain America, the second Civil War won't be as good.
Okay.
There you go. Look at that.
You don't want it with the Thunderbolts, the Thunderbolt Civil War.
They can get Paul Rudd. Okay, he's still around, right? Ant-Man 3.0.
Oh my God! Please
Come on.
stop.
You don't want that?
Marvel
No.
stuff. I don't know
Yeah.
comic book shit. Sorry.
Sammy G for $20 says, question to Wick, Tali, Adam. Well, not to me though. What would be the linchpins to focus on to resolve political violence? Is it just more conversation? Is it passing a law, or do we fix like healthcare, housing, etc., in a roundabout way that fixes the issue?
Oh yeah, fix healthcare, housing, etc. I like that. I'm gonna go with that one.
You think that's
I,
like the main? Because I had a conversation with Sammy
no.
about this the other day. What is like the main linchpin to kind of fix this issue?
So it's not a law. There's no law or policy we can pass that's going to
Mhm.
solve the issues that are plaguing us when it comes to political violence. What we are looking at, the problem is a cultural one. It is one where we've more and more decided that it is okay to take extreme action to oppose the people that we are opposing. We have decided that electoralism doesn't work, it's insufficient, and we have to use other methods. And we need to fix it from a cultural level. We need to bring back the ideas. I would say the two main ideas off the top of my head, right?
Mhm.
One, that electoralism is the way we solve things and it works. None of this steal the election's going to be stolen crap. None of this, oh, they wouldn't let you vote if it mattered crap, right? And two, we need to see each other as fellow citizens again. And we have gone off the rails on that. We see each other as enemies, and we need to fix that problem. Now, how we fix that problem? Well, man, that's a huge one, right? I'm not 100% sure, but I think those are the two main linchpin, the pillars, that if we knock those out, the political violence would go down
The
quite.
left often talks about moral panics. I think there is a moral panic on the left where they think we're living in 1930s Nazi Germany and we're living under fascism right now. So I'm not sure how to deal with this situation when you have a bunch of people who think that's the situation that we're in. I like it in that situation. I don't see how you can say, oh, violence is not the answer if you're in that situation, right? So
I,
yeah,
Again, I think the electoralism actually meaning something and mattering, I think fixes that too, right? Like, so even if you think you are in a fascist dictatorship, if you think that you can solve it through electoralism, I think almost everyone goes that route.
yeah,
So
I think people think it's just we're living in fascist America. So all of the rhetoric points to that. Go ahead, Sitch. What do you
Well,
think?
no, so to answer Sammy's question, so you think it's just more um like changing the conversation would be the way to fix the problem. Is that the answer to the question?
Well,
Because
the
Sammy's always
healthcare
asking me, she's like,
housing,
how do I throw money at this to fix the problem? That's how she's always kind of framing this
right?
question.
Donate to
Look,
Sitch and Adam and donate to Wick. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
and
how you do
Okay.
it. Okay, you throw us all your money. No, I'm kidding, but
I
yeah.
like the healthcare housing, etc., because it does push back against the narrative that we're living in fascist America. I think it's easier to sell that if everybody's unemployed and living at home with their parents. They're like, hell yeah, my dad lives here. I'm living under fascism. So
Yeah.
I
it's
mean,
just a
solving
strange
economic
situation to be in.
issues does make it less likely for people to choose violence. I
Yeah,
understand.
because
It's
then they
just,
actually have something to lose. Yeah.
um,
Yeah, no. I
but
I think it's
even with
mhm.
like economic security, because a lot of the people who are going crazy about this are nepo babies, frankly,
Yeah.
and the richest people in the world, like Elon Musk, right, who's ramping this up. Like, so I don't know if it actually solves the issue. I think again, it's more of a cultural thing, but
Well, I think there's always going to be, I mean, it is a cultural show, obviously, but there's always going to be extremists that are always trying to pull society in their
Mm.
direction. And I think we talked about this a lot. A lot of the alt left's extremists even are nepo babies, and it's because they're the overproduction of elites who are kind
Yeah.
of
Elite
mad that
overproduction.
yeah, they've never done anything that really merits anything in their life, and they have these useless degrees and all this other stuff, blah 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 blah. But the foot soldiers, because those people don't have power unless they can persuade people, and so I think it's twofold in that number one, a lot of it is the conditions. If people's conditions were better, if the average millennial and older Zoomer, had a good job, was in a good relationship, could get a house or a reasonable place to live until they can get a house, I think so much of this would be different. I think because so many people are more willing to protect the system and protect a society that they feel is doing
Yeah.
things for
Yeah.
them.
They're
When people
invested
are going
in.
to be very big on burning everything down when they look around and feel like society is failing them. So I
yeah,
think the
but
material conditions are
I
very
think that
important.
regardless of material conditions, you can be made to feel that
Yeah, of course, to some extent,
society. And I
yes.
think that's like when we look at polling that
Hmm.
asks people like, well, how are you doing like economically and how is everyone else around you doing economically? People tend to think to report at least that they're doing just fine, but that everyone else around them is suffering
Hmm.
and being destroyed, right? And so I think that that's a matter of acceleration is basically just pushing this narrative that everything's fucked and we're all gonna die.
Maybe, but I don't know. I still think I don't think that's the case. I think people are economically not doing great for the most part for the average person. But then the second element to that is I do think that we need to, and maybe by law, or have the federal government, and this is where I would say I think Trump could do this, is to have the federal government say, we will not give colleges federal funding anymore as long as they're teaching these classes that are designed to make their students hate America and be fucking racist. And I understand that that could very easily go in a slippery slope, and it's very weird. You have to be very fucking careful with how you sort of frame, you know, the wording and language of something like that. But we have to get this shit out of colleges. We would never in a million years allow colleges across America teach pro Nazi classes, pro, black people are inferior classes. And the fact that we allow colleges all across America to teach people to be racist as fuck against white people and to teach people that America is an evil country is so fucking toxic that we have to do something to stop it.
I I cannot begin to say how strongly I think this is the strongest point I disagree with you on Sitch that I've ever found. I I would ask you, like, do you think this is a pervasive problem where they have classes to teach us to
Yes.
hate America? I think that there are a
Yes.
lot of I would grant you that there's a lot of anti-American sentiment within professors and within colleges, but I I don't think that there's actual fucking classes that they're like, okay, now we're gonna teach you how to hate America, right?
No, they don't. They
I know
don't.
that.
Okay, well, hold on. They're
So
not going
then
to.
it should be no problem because
Well, there
we
you go.
won't
Yeah,
have anyone to defund because there
there
are
you
no
go.
classes that exist.
Well, no, the problem is it's and we've seen Trump do this already with the colleges, right? That he's trying, oh, they have any kind of DEI. They're teaching American history in a way I don't like. We're gonna try and defund them. And he's actively doing that.
I
I
think this is a
don't
very easy way to do it. And I don't know if you remember, it was a few
it's
years ago
okay.
with when Florida and some other states passed the anti-critical race theory bill that Christopher Rufo basically constructed the framework for. That bill, and me and Adam went through that and argued with people about it, repeatedly. That I think that was perfectly structured, and it was using the framework of the civil rights legislation that already exists to say, you can't
Okay.
be racist. The
Now
Civil
I
Rights Act says you can't be racist against black people, so you can't be racist against white people. And I think that's a fine framework to put down into our colleges.
now I have to come back. I think it's beyond the scope of our conversation now, right? And we don't
Mhm.
have time to hash this out properly, but we need to have a fight on this, Sitch, right? I'm gonna
Okay,
We do. We do.
that's
We need to
fine.
have a fight
That's
on
fine.
this. I
We'll
think
have
we
another
should.
conversation about
Yeah,
that.
we'll have another
Okay.
conversation, baby.
They
We'll
want
have
to
a,
assassinate Rufo next, man. They
Yeah.
all think he's a fascist.
JMac for
I don't
$50.
know.
Thank you so much. JMac says, I think saying Tim Pool is just as bad as Hassan is actually insane. Tim Pool sucks, but he's re- but he's but but he's not really the same as the quote America deserved 9/11 post makeshift gun to politician glaze actual terrorist Hassan. What are you smoking, Wick? Can I have some?
Okay, I think that since time immemorial, since I've known of Tim Pool, he
Yeah.
has been egging us on for literal years, trying to ratchet up the temperature and divide America, and he's been very successful at it. He's trying to turn us into this isolationist wasteland where he wants to destroy the liberal order. He thinks the liberal world order is a problem. When I was on a show with him and I asked him, did the right people win in World War II? He had to think about it for a minute. Okay. He is just as dangerous, in my opinion, as Hassan, right? Like he's a bad dude.
What
Okay.
did he say after he thought about it?
I don't remember. It's been a while, right? But the fact that he had to think
Oh
about it
my!
for a minute.
Oh my
Well, he
God!
had to listen. He had to think about it because he had to frame it in a way that wouldn't get his insane audience to jump down his throat. Because his audience is fucking crazy. I listen. I don't like Tim Pool really much at all, but I mean, I do have to say, I think Hassan is very clearly much worse than him. If Tim Pool came out and started cheering on some some terrorist group that was engaged in kidnapping people, then we could have a conversation.
I
But until that happens, I'm going to say Hassan definitely is way worse than Tim Pool.
look,
So
look, neither one. If I had a choice between voting for Tim Pool or voting for Hassan, I'd vote myself out. Right? I'd just go away. I wouldn't choose
well, that's a
either.
good
But
question. Who, if you
I
have to vote.
don't
You have to do
know.
it, Wick.
I
You
would.
have to vote.
I don't know. That would. I don't. I'd have. Look, I am saying that they are of a kind. I'm not saying
Ti-
Tim Pool is worse, but I legitimately do not know who I'm voting for in that situation.
Tim Pool didn't glaze Kanye when Kanye went on his "the Jews are responsible for
That's
everything"
a great
arc,
point. Yeah,
and
look at that.
did Hassan glaze a fucking Houthi pirate that may or may not have
Look, Hassan
killed
didn't call the
actual
Ukrainians
people?
the enemy of the American people either. Okay,
Well, in the
Tim
context of
Pool
the interview,
did.
obviously.
I
I
think yeah, I
don't.
think that's
I
one of I think
disagree with
that's
him
one
on the
of Tim
Ukraine issue,
Pool's
but
in most insane thing. But I mean Hassan has said, that when it comes to, it's was it what did he say? He said when you're looking at foreign intent for anything foreign policy wise, you should generally go against America and the Western powers.
yeah, and Hassan has supported terrorist
Tim
And I do think
organizations
Pool does the
Hassan
openly.
same thing,
Openly
though,
supported
right?
terrorist
Like,
no,
I
it's not
can't
the
think.
same thing. It's not the same thing. It's
Okay,
it's much worse.
Saying Ukraine is a terrorist
I think
organization.
Hassan
It's not
does
supporting an
support
actual.
October 7th, even though he won't say it.
that's
And I
probably
don't think
true.
Tim Pool would support some kind of equivalent right wing version of October 7th or something. So that's why I think Hassan is much worse.
Okay, again, I think they are both bad in unique ways, and I just can't give you an honest answer in who I'm
Okay.
picking in that situation.
Okay.
I'm just saying they're both bad.
Violent Go for $20 says from the NCRI study, 48.6 and 55.2% of center left feel that the assassination of Musk or Trump, respectively, is justified. Wick is a liar. Well, I don't know how that makes Wick a
First of
liar, but
all,
that's a crazy
what did
poll.
I lie about?
Yeah.
What claim did I make that made me into a liar? I'm just really curious.
I'm assuming he's
Um,
saying that something about the both sides issue. I'm guessing that's what he's referring to.
okay, but let's see how many people think it would be justified on the right to kill a hated left-wing figure. I don't know. I haven't seen the studies. I can't tell you, but I
Mm-hmm.
can tell you my personal experience with right-wingers, at least in my comment section, at least eh, they are they've been stoking the violence for a while, okay?
I
Not
will
all of them.
say,
I'm not okay.
mhm,
Look, I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. The extremists in the right have been stoking it for a while, okay?
right.
So,
I will say, as again, I've seen this study, and then there's another study that's sort of making the rounds that does show that there's a lot more people on the left that are in favor of political violence on the right.
okay. Oh,
So
just an FYI. I don't know how you guys feel about Soy Pill, but Soy Pill's begging. He's like, "Let me in, let me in, let me come on and yell at these guys." So I don't know if you guys want to do that, but it's just a
I think you
possibility.
wanted to yell at Soy Pill, but there's like a million super chats
I
for
mean, he
that are
could come on
questions
Tuesday
for
if he wants to
Wick.
come on Tuesday and yell
Well,
at
not
us.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So you hear
But
that, Soy Pill? Tuesday,
I
if
don't
he
know if we
wants
have
to.
time today
Uh, yeah, fair
because
enough.
we're
I'm
gonna
just
go through these super chats for a long
reporting
time.
the
But yeah,
reports I'm
no, if
getting.
he wants to come on Tuesday, I'd be happy to have him. So just DM, I guess Adam or me.
Soy Pill's been on before, hasn't he? I think we've talked to him.
Have we? I
Oh, have we?
don't
Oh, okay.
remember talking to Soy
I
Pill
don't
before.
remember either.
So
I thought we did. Soy Pill would know.
I've never seen him on your show, and I sometimes will tune
DM
into
me
what he's
Soy Pill.
doing.
Alpha
We
Fox for
like,
20.
we like extra soy on the show anyway.
There you go.
There you go. Okay. See, I'm booking for you guys. I'm getting you guys some
Thank
content.
you. Look
Anyway,
at
you're
that.
welcome. Yeah,
We appreciate it.
I'm a buddy.
Uh, Alpha Fox for $20 says, I'm a liberal, trans, and a U.S. service member. I'm 100% against the killing of Kirk. It goes against the oath I made to the Constitution and everything I believe in. Look at that.
Thanks.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yes. Daniel Irish for $20 says, why tone down the rhetoric if it's just the shooter's faults?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, because we can recognize that it makes it look.
Never
When we
say
talk
that
about
again, Wick.
accountability and
That's
responsibility,
ridiculous. I think you should just drop that argument. That's a terrible fucking argument.
it's a terrible argument to say that no one is directly responsible except for the shooter.
Yes.
Well,
Okay, I
directly, but you
disagree.
can say has some responsibility, right? Because directly means like literally that they
But
were injured.
when you bring in responsibility, people get to like ask, okay, then what should be how should we hold them responsible? And I think that's where we get into the dangerous territory.
Yeah, that's what
Where
we're talking about. This whole
yeah,
conversation is about how we should hold them
I
responsible.
don't want the mob to hold people responsible for their words when they didn't do anything violent.
Right.
They just spoke. I don't want that. And I want to back away from that every time.
Actor Justice Warrior, thanks so much for the $10. Says if it follows logically that if Kirk is a Nazi, him being allowed to speak will lead to genocide, and that you would support assassination. There's no quote. I think he's Goebbels, but I don't support this. It makes zero sense.
Well, that's not true. We've had neo-Nazis be able to the Skokie trials, right? The Skokie case back
Yeah,
in the 70s, right, where we allowed Nazis to
Look, it's just if a Nazi, if Charlie Kirk was a Nazi and was doing the things Charlie Kirk was doing, winning people over, building his movement, it getting bigger and bigger, more and more chapters, more people subscribing, that would be a terrifying situation.
yes, but you can
The
solve it
Hitler
in many
Youth would
more ways
literally
than
be
violence.
building in front of us. Yeah,
But
but I'm just talking about the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation. If Charlie Kirk is a literal Nazi and he's building a Nazi youth in front of us, isn't that a much more dire situation for America than if Charlie is a bog standard conservative that's telling kids to
of
get married and
of
go
of
and
course,
like get a good
yeah,
job?
of course it's a more dire situation for America, but it does not involve or require or even justify murder, right? Or political violence done
Look,
against them. And that's the trick.
I'm not sure you can say that.
You absolutely can, because we've had neo-Nazis in America for years,
We're not
and
building
we
a
haven't.
weird, yeah, but there's some small fringe that's not building a Hitler youth of millions of people.
Again, it's the idea
That's a
of
much different terror threat.
again, I can think that someone is building up a fascist regime and as a fascistic threat to the nation that has a huge amounts of power, who is even in the presidency. I can make that claim and still not want political violence done to him, because I could acknowledge that the political violence would A, help him out. It would justify what he's about to do and strip our liberties and things like that. And B, not work, right? It wouldn't take him out, wouldn't actually be effective in what I wanted to do.
Wick,
And three, it would be morally incorrect to do so, because while I might fear he would do it, he's not actually doing the thing. And so I don't punish people for future
Wick,
crime in that
Wick.
ways.
Look,
So I just don't think it's.
Wick, this might be a little bit bad faith. I'm warning you ahead of time, okay?
Oh God. Okay, I'm
But
ready.
I
Okay.
want to get you on the record, okay? There is a literal Nazi, someone who says the white race is the best race, like just a flat out Nazi, building a movement across America. Millions of young kids are joining this movement, okay? You're telling me you're going to sit here and say, I am going to fight for that guy's right to speak, to
Yes.
build his movement of millions of Nazis.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because yes, there is power to words and they are dangerous, and it might lead to a some sort of fascistic government or horrible situation if I let him speak. That might happen. But if I kill him, if I take physical and do physical violence and shoot him, I guarantee the bad outcome. I leave no room for a maybe. It makes everything worse. And so, yes, I will protect his right to speak, even if I think he's a fucking Nazi.
Look, I think if that was the situation America was in, 99% of Americans would say, we got to do something about this shit. This is fucking crazy.
Okay, they
And
would be
and
wrong. Those
and
99% would be wrong.
and I think the reason the left has so much power is they've convinced so many people that we are literally in that situation. These people think Charlie Kirk is that guy. These people think that Turning Point USA is the Hitler Youth. So they think we're in that situation already. That's why they're
And
condoning violence.
again, I don't necessarily agree that it condones violence. I am saying, and I would tell these people that even if you think that, even if you think we are in some sort of dire fascistic thing, we have the ability to remove these people from power through the ballot box. That still exists. We still have elections, and this is part of the strength of our Constitution, which, even though it is under attack, still stands.
Well, there's two points here. The first is the point about like whether how you feel about it, Wick, which I think I used to have your exact position on this. I think I've been somewhat blackpilled to unfortunately not have the
Corrupted.
I
You're being
can't-
corrupted.
I think I've been corrupted by watching the rise of extreme rhetoric that I don't know where I'm at the moment. So, but that's one point. The second point, which I think was actually more aligned with, I mean, Sean wasn't really asking a question, but I think it was more aligned with sort of what the super chat was alluding to, is even if you are personally have the position that you have, what I think you would agree that the most people, it seems like a lot of people in the country don't have that position,
No,
at least at the
not at all.
moment. And so for most people, even if you disagree with them, for a lot of people, it would follow to them logically that if Kirk was allowed to be a Nazi, or if Kirk was a Nazi, then allowing him to speak would be supporting, would automatically lead to genocide, and therefore you'd have to support him being killed.
Especially if he's building a movement, a giant grassroots movements of other Nazis.
But
Right.
then
Which, right.
the hypothetical I would give to you is, if you think that there is a group of people out there who are ready and willing to do violence because they are living in a state of psychosis about who is running this government, that you cannot convince them to change, that they are dead set on doing violence, then what are you justifying? Because
Oh, that's a
the
good
normal
question.
the normal
I
person,
don't know.
the normal person
Right.
hears that
Yes.
and they think, well, if we can't convince them and they're delusional, there's only one solution.
Right. And that's why I share your concern about all the like Elon Musk saying shit like,
Yes.
they want to kill you all, because it is leading to the exact same position on the right, saying that we just have to use violence against these
Yes.
people. Yeah,
Yes.
I agree.
The
But you
answer is
agree,
education. That's
right?
what the answer is.
But that's
It's
why I said
always
those are my two
education.
things.
The
So
answer is a reaffirmation of liberal values. Okay. Anyway, sorry.
that would be great. I don't really see
Yeah,
it happening.
how did they break the satanic panic of the 1980s? Because it's a similar situation, right? How do you break any mass psychosis?
I'd have to look. Can you guys give me like 1 second?
Yeah, go
I gotta
ahead.
get a thing. How do I turn my camera off so you guys don't see my ass when I'm
There should be
running? Okay, there
a
should be. I
video,
see it.
but there
I
you
see it. Okay,
are.
okay, okay. I'll be right back.
I
Okay.
was wondering how that worked there.
JMac or Circuit Flowers, Daddy JMac, thanks so much for the $50. Says I had guys night last night, completely unplugged from the internet. All of our
Oh,
politics
good
span the
for you.
spectrum, but we hung out, played classic games, ate za, smoked cigars, just had a great time. We need to get back to in-person socializing. 100%.
I totally agree. I do. I mean, I'm feeling better now than
Sorry
I
about
did
that.
when we
No problem.
began this live stream. I mean, I was telling Sitch before the stream just how fucking
Now I can hear you.
how demoralized I have been over
Mhm.
this whole situation, just because it is it's a giant black pill. I do look, Wick. I do think we have a bunch of people who are delusional. We definitely have to keep those people out of power. But the problem is, I mean, this kid, I mean, he just had a little bit of power. He was able to get a gun and coordinate this horrible event. So, I mean,
And
people
look,
don't need a lot of power.
it wasn't even assault rifle or anything, right? It was
Oh,
just a hunting rifle.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bolts too, yeah.
I mean, we're in a
Crazy.
terrorizing situation here. I don't necessarily know how to deal with it. I think I just, like I said, I think we're going to have to deal with it. I think we're in a situation where there's got to be some resolution. I
Dan
hope we deal
Snapple,
with it politically.
Dan Snapple for $50 says, I'm the beginning. Wick brings up people not celebrating, merely criticizing. My whole workplace is using criticizing him to talk down, extending empathy. Time and place criticizing him right now is halting the healing and allowing more celebration.
I don't think we could silence people from criticizing. He's not a saint. He shouldn't be sainted, right?
Mhm.
You shouldn't be punished for saying, "Yeah, I just didn't like Charlie Kirk, and I thought thought he was a bad dude. I don't think he deserved to die, but I don't think he was a good guy. I don't think
Well,
anything should happen to you in that case."
I think, I do think it speaks to the environment we're in because I do feel like 20 years ago, as I said, there's two different contexts. There's the context of I don't agree with this man, but I will defend to the death his right to say it. That's the context one.
Voltaire, right? Yeah.
And then there's context two that's like, well, I don't agree that he should get shot, but he was a horrible, fucking, terrible bigot, worst person in the entire world. Implication, maybe it's not so bad that he died, right? Um, and I do feel like, based on my perception,
Mhm.
that a lot of the framing is more on the second and not the first.
Mhm.
So now, as I said, if people are doing the first thing and I think if you're going to do the first thing, you should be very, very clear that that's your
Sure.
position, and people are not really being very
Well,
clear
I don't.
there
Yeah,
at
but
all. So
a lot of people are just bad communicators, and also, again, I'm going to be real with you guys. Personally, I don't see anyone in my circles celebrating. There's very few. There's a couple, but there's very few.
I don't see
There are.
any.
I just gotta be
I don't
honest with
see
you. There's a
anyone,
couple.
but a
But
few people.
yeah, but most people, 90% of the people I know who are left leaning are not celebrating this at all.
okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh.
our Hilts hurt. Thanks so much for the $2. Says Wick. Our Hilts hurt. Everyone check them out if you like Game of Thrones content. Says Wick, list the cities that burned because of this.
We're very early days. I don't
Yeah,
mean to
if we
blackpill
can
you.
make it a couple weeks, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I don't mean to blackpill you, but
Mm-hmm.
you don't count your chickens yet. So
Well, I don't think cities are going to burn, but I do think there might be an assassination on some AOC type figure,
Yes.
mm.
which I'm
People,
terrified
and I will say,
of.
if that happens, I don't know if we come back from that. Right? I
I think we
don't
could.
know if
I think we could.
it's going to be way
we
harder.
we're going to come back no matter what. We lived through the Civil War, okay? Like,
Yes. True.
There is definitely
Okay.
a realignment. There are two ideologies up for grabs, but I think there's going to be we're going to come out the end of this with a societal consensus. Like I said, there's a conflict here that is going to be resolved.
Well,
Hopefully,
in
it's
terms of
resolved politically, not
right,
with another civil war.
in terms of like, because I mean, listen, I'm a fucking shut-in. I don't know people personally that are like about this whatsoever. I'm just looking at. That's why I keep saying I understand it's the internet, but I'm looking at the internet responses. I'm hoping it's bots, but we're all seeing posts that are getting like hundreds of thousands of likes.
Well, what
We're
It's
was
seeing
one thing to
the
TikToks
like
that
a
get
post.
millions of views that are cheering on this stuff. So
didn't
it's
didn't the didn't
very
the
disheartening.
what's it called, the sheriff who was looking at the situation when he was giving his press conference even said there were Russian and Chinese bots that were just driving this, right? Like just
It's very
ginning this up.
possible. I agree, but maybe it's not. As I said, the idea that's why I kept going back to that the TikTok of the girl. The fact that people, to me, the fact that people are willing to put their name in their face in the post that they're in favor of him dying publicly shows where they think society is at. And that must mean that all of their sense making apparatus are either retardedly wrong or they're in their own bubble is correct, that a lot of people in society are in that position.
Let me ask you a question that's sort of related to the cities thing, right?
Mhm.
Do you think it's helpful or hurtful to deploy the National Guard to Chicago and to DC and to these things? Do you think it's helping turn up the temperature or turn down the temperature? Which do you think?
So I don't know. Like, I went to Chicago recently for like a couple days, and it seemed nice where I was. So I don't know. I don't really have like
You
I didn't know
were
anything about Chicago
Sitch.
whatsoever,
You just mentioned
but
you were a shut-in and you don't know. Okay, fair enough. Maybe a bad
I
person to
wasn't
ask.
taught. Listen, I went there with Sam and her family. I wasn't talking to strangers. Okay. Now it was weird because I'd never been to Chicago, and we took a little boat tour of the Chicago River, and they talk about all like the city, and it looks. I mean, city's that area is like
Do you
fucking
think that the
beautiful,
people
and
online,
well, hold on. Let me
sure.
just finish. And I saw these people walking around. We were even out kind of late at night, and we saw like so many people walk around. So like at least the area I was in seems safe. Now I know it's kind of the same thing with like LA. There's certain areas that are like really bad, certain areas that are not so bad. So I don't know what those areas are. Now we did go into a CVS, like everything was behind the little lock key thing,
Sure,
which
sure.
I was kind of surprised. So I don't like I don't like the concept of Trump unilaterally going against like what is legal to force the National Guard into some city under the pretense of cleaning up crime, because I'm a very much of like you have to do things procedurally kind of person. So I don't support that. But when it comes to the DC thing, I'll be honest, I don't know enough about like the actual effect of Trump's act, which I think he was legally allowed to do what he did. I don't know the actual effect of did that actually help things or not.
So
Obviously,
I
there are a lot
would,
of cities that have a lot of crime
yeah,
and homeless problems, and it
I
doesn't
would,
seem like they're
yeah.
fixing it themselves.
I
So
would argue that regardless of whether or not it helped the crime there, I think it has ratcheted up tensions in America when people see military personnel roaming the streets. It does not do anything to dissuade people's idea that Trump is using authoritarian measures in order to enforce order, which a lot of people worry about for good reason. I don't know if it's legal or not, but I think it absolutely ramps up tension when he does these things.
It's because they believe in the narrative that we're living in fascist America. So it plays into that belief. If they don't have that belief system, if they think, oh, crime is getting out of control and they're boosting law enforcement numbers to deal with it, they don't see it as a threat.
Yeah,
They're
but
like, yes, welcome. Thank you. I don't want to get stabbed on the train. Like it only heightens the tension in people who have this specific narrative. Trump is a fascist. He's the next coming of Hitler. We're living in an authoritarian takeover of the United States. He's never going to leave office. Like if you believe all of those things, you have a completely different perception of it.
okay, but the act of sending military personnel to police cities and civilians is authoritarian in nature. Whether it's effective is a different question, but it is an authoritarian act to send military that should
mhm.
be killing our enemies, right,
It's
abroad.
how is it an authoritarian? It's an
Well, it
authoritarian
was the
act
National
if
Guard,
they're
right? was
It's
But
an
they're still the
authoritarian.
military.
How
National
is it
Guard
no,
is
but
the
I mean, there's a
military.
little difference between the National Guard and like the army, right?
boosting
Wait, what
boosting
is the
law enforcement
difference?
numbers is not an authoritarian act. If
Because
they come
Well,
in
with
and
stop,
military
actually,
police, it
stop,
is.
stop. Hold
it's
on.
how
Wait,
the
stop,
fuck is it?
please, please. Okay. First of all, the National Guard has been used in the past for policing purposes. I don't agree that you can make a blanket statement that any use of the National Guard for policing
Is
purposes
authoritarian.
automatically is
Yes.
authoritarian. And the example I would use would be, in the 60s when they had to send in the National Guard to enforce civil rights legislation and the end of segregation.
If
Okay.
they're pulling people
So
out of their house and fucking beating them on the streets, asking them if they're going to vote
now,
Republican in the next election, okay, that's
right.
authoritarian.
Now, where I will agree with you is that I think so much of this is based on I don't agree that just using National Guard automatically is authoritarian. But where I will agree with you is that I think a lot of this is because Trump continually plays into this. And you have a situation where the right will say it's just a meme and the left says no, it's serious. And then it's very unclear what it actually is with Trump. Trump
It,
making the joke about him being president forever. He has repeatedly brought up the concept that he might run a third
Dictator on
time.
day one.
Yeah.
so
Or yeah,
Terrible.
the comments of that. He posted the meme with the Chicago Apocalypse Now thing. Like he's definitely playing into this. So I do think Trump definitely is very culpable in ratcheting up the tension, in ratcheting up the left's fears of what's going on. But
He's playing into their delusion.
right.
it's not, hold on. It's not playing into their delusion when he's actually doing it. That's not a delusion statement
No,
to
but
say that,
Oh my
one, there was
God.
no state of emergency that justified the deployment of the National Guard in Washington, D.C. There's no state of emergency in Chicago that justifies the deployment of the National Guard. And the National Guard is the military. They go and they fight alongside the regulars, the people in the Army and the Air Force and the Navy, etc., just as much. They go out and they are deployable, right? They are the military. And again, I would argue that outside of states of emergency, that we should not be using these as policing forces in the United States because it is, in my opinion, authoritarian in nature. And I
well,
think that Trump is
mhm.
doing it in a way that is not justified.
If with the DC thing, they have, and they did have a problem with, it wasn't like a national emergency or I guess a DC level emergency. I don't know how they would define an emergency, but they did have very high crime. And if sending in the National Guard, which I believe Trump is legally allowed to do in that situation, though maybe there's some qualified to it, if that actually helps stopping crime, lowering crime, making the city safer, in some way, like, I mean, obviously if they leave, it might just go right back to normal. But if it actually does, or, motivate people to say, hey, maybe we do need harder police policies because it actually, seemed to work if we just had more people on the streets. And then the National Guard is pulled out of DC and they don't do anything like making people vote Republican, pulling people to their homes. They don't do anything crazy like that. Then I would say that that's not an authoritarian measure whatsoever. The authoritarian fear is, okay, you're going to send the military, the National Guard into a city to do what? To do something nefarious, not simply
Brown
to
shirts.
do,
Yeah.
yeah, not simply to just, help the police round up criminals
So
that are actually criminals,
let
right?
me ask Wick. So do you accept that the left thinks these cops are going to go in and pull innocent people out of their homes and beat them for political reasons?
I don't
That's
think
the
that the fear I hear from the far leftists is that this is just establishing a precedent that they will later use to go and deploy people to the
to
polling
go
places. They
and
will
pull
see.
innocent people out of their
No,
homes and
no,
beat
that's not what
them.
I said at all. That's not what I
Okay.
said at all.
Okay.
Right? But to deploy to the polling places when the midterms come to create some kind of state of emergency. Oh, look, the immigrants are MS-13 or there's some sort of issue and we got to deploy these National Guard presence to the polling places and it act as a
So
chilling
so
effect for
so the
people to come in.
so they're going to go, these forces are going to go in and they're going to intimidate people into not voting.
Just by being there, by virtue of having a strong
No, I
military
know how yeah,
presence,
I get it. Yeah,
right?
I totally get it. Yeah. Okay. So do you think that's actually going to happen?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay,
I
I
don't
think
know.
I think that's in the realm of like, when the COVID lockdowns were happening, and there were a lot of people, mostly on the right, who were saying, you have to fight this because if you don't, this is just the government using this as a way to forever
Yeah, that's exactly
justify
what they were
doing a
saying.
lockdown or some other bad action. And my position then was, well, if they do that, we fight that. I don't know. I don't believe that, or I don't believe there's evidence that that's what's going on right now. And I'd say the same thing kind of with the Trump National Guard thing, which is, yeah, if they do something like that, then you have to fight it then because that's bad. But
They
I
sent
don't
federal
like
troops outside of the California governor's event, right? Why do you think they did that?
the, you're talking about when they sent troops to
To
California
Newsom
that they're
thing.
getting sued for doing so,
No, 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 no,
right?
no.
No,
Newsom had like a press conference or something. They sent federal troops there. Why do you think he did that? What was the purpose of that move?
I don't. I'm not. I'm unaware
Yeah,
of the
I'm not
incident you're
familiar with
talking
the
about.
story. If you
It
think it
was
was intimidation, you should bring the
yes,
story up.
yes, it
Okay,
was
it might have been. That's
intimidation. Yes, they are
okay.
doing
It
it
might
to
have been, but I say
intimidate their
that would
political
be
enemies.
if that's an example that you want to point to. I'm unfamiliar with that story. That could be an example of it. I don't know anything about that. I'm just saying to me, as I said, that in DC, if they simply send the National Guard in there and they actually help clean up crime and then they leave, I don't think just the action alone merits saying that this is an authoritarian thing.
Well,
That's my only
what
argument.
if instead of sending the National Guard in to clean up the streets, there's a crime problem, and
Hmm.
they decide, you know what, we're just going to take everyone's guns. It makes it safer, right?
Well, that's against the Second Amendment.
Okay, exactly. It's something that will be effective and make things safer, but it's an overreach. And I argue, right, that
Hmm.
the ginning up an emergency that doesn't really exist in order to send in National Guard troops for a host of reasons, right? Political, to intimidate their enemies, to kind of a show of force. I think that that's it. It's not a delusion for someone to look at that and think, oh, we are closer to authoritarianism now than we were before this happened.
I mean, they're
That's
going
not
to cities that
delusional.
have high crime rates. That's the whole point of it, is
No,
to
no, no.
bring down
Listen, hold
crime.
on. Wait, there's two different things. As I agree with you, I think Trump plays into it. Okay. It's not delusional. I understand. I think it makes perfect logical sense to me why people on the left would see that and would freak out. And Trump does his best to make them freak out. Okay. I agree with that. But that's
Okay.
my point is only just, okay, putting that all aside, I'm just trying to look at it from a completely objective standpoint. That was my position. And I don't think you can really compare it to taking guns away because, as I said, if Trump's doing something illegal or unconstitutional, I don't support it. I'm very big on procedure, and taking everyone's guns away would be unconstitutional.
There
My
are many,
understanding was that
yeah.
with the National Guard in DC was legal for Trump to do because DC is not really a state, and he has the authority to do that.
Can you imagine if the politicians came out and just chilled people out and said, "Look, he's going to send the National Guard in. Crime is a little high. We could use the help. We'll get it under control. If
Sure.
anything, if he does anything out of line, we'll deal with it when that happens, and then move on." They
But
can't obviously do that because they got a bunch of people who are freaked out about
well,
fascism.
part of the reason why people are freaking out about it is because the governors and the mayors and other things are saying, we don't want this. Please don't do that.
They're saying that because we live in a fascist America.
No, they're saying it because they don't want their statehood, their state rights to be trampled on by the federal government.
Well, I think they really don't want
Uh,
it because they're Democrats.
and
Like if this was
they're worried about their
He's
if
not
this
voters.
was
trying to do
Yes.
it to Republican cities. Let's be real.
no, no, no. I listen. I agree with you. This is done purely for partisan reasons. But I'm just saying, like, if it was a Democrat president and there was a Democrat city that had a crime problem or a white nationalist problem or something, they would not. They would perceive it completely differently. They'd say, "Oh yeah, we can work together and you can clean up crime and blah 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 blah." Like
Yeah,
this is
they'd be
all
like,
done through a
"Thanks for the
partisan
help."
lens. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
probably. But again, I don't think we can take the politics out of this situation and take the federal government trampling over states that are rejecting this and saying we can handle this. Please don't do this. It is a kind of a crisis here, and it is something that people should be worried about when Trump tries to just unilaterally do these things. It is not delusional. That's what I'm pushing back against. This idea that it's delusional to have
I
these
already agree
fears.
with
It's
that.
not.
I don't like that Trump does all this shit unilaterally. And anyone who listens
Yeah.
to the show knows That's one of my harshest criticisms of Trump is that whenever he does these things outside of the procedure.
I
So,
understand. I was pushing
I
more
think
back
but anyway,
I
against
that's
look.
you
Adam.
could push back
Obviously
against
look.
him.
I
Yeah.
think the people who think we're living in a fascist America are delusional.
Hmm.
Okay. Ovid for $20 says saying the right should vibe and chill in response to Kirk's death is exactly the same as Hassan calling for Israel to disarm after October 7th. Political violence is bad, with the right response at some point self-defense. You see, but Ovid, I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. You need to, and this is what does irk me when I hear a lot of people say this. When you say like they need to respond, that can mean anything. If you're saying the right needs to respond by, trying to get the left by tamping down the rhetoric, trying to get the left to tamp down the rhetoric, I could agree with that. If you talk about the right responding by even trying to cancel some people who are in favor of, Kirk dying, all this other stuff, I can agree with that. But when you say the right needs to respond, are you saying like, is it violently respond? Is that self-defense? Like you need to be very specific, and I don't like that people are just throwing out these very vague terms that could be interpreted in all sorts of ways. So
It doesn't sound good.
no, no,
Yeah, I
right.
don't look even if you respond violently, I don't see how you could construe that as self-defense because you're not going to respond in any way that's effective to deal with the issue at hand. You're just going to escalate everything. So
Yeah.
responding with violence is not in any way self-defense. I think if you responded with some sort of change to the law or something like that, something that actually dealt with the problem in some sort of way, then that would be self-defense.
And also like and I understand you're making a comparison, but making a comparison between a lone gunman who we made the argument was, could be radicalized and be part of fantastic terrorism, who did a political assassination is very different than the government of a area engaging in a wide scale terrorist attack. I think
Yeah.
it's just not really
It is not
comparable.
the
But
same. Hmm.
The scale is completely different.
yeah. Daniel Irish for $20 says easy assumption. Who else would kill Charlie Kirk, the fascist, if not the left?
Reupers hated him. An accelerationist might. Like there was so many possibilities before we knew, right? Like again, you don't need to make the assumption. It doesn't help anything to make the assumption. Nothing is gained by making the assumption before we have the information. So just don't.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Sammy G says, Wick, regardless of politics, thank you for talking with us today. Keeping dialogue is number one and helps us all find better solutions. Look at that.
I like talking. So thank you for
Thank
letting
you.
me.
Turns out
Thank
all
you.
those assumptions turned out to be correct, but
Boba Peck.
every single one of them. I mean, it's just
Well, no, they were assuming that Israel did it. They were assuming that it was a trans shooter. It's not. Israel didn't do it, right? There are so many assumptions that were wrong about this guy that were trying to be pushed. Like a lot of assumptions were just incorrect.
I'm not sure.
Will there be there's going to be no penalty too to the fucking
Of course not.
to Ian Carroll and all those fucking retards. They're like in the gray zone people. Oh my fucking god, Max Blumenthal, all the gray zone people who are like Israel was behind killing Charlie Kirk. Oh my god, so
Oh,
retarded.
Yeah, there was a lot of assumptions that were just bullshit.
aren't they supposed to take a hit to their reputation?
They're
Don't you
not
think
going
that
to.
most of their audience just still believes Israel did it and that everyone else is trying to cover it up?
They'll either believe that or they'll just shrug and ignore the whole situation. So
They take no hit to their
yeah,
reputation.
that's why I said I'm a little bit black pilled on this,
I know.
uh,
It's
like the just let the net, the free speech absolutism position. So I don't know. I've gone to the dark. I become corrupted.
Yeah.
Bopec for $20 says, "Hey guys, how likely is it that there will be connections broadly made between James Lindsay's cynical theories breakdown, wokeness, and the liberal aspects of the two, with what happened last week and the cheering reactions?" I I think it's very unlikely. I think he's correct on a lot of things, but I think it's very unlikely. I think James has burned a lot of his credibility
Oh, he did,
with the
didn't he?
right. So
I don't know that I don't know the answer to that question. So
yeah. Bopek also says, or has the right called wolf too many times for anyone to take it seriously? Um, That's why I worry about that it will take more political assassinations for the left to take it seriously. That's what I worry about. And that's why I got so enraged seeing all these publications promote Hassan. Is because I'm like, oh, okay, well, they literally haven't learned fucking anything by doing that. So I don't know.
They don't.
I'm in
They
a black pilled state of mind, unfortunately, at the moment. So
if you believe in your heart of hearts that Charlie Kirk had it coming, you're in a completely different place. Like
yes.
you think this is like a win. Like you're like, wow, political assassinations suck, but like this was necessary. That's your take.
Hmm.
I mean, you may not be wanting to say that publicly, but that's what you're thinking.
Right.
So
Oh, there was I think this is breaking. Newsweek's reporting this that they just caught a guy planting under news vans incendiary devices. They failed to go off, thankfully, but
mhm,
Oh,
there's two
wow.
incendiary devices under news vans in Utah. So this the media is the enemy stuff, right? Like,
mhm.
Hmm.
Well, that's definitely me. Like
but I would never hold you
I'm sure
responsible
I'm sure
for
he's
what that
listening to Sitch
crazy
and Adam
did.
right
Right.
now.
I think we're pretty strictly pushing people away from the extreme positions. So
Yep.
generally, when we have these conversations, even
Right.
though I'm a little black
Yeah.
at the moment, but
Yeah.
JMac Circuit 5, thanks so much. Dad JMac for $20 says calling MAGA the radical right. Wick, you've lost. My family is MAGA. They're humdrum Republicans. When you say they are radicals, you'll never achieve unity you seek. You've lost, and it sucks.
I think we win in 2026 and MAGA is goes away. So
Well, but
at least
you
as an effective force.
would you agree? Because I mean, I think the majority of people who support Trump are just like bog standing Republicans,
They
right?
they
Those people
they
are not
they're not
radicals, right?
MAGA. Like just because you support Trump or voted for Trump doesn't make you MAGA. MAGA is a very specific thing. MAGA is the Stephen Millers, right? MAGA is the Tim Pools, if you will, right? MAGA is the kind of like the m- I won't use the term militant, but the cult. I don't know a better way to say it. The cult of personality people, right? Um, I don't think the standard person who voted for Trump is necessarily MAGA. I think MAGA is like 20 to 30% of Republicans.
I I would agree that there is a distinction between groups of people on the right that you're talking about, people who are like diehard, Trump can do no wrong people, and then people that are just more like, I vote Republican. I have Republican sensibilities. I have conservative moral intuition. So I'm going to obviously vote Republican. I agree that there's a difference there. I don't think you should use the term MAGA to describe that because when you say MAGA, 99% of the people listening are going to think you just mean Trump voters. So I think it's an ineffective label to
Fair
use in
enough.
this circumstance.
Yeah, and a lot of people who just are Trump voters call themselves MAGA. They're not putting themselves in some militant pile.
Right.
The JMac has $100 super chat that is probably not
Ooh,
showing up because if
Read
it's
it.
there's
still in
swear
the
words.
JMac for $100 says if the left loses its radicals, you take the teeth away from Trump. People like Destiny and Hassan do nothing but add fuel to the right's argument against the left. Maybe moderates get pushed towards the right entirely because of things like the response to Kirk's murder.
I don't disagree that the radical left helps fuel the radical right. Absolutely, it does. That's why I'm trying to get rid of the radical left. I think that both sides use it's reciprocal radicalization, right? And both sides are using the other side's radicals to justify their radicalism and to radicalize more people towards them, right? It's a phenomenon, and I don't disagree with that chat. So yes.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how the midterms play out because that will be.
Well, who
I mean,
knows with all these political assassinations now,
if
right? Like
we
if you ask
can
me,
keep it together, if we can not have any more violence before the midterms, I think this could be a big win for Republicans.
well,
Jim, yeah.
don't go ahead. No.
JMac for $20 continues the last chat saying they believe they're MAGA. My family would call themselves MAGA. You don't lose the election, you lose the unity that I know you want. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you need a better label than MAGA.
Yeah, and I just the whole idea that the the conservatives feel like they have the wind at their back right now. It's just like everyone's going to disappear in the next election.
Well, before the Charlie Kirk thing, uh at least all polling I've seen shows people, the general electorate, running away from every one of Trump's policy positions, and even on immigration, right? He's underwater in approval on how the Republicans are handling all these things, right? On the economy, it was underwater, right? So I I don't know. The data that I saw, again, I haven't looked at polling post the Kirk thing, but pre Kirk thing, it was shaping up to be a rout, actually. And the Democrats were just probably going to sweep. I don't know how the Kirk thing is going to change that dynamic though, but it absolutely does. I'm going to have to reevaluate my thoughts on it based on what comes out of this. I do also want to say that I don't put Destiny and Hassan in the same camp. I disagree with some of Destiny's positions. I disagree strongly with some of Destiny's positions, but there are a lot of Destiny positions I actually agree with. I can't think of a single Hassan position that I agree with, right? So Destiny and Hassan being lumped into the same thing, I don't know about that one, buddy. Okay,
Well,
I
isn't
love you,
I
J
mean,
Mac,
didn't
but
weren't I didn't listen to the full conversation that happened the other day, but wasn't Destiny calling for violence or civil war or something?
oh, he was definitely saying like yeah, he was definitely doing the Tim Pool thing where he's doing everything but. And again, I think it's his worst quality. I think he's turning up the temperature. He refuses to turn it down, and he is a problem right now. Absolutely. But that is different than Hassan, right? Destiny doesn't think October 7th was based and wants to have 10 of them, right? In America. Um, Destiny has a lot of positions that I just agree with that are just true. Hassan, I can't think of one.
Yeah, listen, I think you could say Hassan is worse, but I still think Destiny is pretty bad in terms
Hmm,
of
okay. I mean,
in terms of
again,
that
I
sort of rhetoric.
disagree with him on this. I
Yeah.
fought him with
Okay.
this, so fair.
All right. Daniel Irish for $20 says, quote, MAGA is the radical right. Trump is destroying the Constitution. So much for toning down the rhetoric.
Yeah,
What is your response to
the
that?
MAGA Republicans. We all know what he means by that.
Say one more time. I didn't kind of.
MAGA is the radical right. Trump is destroying the Constitution. So much for toning down the rhetoric.
I mean, he is. I'm just gonna say things that are true. What I won't say is that, so in because of that, you have to go out and do a tit for tat, and we're going to have a civil war. Now, I won't do that. I would say that you can defeat this in the ballot box, but that is just true. Like, it's just true that Trump is trying his best to destroy, especially the First Amendment. And I can go through all the things he's done to erode our civil liberties in that specific area, right? With the executive orders against Perkins Coie and other law firms and things like that. So
Mm-hmm.
toning down the rhetoric doesn't mean not criticizing someone who's doing a thing. It just doesn't. It's a different thing.
Yeah. But I guess this is sort of the trap. And I mean, listen, I've definitely fallen into this too, because I agree with you. I think Trump is doing very dangerous things. But I don't know. Maybe it's sort of the whole like when we all say like was destroying the Constitution, as opposed to saying, well, Trump is violating the Constitution. I don't
Eroding
know.
our civil liberties
Violating
doesn't
it.
Eroding our
sound
civil
as
liberty. I mean, I guess that's
that
true
doesn't
though.
sound as cool though.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe we're getting a
It
little
does.
too. Maybe we're
Those
getting a little
little.
too sensitive about. We're kind of extreme. Maybe we're going way too much in the woke direction if when we're talking about that. So I don't know. Maybe I disagree with that.
Mm.
I'm talking
Trump
myself
needs
out of
to
that
be
position.
Trump needs to be presidential. He
I would
can't
like the
destroy the
president to be presidential.
Constitution.
Yeah, I take it back. If saying Trump is destroying the Constitution is not, stochastic terrorism. There has to be a
Right.
line somewhere here. Dax Usario for $20 says fact check to Wick at the beginning. Only fatality from Colorado shooting is the shooter. Oh, really? I thought they did kill somebody.
Didn't he shoot two kids?
I th- I well, maybe they didn't
Okay,
die.
if they didn't die, I still think that's pretty bad, right?
Right,
Like,
right. Yes.
Hmm.
JMac for $20, thanks so much, says how fast it take the mainstream media to plaster Nicholas Salmon's face all over as a MAGA racist for threatening a Native American. That did
Yeah.
happen fairly quickly, and obviously they paid the punishment for it.
We shouldn't
So,
jump to conclusions.
but that
true.
goes to what I'm saying in terms of them, trolling social media for viral stories and picking them up quite quickly.
Yes.
I like Damus says Trump is feeling anxious with the Constitution. There you go. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I like that. JMac for $50 says that it colonel should be UCMJ or have some repercussion. He's most likely a CO over several service members who span the political spectrum. What do you do if you're in that guy's command and you are a fan of Kirk? Screw that guy. No, I don't think people that are serving in the military, especially commanding officers, should be putting out like very incendiary things on social media. Like that's really fucking
Hey,
retarded.
look,
So.
Charlie Kirk isn't an elected official. He's not in anyone's chain of command. And
Mhm.
simply putting out quotes of what Charlie Kirk said should not get you court-martialed.
Oh, is that all he
Absolutely
did? Is that
not.
all they did? They
Yes,
just
that
put
was
out
the
quotes?
whole of the
Oh,
tweet,
okay.
was
Well,
just quotes from Charlie
I don't have a
Kirk.
problem with that, but if they were saying something more incendiary about like that,
Nope.
they should have died. If they're just putting out quotes, then I disagree. I think
It
that's
was
fine. Yeah.
four
So
quotes,
okay.
right? So yeah.
John Kajab for $20 says, I don't like the reduction of true fascism that people thin stretch to fit jeans, adds individuals' opinions someone doesn't like, and I dislike the equivalent from the right, but definitely seems more from one side.
Yeah, I agree. But look, it's just my perspective, my completely accurate perspective.
There you go. John Kajaf for not $20, thank you, says if they were fired for not saying anything extreme, that is on their employer for not double checking what their employee actually said. That's not on the people calling their jobs. Their employer should have double checked. I
Come
don't
on.
agree with you. I mean, I agree that that should be on the employer for being a fucking coward, but I disagree with you. It is just the personal responsibility for the employer to double check is just as present on the individuals trying to get that person in trouble. Like I don't know why they would be absolved of responsibility for being part of a mob and going after people that they're wrongly targeting. So
Yeah, I
don't agree.
disagree.
Did
Yeah,
you
that's
miss
just true.
the JMac? You guys should have someone on that's actually plugged into the MAGA movement.
I probably did miss that because my thing's spazzing out. So
Oh, it is.
you can
JMac for $20. You guys need to have someone on that is actually plugged into the MAGA movement. It seems like there is a major neglect of policy that actually pushes several conservatives and Republicans towards Trump. So he's, I think, saying just there are people that are voting based on policy
I think I
prescriptions and they're not
already
like Trump loyalists.
right. So I'm assuming that's regarding what I said. I think I explained the concept poorly the first time. I think I explained it perfectly fine the second time, which is that, as I said, yes, there are people who have very specific policies that support Trump. Like, I don't like that the immigration's out of control or other things. But I think you would agree, Jay, that there's not an ideological underpinning all the various different groups that make up the MAGA coalition that creates some sort of unifying worldview, the way that there is with the woke movement or the woke ideology. And I've said this before in the past, and no one has really disagreed with that with me when I said in the past in chat. So maybe I just phrased it a little poorly this
You
time.
don't think the underpinning is the left has gone crazy with all of this gender nonsense and just letting immigration go insane and crime get wildly out of control? You don't think it's just a response to, oh my God, everything is getting fucking insane?
That could be an underpinning view, but as I'm saying, that doesn't what you say, okay, well, what is the future of America look like? What does the
It
vision of America look like?
it looks like just a
Is it a
step.
protectionist America? Is it a neoliberal America? Are we going back to the Bush era? Are we going back to Reagan? Are we going back to the 1940s? I mean, look at here. Let me give you a perfect example. Okay. Donald Trump had the federal government get 10% of Intel.
Yeah,
That's
that's
mind blowing. Okay.
it's
That is
crazy.
something that for my entire life, Republicans would have called a socialist takeover. And still, if Joe Biden did that, they would be screaming from the hilltops. So this is what I
But
mean when I say that it's not a unifying ideological principle here.
well, I think it is. It falls into the protection of the middle class
Mhm.
because he would argue, well, this is how I'm going to pay for tax cuts so that you guys can keep more of your money. Tariffs are the same thing. He's arguing, oh, look, I'm going to charge the foreigners money in taxes, even though I think
Okay,
it's
yeah, of
basically a
course,
corporate
right,
tax.
but that doesn't go against what I'm saying at all.
Well, it does
We
in the ideology is protecting the middle class, which is
no, but
where
we've always no. Okay,
they're trying to
we've
slide into. I'm just
many
theorizing here, okay?
okay
So,
months ago or a year ago. Remember, there were those people that said that there's no such thing as the left or the right, and their argument was the reason there's no such thing as left or the right is because they would find instances where the left and the right would support like the same policy in the past.
okay.
And then our argument was, well, they're missing the point. It's not about what policies necessarily, it's about the rationale behind the policy. And if you looked back, even though if you had the left be isolationist at some point and the right be isolationist at other points, the rationale for it would be very, very different. There'd be a left wing rationale versus a right wing rationale.
Right.
So yeah, so I'm just when you're talking about like, yeah, being pro middle class, like, okay, sure, of
The
course. Like
rationale is
that's going to be
protecting the middle class.
the rationale could be a right wing rationale for doing protectionism or doing, having the government literally absorb 10% of a company or something. Sure. But that's not showing that there's an ideological unifying vision. Let me just say it
For
very
the
simply.
policy
Okay. Let me
prescription
just say this
itself.
very simply because I'm like triggering people's like Trump defenses and it's making me angry because you're like missing the point.
Who is what?
Okay. Who do you think has a more unifying ideology? The woke ideology of critical theory or every single person that votes for Donald Trump? Who do you think has a more unifying
Obviously, the woke.
ideological?
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
that's
I
all I'm
summed
saying.
up their
Okay,
ideology. It's to
that's all I'm
fight
saying. And I don't really want to keep going
racism,
back on this because
sexism, and homophobia. It's
right.
that simple. The ideology is based on fighting racism, sexism, and homophobia. And if the middle class has to pay 90% taxes to do that, they're
It's
fine
not just
doing
that,
that.
but like the woke ideology also like the whole people as equals are that there's oppressors and oppressees, and that the rules apply differently. There's a much stricter, clearer framework among woke ideology that is unifying among what the ideologies that these people are believing and advocating for. That
Right.
that on the all of everyone that supports Donald Trump does not look like that.
The
And if you
MAGA
don't agree with that, you
coalition.
have no fucking clue what you're talking about, and you don't know anything about the far left ideology.
Well, look, you just tell us what you think the unifying messages of the MAGA coalition.
I've already said it like for the last
Not
20
you. I'm
minutes.
just saying the people who are making the argument against you. Because I mean I agree. It's people. It's crypto bros and people who want low taxes and people who
Right.
want immigration to stop. There's like a bunch of different things, and he cobbled together a coalition of all those people and won. Like Trump went around and was like just catering to each of these different small coalitions, right? He's
Mm-hmm.
like, I was anti crypto at one time, but now I love crypto.
Right.
Crypto's the bomb.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. Exactly.
The only thing that I think was solely his was the tariff thing. Like what who was like, oh yeah, we really need tariffs. Bring Trump in.
Right.
Tariffs was something that he brought to the table
Yeah,
himself.
terrorist
But
is terrible. But anyway, go on.
look, Wick, are you in favor of raising corporate taxes?
Depends. Not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a tax and spend guy. I'm not a tax and spend liberal.
Okay.
I don't know like
Most people on the left
how do you want to raise these corporate
Most
taxes is
people on the
the
left
question.
want to tax the rich and raise the tax on corporations. They call for corporations
Sure.
paying their fair share. Okay, that's
But
a
this
common
is
thing.
we can't do this thing where just a pet peeve of mine when people assume all my positions because I say I'm a Democrat.
Okay,
They're
look, I'm just asking because
no,
obviously
you're
you're on the
fine.
left. I
No,
thought you
no,
might be in favor of corporate
you're all good.
taxes, and tariffs are just corporate fucking taxes. They
Yeah, but
are. Oh, a
there are
pet peeve
different
of
types of
mine.
taxes and ways like a sales tax is different than a corporate tax, which is different than a property tax, which is different than an income tax, right? The type of tax and how that plays into
I
the
think,
economy
look,
matters.
I think that's a bit of a cope. I think the only thing the people on the left are asking for is raise the fucking taxes on corporations. I want corporations to pay more money. That's what they want.
I
If you
think
define it as a sales tax or a corporate tax or a tariff, well, look, the Democrats have convinced them a tariff is not a corporate tax somehow. So that's what irks me.
I look, I'm not an economist, unfortunately, but I do tariffs have are a type of tax that is particularly harmful, that we have a history of being harmful to industries in the United States and to consumers in the United States. It
Why?
hurts because it it makes it harder for industries to plan for the future of their businesses, especially how Trump is going out putting these tariffs out there. We're not
Well,
even sure if they're going to stay
putting
in place, right?
putting the planning part aside, let's just say that we know
Well,
for
you
certain the
can't.
tariff is going to be uh, always on. Okay, a 10% tariff. What is the problem with a 10%
Okay,
tariff?
if it's an always on and an
There is no
entire thing,
problem.
what it the problem I have with that conceptually is it limits the not just the corporations but the consumers' ability to make free choices about where they what kind of products they consume and where they consume it from. It picks winners and losers in the marketplace in which way a broad tax would not, because a corporate tax would punish any corporation that, or not punish, but it would affect any corporation whether they do business outside of America or do business inside of America. Similarly, however, a tariff does not. A tariff only hurts certain industries that happen to do business outside of the United States. And I think
Okay.
that the winners and losers, it creates a whole lot of bad um, conditions. But we can't lose the sight of that these aren't a permanent, always on thing. They have been, what are the tariffs going to be? Are they going to be in place tomorrow? We don't know. It's a good question. So companies are having a real hard time planning for the future of their business, the investments that they want to make, because they don't know how much they're going to have to invest, right? And where they should invest. And it's creating a headache that's killing us.
Right. Okay.
I was in the bathroom. Are you guys done talking about terrorists?
Yeah, we're done
Yeah, it's
talking about
Okay.
pretty
tariffs.
boring anyway, but
ChatGPT Swag for
Fine.
$20 says it's easy to advocate for no boots on anyone's face when it's the opposing party putting their boot on your face, as the right did, as the left is doing now. They were perfectly happy with cancel culture till this week. Icarius Jaw for 20 euros says the scariest part of cheering on political violence at the moment is that while both sides are mostly cringe online LARPers right now, the people who are professionally violent become involved, they'll mostly be on the right.
oh,
JMac for $20 says Wick won't mind read the media and leave it up to who knows, but then fills in the blanks for Tim. By the way, you can assume both are probably shitty.
yeah. Well, what do you say to that?
Wick
Do
won't
some
mind.
mind
Can you read
reading.
that again? I didn't quite get
Wick
it.
won't mind read the media
Oh,
and
mind
leave it.
read. Okay, well,
Yes.
okay, well,
Okay.
mind read the media. Because Tim Pool is a specific case where I know him, but the media is such a broad term. Like, what do you mean when you say the media? Like, are
And
you
then
talking
JMac,
about Fox News, CNN? What are we talking about?
the lamestream media, the lefty media, obviously.
Left it.
Right.
Okay. It just makes it harder to. I can't mind read a larger group, but I can make inferences based on a single individual.
I thought you were gonna say that your like mind reading powers is only good enough for like individual level, so you can read Tim's,
That
but you know,
true. Look,
you
my
have to like
powers.
be in the room with the head of CNN to really get like a good
Oh,
track,
yeah.
you know. That's fair. JMac for another $5 says, by the way, I do think Wick is doing good work, and I'm glad he came on.
Oh, thank you. You guys love me.
That's
I
I
feel
cool.
the
agree.
love. I feel the
I
love.
agree. Philip Cogans for $20 says the people calling for Civil War II on the left and the right have no idea what they're calling for. They think it will be Gettysburg, but in reality, it will be more like the Troubles or Yugoslavia in the early 90s.
Yeah,
That is true.
I agree. Unfortunately,
Bo
no one's
Peck for
going to
20
be safe.
Bo Peck for $20 says, Adam, you said many times how the media is careful about how they talk about suicide. Wasn't there an effort made a decade ago to not name shooters to desensitize copycats? Is that just gone now, or am I misremembering?
Well, and they go out of their way to protect marginalized people from stereotypes. You see it all the time. You see it all the time. So they know these stereotypes are damaging to some people, but it's just they lean into it when they're damaging to the right people, the bad people.
Jeff Schatz for $20 says there are many other stages before KTA in the case of an actual uprising, institutionalization for the actual crazies, legal charges for the vicious, etc., infiltration and breakup of the groups. Don't jump to there yet.
Yeah, look, people are already talking about bringing back mental institutions. That could go a long way towards dealing with the crime issue. I think most of the
It
crime
will.
is just crazies on the street.
Oh, I don't know about most of the crime, but we could reduce especially crime on public transit greatly by just bringing back mental institutions. Look, mental institutions had a bad rap in America for a good reason. They
Hmm.
were horribly corrupt, and I don't think the solution to that should have been abolishment. I think that they needed a large amount of reform. But look, it's no kindness to let these people just roam the streets and not take their medication, not get the help they need, and they do harm to others. And the public should be protected from them. Put them away in a proper abuse-free mental institution.
True. Look at that.
The
No,
problem is it's
I don't know why you're
so
laughing. That's just what we
well,
should
Get them
do.
away.
the problem is that it's just so expensive. That's the problem. So that's why a lot of people.
I'm willing to pay for it, okay?
Well, yeah, but I mean, but there's no, we're not going to go with the euthanasia thing, right? Like you
No, oh,
gotta put them away.
don't
The
Or
euthanize anybody.
euthanasia thing is just practical,
there
but
you go.
I
No, what,
mean,
how about this? How
God,
about this? This is what I said. You have a
do
big,
that.
you have a big government.
look, I'm just saying the truth, okay? I'm
No,
not
no, no, no.
advocating
Listen,
for it. I'm just saying it's practical.
here's the easy thing. As I said, Adam, they already have their tents. Okay, so
Uh-huh.
all you got to do is you just make some government facility that's got a real big open yard, and they could just fucking put their tents there.
Right.
Just it'll be behind giant walls, so we don't have to fucking look at it.
Locked giant walls.
There you go.
What are you going to do when they euthanize each other?
Well, just listen. There'll be a law and order, in the camps. I mean, in the facility. Okay.
Oh my God.
AG123 says, can Wick name a policy position of Hassan's he disagrees with that has nothing to do with foreign policy or Israel?
Oh, well, that's most of his policy positions. Yeah, I'm against rent control. I'm against letting the blood of landlords run in the streets. That's two.
Mhm. And you're not. I mean, you're not down with socialism in terms of
Nope,
like getting rid of
at all.
capital
I am a
businesses or anything.
capitalist.
Okay.
Okay.
Property rights are the foundation of Western civilization.
Yes.
Have you read
Yeah.
Why Nations Fail? I know sometimes people give me a
I
hard
don't
time
know
for
if I've
bringing
read
that up.
that specific book, but I am a liberal, and one of the foundational beliefs of liberalism is in individual rights and private property.
Faith.
They make that argument very well in the book Why Nations Fail, that a lot of nations fail because they don't have secure property rights, and it disincentivizes anyone to build anything. And people don't, and then they have no good institutions, and their nation sucks. So the three books on politics that I think are the best books ever written are The Righteous Mind, which really helps with political dialogue.
Jonathan Haidt, yeah.
Jonathan
That was
Haidt,
good,
yeah.
good stuff. Mhm.
Why Nations Fail, and The Dictator's Handbook. The Dictator's Handbook makes a great case for democracy and explains how democracy aligns the goals of the political elite and the goals of the populace in a way no other system does. So
I've read
those are
one
the-
out of three, so
Which
maybe I'll have to
the,
pick up the other two.
the
You should,
Righteous
they're great.
Mind.
Yeah, I've read The Righteous
Yeah.
Mind. It's a great book. Yeah.
I started reading The Dictator's Handbook on a plane, and it just dominated my vacation because I was like, this book is fucking insane. It's just so much information, so much useful information. So you might like it. Look, I
I
pick
might
up
check it
books
out.
all the time, and sometimes they stick, and sometimes I'm like, this is
I
fucking
might
boring.
check it out.
I did
JMac for
I did
fifty
start a
dollars.
book that someone in our chat recommended, I think last week or something. So
What book was that?
it involves a glorious revolution. I'll look it up. Here, you read the
Okay.
super chat.
JMac
Here's
for
a
$50. Thank you so
oh,
much. JMac says something somewhat interesting with everything about the Charlie Kirk stuff is my wife, who isn't really political, has lefty friends who are posting Kirk bad memes on Facebook. So she started looking into him, and now she says, I quote, actually like some of what he says. Laughing face emoji. There you
there you
go.
go.
Yeah, I'm having a very Jordan Peterson-esque experience because people keep making these wild claims. Brianna Wu said that he advocated lynching trans people. So, and you look into it and it's the same exact shit as Jordan Peterson, where he said something that was completely spun out of context. He responded to it and clarified. Everyone's like, oh no, he's dog whistling. He doesn't mean the clarification. Of course he means it. And it all seems bad faith bullshit that we're used to. The Blazing World is a book, a new history of revolutionary England from 1603 to 1689. So they go into like the V for Vendetta stuff too, which is kind of cool.
If
Remember,
you
remember.
if you want a great book on free speech, I would recommend it's a 1993 work by Jonathan Rauch. I think
Hmm.
I'm pronouncing the name right. It's called Kindly Inquisitors.
I think I read
Uh,
it.
yeah, well, good. Yeah,
Con-
you should if you haven't and you're in chat or whatever, right? You should pick that book up and give it a read.
oh,
It's
maybe
really
I
good
have it.
defense of free speech. So,
Kindly Inquisitors. Nope,
Mhm.
I haven't read it.
Well, check it out. I recommend it.
Fal- Balcony for $50. Thank you so much. Says Charlie platformed all ideologies. How many fascists go their way to create an open dialogue? That's true. Mongolian Leprechaun Superman from Saturn for $20. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam and Wick, I have one question. How do you guys feel about an idea about South Park bringing back Chef voiced by AI Isaac Hayes and reinvent his character as a Black Hebrew Israelite? On one hand, I think that would be
I
very
mean,
funny if the family of Isaac Hayes was fine with it. If they're not fine with it, I think that'd be really fucked up. But I did read an article, I don't know if it was true, but I read an article that was from Isaac Hayes' son, who says, who claimed that this whole like concept of Isaac Hayes like leaving South Park because of Scientology, and said all that was like not true whatsoever and was kind of blown completely out of proportion and was some kind of like a misunderstanding of the fight and everything. So I'm not in
I
favor of that unless his family gives the okay
yeah,
on it.
I wouldn't be cool with that. Yeah.
It
I
would
mean, if his family
definitely,
wanted it, maybe, but
yeah, it would definitely start a very weird legal conversation if the
yeah.
family sued, because then you'd have the first like, is it? I'm assuming the courts would say you cannot AI a famous person's voice and use it without their permission or their family's permission if they're dead. I don't know, maybe if they're dead, but
But
that's
it
kind of
like,
fucked
is
up.
there a time limit on that? Like,
There probably is. There probably is. Yeah.
uh,
It's good. I don't know. I don't like it. Let's give them 50 years. Okay. JMac for $20 says our community Republican group held a vigil for Charlie Kirk last night. They were protested by people in the community. These are not online people. I think you guys don't realize how much online and real life have fused together.
yeah, that's totally demoralizing, obviously. So yeah, look, and it's impossible for me to not think those people that are protesting, they think Charlie Kirk is a Nazi, a
yeah,
literal
but I
Nazi.
don't know how many people were protesting or how many people were at the vigil, but I would caution against looking at protesters as indicative of the left as a whole. I think that again, if you're talking like 100,000 came out to fight you, fair enough, maybe we have a problem. But if there's like 10 hecklers, I don't know what to. Yeah,
Well, we will see. I mean, because there's going to be a lot of polling on this information,
yeah, we'll
so
find out.
I would the first polling not looking too good for the left. So we'll see if that changes or not.
Everything I look at, the left thinks this guy is David Duke, right?
Yes, yes.
Everything I look into, I I don't see a David Duke, but obviously I'm not looking through the left's crazy blinders.
Crazy blind.
Right.
Well, they
Well,
do.
I
They
do wonder how
see
much
all
of it
kinds of.
is. I wonder how many people even knew who Charlie Kirk was before this, or they're just people who are like, no, 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 he's like a David Duke, and now that's like what's formed their opinion. To then jump into the virtue signal, being like, yeah, it's good that he died.
I think
Couldn't tell
all
you.
the people who are saying that it's good that he died are in the he is David Duke camp. And
Right.
that's
No,
where
but
everything gets
what?
morally gray because you're like, oh my God, well, he's a
Well, it's
fucking
just like when Luigi killed
Luigi
that guy, the
Mangione.
healthcare
Yeah.
CEO,
Yes.
Brian Thompson, I think was his name. I could be wrong.
Yes. Brian Thompson.
We are going to get polling information about this, about how each group, each cohort, each age group, each demographic, each political party thinks about this. Rather than guess, we can simply wait.
Mhm.
I don't know.
And implied in that is Wick is hoping those numbers,
I do. I
hoping
think
and praying those
I
numbers
hope that almost no one
are not too
approves of the
bad.
killing,
Well, listen.
right?
I would hope we're all hoping for that, right?
Yeah.
We should all be hoping that people are not fucking evil.
I
So,
just look, I don't, if the numbers are insanely bad for the right wing, I don't have a dog in the fight. Like
you
I'm
mean the
not,
left
I'm,
wing?
or
We
the
mean
right
like,
wing. Yeah.
well,
So look,
I'm
I
assuming the right
think
wing's not going to be in favor of Charlie Kirk dying. Why
if
Look,
not?
if they're
if
doing
either
similar
side, I
polling
would not
on,
be happy. I would not be
Mhm.
happy if it came back and I found out that a large cohort on the right was cheering on this death. I would be aghast
Well,
at
look,
that.
I'm not saying cheering on the death. I'm saying
We're in
if,
favor of political violence.
yeah, we're in
Yeah, yeah,
favor of
yeah.
political violence. Like if any poll came out on anything that the right was completely out of line, I wouldn't be like, oh shit, this makes me look bad because I'm not on the right. I don't think of myself as a right winger. I'm just it's interesting because I do think we began this conversation with you talking about the um not joining a group or being in a team and
Hmm.
adopting an identity. But I do think you're much more invested in the poll numbers being not against the left
I
than
I
I
think
am.
I have a good track record of going against my party on major issues and not being
Mhm.
afraid to do that. So if this comes out, the Democrats, a large portion of them are in favor of political violence. I don't think that's going to make me go. Uh, I don't think that hurts me in any way because what it does is inform, okay, I have a lot of work to do to fix this issue. But I'm hoping but that would remain the case even if that number was on the right instead of the left. I would still feel, because I am an American first and foremost,
Mhm.
that I need to convince as many Americans as possible to not be okay with political violence. So whether it's on the right or on the left, it's a problem for me.
When does how hard do you work though? Because I think the
I
way
don't
that
work a lot, right?
the way that I often look at it though is as soon as you start the effort, as soon as you're like, okay, we need to do something about the left. I need to chill these people out. You're branded a right wing Nazi, so all of your effectiveness towards swaying
Yeah.
them seems to go out the window.
Look, I've been branded a right-wing Nazi for platforming you guys, right? I've been branded a right-wing Nazi for all sorts of reasons for since I started engaging in influencer sphere, right? This is
Right.
not
Yeah.
new to me. But I don't think that's impeded me either, right? I don't think it's stopped me from reaching out to people and convincing and persuading. I'm not the biggest figure, obviously, right? I don't have a huge following,
Well,
but
we don't
like,
have a huge following either for that same reason though.
yeah. But I think that like, I don't know. I still think that I can be effective even in my small sphere of turning people away from political violence, and I hope I can. So, yeah.
The Oceanist says, I was doing clinicals for school when Charlie Kirk got shot. When the news came out, the reaction from the hospital staff was ordinary concern for him. I think the celebration is mostly terminally online morons. So
Probably.
there's a different view, I should say.
Mm.
JMac for another $20. Thank you, JMac. Says also, in case you guys missed it on Twitter, I scored a golden grail yesterday, unopened, sealed, perfect condition. Conker's bad fur day for the N64. Some pothead stole it from Toys R Us and forgot he had it sealed, baby. There you go. Good for you.
Good job.
There you go.
Toys R Us is no more.
I've never
Quite
played
the find.
Conker's bad fur day, so
Me
good on you,
neither,
Jay.
frankly. But if he's enjoying it, then more power to him. We all need a little light
Yes.
in our lives these days, right?
Philip Kogan, thanks so much for $20. Says, in regards to the suspect, I think he is the kind of kid who 10 years ago we'd be asking how he went from being normal to 6 months later starring in an ISIS video, deleting the infidels. That's definitely very possible.
I'm
yeah.
It's a tough thing because I don't know how much information we're going to get about the guy, because they always have this. They can hide behind, we don't want to entice copycat crimes, so we can't really tell you a lot about it.
I
Yes.
I think in this case we're going to find out a lot more than we normally would, just because of the high profile nature and the all the political issues surrounding it. I think that we're going to get a pretty good idea in the next few weeks of everything. I think we're going to get a good timeline. We may not get all the specifics we want, but I do think we're going to get more information than we normally would.
I don't
If it's
I could be
I
wrong.
would I would think that. Though I do think it's weird we don't really have a lot of good information about the shooter in Minnesota or the killer in Minnesota, which is very strange to me. So now,
Mhm.
I mean, this is more high profile, but still weird.
Well, we'll
What's
see.
going on there?
I don't. I'm just guessing. So
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I really hope so
yeah.
because I think that so a lot of times they're very shy with the information, either because they think, oh, copycat or whatever. But for the public's concern, I think it makes everything worse when they don't
Mm.
release information because then everyone just speculates
Oh yeah.
whatever they want. Alex Wern for $20 says the left and right are colorblind in different hues. They see the same thing but read different words with no trust. Each assumes the other's vision hides an agenda.
true,
Very, very true. Very, very true.
true.
Okay. Let me see if there's any specific questions or attacks.
Give it to me. I'm
Do you want me
ready.
to read? Do you want me to read questions? Should I can read the criticisms
It's
later.
your show.
What's up
You
to
read
you?
what
I
you want
listen.
to read.
I like you, Wick. I think
Mhm.
we agree on a lot. We're both pretty anti alt left woke bullshit, which makes you mostly good in my book. Okay,
Mostly good.
mostly
We
good.
still need to
Okay,
fight about the
you're wrong about that.
university thing.
You're wrong. Listen,
Well,
and
I'm 100%
yeah,
right, but
that's
yeah, go
fine.
over.
And I do think that even though we disagree on things like the university stuff and speech issues, I do think that you're coming at it from a position of you do have a universal principle. I don't think you're just doing it because of
Yeah.
like you're on the
One of
left or
the
whatever.
one of the reasons I agree to come on your show, right? And one of the reasons I'll talk to you and we'll have because I don't feel like we're having a debate, right? We're
Yeah.
having a discussion, right? And that's how I approach it. This is not a debate. We're having a conversation where we have disagreements, but it's a conversation.
Hmm.
Is because I think you guys are, at the end of the day, honest actors, right? Like you actually believe what you're
Thank
saying. You actually have principles that you hold to, right? You actually are good faith
I'm
in
just here
So
for that
rare.
Donald Trump third term. I mean, that's
sure,
why.
sure,
So
whatever,
That's
rare
what
in
I'm.
this internet space.
but to finish my thought here, I would not go into a lot of other spaces in the same way I come in because I know they're hostile, they're adversarial, and then they're going to it's going to be a fight to fight,
Yes.
and I don't approach that this here. It's to the chagrin of some of my audience who want me to really go hard on the paint with everything, right? Like I just
Right,
don't feel
right.
the need.
See,
Okay.
look.
Yeah. I'm saying because I do think a lot of people in our chat are being very unfair and hypercritical
Oh,
of
okay.
you. So
Interesting. I haven't really been reading the chat. I did just read Kick the stanza say, finally Adam admits it. Look, this is the thing. I can't help myself, and maybe that's why I can relate to Trump. Look, I know I should not say I'm just here for Trump's third term. Okay. I know there are people out there that will believe that. They'll be like, oh my God, it's mask off. I do not want Donald Trump to serve a third term. There was an interview with Amy Coney Barrett that I sent to Sitch, where I mean it's talking like about the possibility of a Trump third term, and I'm just thinking it's fucking crazy. This is insane. I can't imagine if the Supreme Court gives Donald Trump a third term. Like, oh, it's just it's going to
That's
be 10
that's
times worse.
a constant law that
Yeah.
we don't want to go there.
But
Okay,
look,
that's very bad.
I still can't help make the joke that I don't know why I feel the desire to lean in just to trigger people, but I
No,
do.
I get it. You're a little, you got the troll in you. Okay, you got the little shit stir in you, and that's okay. We all do to an extent, right?
I don't give a fuck. I totally don't give a fuck. And I think Trump is very similar. Trump is like, he doesn't really give a fuck either.
Mhm.
So, not about his enemies. Obviously, I think Trump will bend over backwards for anyone that flatters him or he thinks is a friend. We've seen that too much for me not to think. Trump is a creature of flattery. That's the key to get Trump to do whatever you want.
My chat is telling me to tell you, Adam, that they
Mm.
respect you more for admitting it. Okay,
Oh,
so just
admitting
FYI.
admitting that I want a Trump third term.
Admitting that you got a little troll in you, right? Like
Oh,
you got a
okay,
little.
okay, yes. Well, look, that wasn't a secret by any means. Did you see the Amy Coney Barrett interview? I only saw a snippet of it, and I was going to look for full the full interview, but I didn't find it. I was surprised it was on Fox News and they were talking about, but maybe they're just broaching the topic. So she says that there's a lot of different opinions on the 2-term limit. That the 2-term limit was done in a amendment, a constitutional amendment, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the way she's talking about it, they're making it sound like, oh yeah, it depends upon how you interpret that amendment.
Oh God.
And what do you think, Sitch? It seems obvious they're opening the door to. Well, is it two non-consecutive
Wait,
terms?
is Amy Coney Barrett the Supreme Court justice was saying
Yes, yes.
this? Okay. Jesus.
I sent you the clip. Yeah, I guess
I
you
don't
never
remember.
watched it. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe we'll bring it up and watch it.
That's pretty fucking. That's pretty scary.
We need to look at the amendment, because if the amendment is unclear on
I thought it was pretty clear
on 2 terms,
Yes.
I think, doesn't it say something like a president will serve no more than 2 terms?
I don't know the exact.
I don't
wording
know
off
the
top of my
specific
head.
wording.
If
Honestly,
it says
off the
no
top of my
more than
head.
2 terms, I think that's pretty. My foot is in the sand, right?
It
Right.
looks it. The last time I read it, I remember it being pretty fucking clear. Okay, but the I guess the trick, the workaround that a lot of people are talking about is, well, if Vance runs for president and has Donald Trump as his vice president, uh, he can then just let the vice president kind of run the show, right, while he's the president.
Okay, so that is the okay. So here's the wording of the 22nd Amendment. So this is what you're talking about. No person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice,
That's the
and no
elected part.
person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed, blah, blah, blah. So I guess so I guess this would hinge on like, well, what does elected to office mean? If you have some wacky scenario where Trump is the VP and Vance, runs and then quits intentionally, like it's like a Vladimir Putin situation,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Is that circumvent the 22nd Amendment?
That's obviously against the spirit of it, and I think that it would be a terrible thing for our country for that to happen.
Yeah,
Oh
I mean, first
my
of all,
God,
you know,
can you
Trump is
imagine?
Trump is so old. I can't even imagine what the health of Trump is going to be in 4 years or 3 years from
It
now
would
for him
be
to be in that position. So
be a yeah,
you know,
we'd have a
yeah,
have a real problem.
I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
But so there
Okay.
you go.
Okay.
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 The Oceanist for $10 says, Wick, there needs to also be pushback against people like Ilhan Omar, Jasmine Crockett, and Zoran Mondame.
Okay. Sure.
Ilhan
If
Omar had
someone
a
is saying
pretty,
something I disagree with, I will push back against
yeah.
them.
I'm trying to remember what Jasmine Crockett said. Omar seemed like she had a pretty shitty response to this whole
I don't specifically
situation.
know those three's responses to the
Wasn't
Charlie
great.
Kirk thing. I don't know.
Like at least AOC made about gun control, but she said very clearly, this is unacceptable. Political violence
Yeah,
unacceptable. So
which is fine. I don't see
yes.
a huge problem with that.
Uh, let's see. Sway for $10 says Wick is just here to spin. This conversation is very blackpilling. I disagree with that. Wick believes
Spin the
in principles that
conversation.
you just disagree with.
I don't even know how I was spinning it, but fair enough.
Um, Jose
There's
Caballero for
there's
five
a
dollars
new
says
one of our
Wick.
one of you
What?
guys started a new clips channel. So I'm going to drop a link to the clips channel in the chat. You guys can check it out and tell us if it's any good.
Uh, Jose Caballero says Trump is literally destroying the Constitution as we speak. You're part of the problem. So they're saying that that language is part of the problem.
I'm not going to stop criticizing the president for things he's doing wrong. Sorry. Not sorry. Oh.
Ostracy for $5 says Wick has no interest in lowering the temperature. He has an interest in winning.
I have an interest in both, and I think that by lowering the temperature,
Oh,
we
oh.
win.
There
No,
you
I'm
go.
not
I
kidding with
like it.
this.
I like
By
it.
lowering the temperature, we win. Democrats win. If Democrats are able to lower the temperature in this country, it's going to appeal to normals, to the normies that do not want the political violence, and they will win election. If they are the seen as ones as a party of moderation, they will win, I think, in a landslide.
Okay. This is a very important question, Wick. It's a very important question for all of chat. All right. When you go to the bathroom, like, and I don't mean go to the toilet. I mean, when you enter into the bathroom and you do things in the bathroom, there's an order of hierarchy of things that are like important, of like, showering, brushing your hair, brushing your teeth, et cetera, et cetera. What do you think is more important? Brushing your teeth or brushing your hair
My
on that
teeth.
hierarchy?
My teeth, 100%.
Teeth? Okay, chat, how do you feel about this? What do you think is more important, brushing your teeth or brushing your hair? I'm curious what the chat feels about this. I might have had a conversation with someone about this who will remain nameless.
I mean, this is so obvious.
Okay.
I mean,
I
look,
thought it was obvious too, but
oral hygiene is the foundation of Western civilization. let's be honest
I
here.
don't know what
okay.
to tell you. And
Now
plus,
look
I'm
at
missing
Albert
some of my
Einstein.
hair.
That guy
Right?
never brushed his hair. What the fuck?
That's true. That's true. Okay, look at this. Every single person is saying teeth. All right. Oh no, we're getting a hair. We got a hair. So we have like
Ban that
20
person. They're a
million teeth and
psychopath.
like one hair. So
Okay. If you're
just
answering hair to this question, there's something inherently wrong with you. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
okay. I'm glad we're on the teeth page here. So that was my position as well.
Yeah, team teeth.
Team teeth,
100%.
baby. Team teeth. Okay. All right. The Oceanist says, also, Wick, just want to say I like when you come on the show and wish you had more viewers than someone like Destiny.
Look, I wish I had thousands and thousands of viewers too, but you know,
Okay.
I'm happy. Like what? I got 165 watching me now. I think that's fine. I think that's good. I think that's solid. So
There you go. Okay, and here's the second. Oh, our Hilltorf jar says brushing your teeth is the scam. There you go. We got one for the team hair. Okay, here's the second question. Um, how many men here own a hairbrush? Because I don't own a hairbrush.
I have a hairbrush. I have a hairbrush mirror combo. I don't have it
Okay.
on me, obviously, but I do. But I use it
Right.
for my beard. So
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
count. I don't
There you
know.
go. Well, that's a beard brush. That doesn't count.
I do it the old fashioned way. I have a wife and she has a brush.
Right, right,
I have my own toothbrush, however.
right. There you go. I am curious. Sam thinks it's insanely weird that I do not own like a brush or a comb or something that effect.
I don't even know if you have hair, Sitch.
I have hair, yes,
Okay.
but
Well, I don't
Oh,
know. Some men don't. Some men go
it's
bald.
fine. Listen,
very
my avatar
pointed.
doesn't have any hair, so. Jome Kajab for GR says hair just to be contrarian. There you go. And listen, this Waffle Jar says, why are you brushing a rabbit in the bathroom? That's the age-old question. So it looks like most people do own some kind of comb or hairbrush. So there you go. I'm the odd one out on that one. So okay. Uh let's see. Joe the Make for $10 says, Wick, you talk about pushback from the left, but you allowed Prime and others on your stream to regurgitate the lie that Kirk was a fascist with zero pushback from you. Do you think Kirk is a fascist?
So no, I do not. When he says zero pushback, that's also not true, but it was a big panel. I was basically when the shooting happened, I went live and I allowed people to call in and voice their opinions. I'm a free speech show. So even if you're saying something I find reprehensive, I will probably not interrupt you. I will let you say it because I think people should know people's honest opinions and honest feelings, right? Even if those are reprehensible. I want to know who celebrates Charlie Kirk's death personally. I want them to say it. I want to know who they are, right?
Yeah, get
I
them
want
on
to know.
record.
Yes, exactly. So why ever would I stop someone from giving their honest opinion on my show, even if I disagree with it?
Yeah, we got to have someone for those new mental institutions, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that, but
Yeah, it's got to be eternally frustrating for like women that they spend like an hour getting ready, like in the bathroom, and then the guy literally spends like 5 minutes. They like put on a clean shirt and clean clothes. They kind of like tap their hair and they're like, "All right, good to go." God,
that sucks for
got to be
them.
frustrating. Um, Van Holio for 6 months says Wick saying that the media is against Democrats is an outright lie. Do we so easily forget they were telling us last year that Biden was fit to run again?
Well, what am I lying about again?
The media is against Democrats because they
They
covered up for Biden's health.
if they are having Hassan on their show, they are hurting Democrats, just and they are
Yeah, but do
against
you think
Democrats.
they real? I don't think the I don't I'm get my assumption here, but I
Mm.
don't think that the higher ups in like the New York Times and CNN, all these people, I don't like that CNN Hobbit guy that interviews Hassan, who I think is a boomer. I don't think he knows. I don't think he's lying. I think he just is fucking clueless about Hassan's real
Um,
beliefs.
Maybe. But I do know that there are people within these organizations who have no love for
Sure.
Democrats. You can see in how they cover various political issues. I think they give a lot more grace to Trump than they did to Biden. And look, it's not obviously we're speaking in broad brushes because again, as I keep reiterating, the media is a lot of things. And I think that's far too broad of a statement to say the media. You have to be a lot more specific. If you wanted to say that MSNBC was pro Democrat, I'd probably agree with you, right? But when you want to say, like,
Probably.
look,
Oh my
I-
God.
they do a
MSNBC is
lot of them.
100% in the tank for the Democrats.
Okay. But,
Well, I
yeah.
mean, Fox News is 100% in the tank for Republicans. That's obvious, right?
Well, for Trump specifically, I would say that they are anti-establishment Republican.
Fox News
Um,
is?
Yeah. Yeah. They went for Trump
I
hard.
think look, I think it's the opposite. They were against Trump. Rupert Murdoch didn't like Trump. They were backing DeSantis.
Sure, maybe in 2016, but
No, no,
in
no, no, no. When they the Republicans did have a primary, remember? They were
yeah,
pushing
I'm
Nikki
trying to think
Haley.
back to
Everyone was
it.
like, "Nikki Haley,
But
please
no, I
save us
look,
from Trump."
yeah, but Adam, you agree that now that Trump is president, they're like
Oh, of
100%
course they went in.
fall
Look,
in
he's
line on board with Trump.
of course they
Yeah.
had to.
Okay.
They were
Okay.
forced to.
Right.
yeah, I don't think they even held him account for not showing up to the debates. I just think that yeah, anyway,
Well, I mean, what could they really do?
well, it's the way these things are covered, right? And the way these things are framed. And again, I'm trying to remember back to the Republican debates.
You didn't really cover the Republican
I
side
I
of the.
watched the debates. I didn't watch Fox
You didn't
News's
watch a cringy debate
coverage
with
after.
Newsom and Newscum and DeSantis. You didn't watch that?
Oh yeah, but when was that?
Oh my God, Newsom was. You
When
remember
was
that?
that? Like, I don't like Newsom to be clear. I think that he's doing, he's got really good, strong rhetoric now. But I'm a Josh Shapiro guy. I hope he
Hmm.
wins, and I'm going to be supporting him in the 2028 primaries if he runs. I think that we need kind of like an East Coast Democrat to head the party and to
He
kind
would
of
have been much better than
champion the
Kamala Harris.
party.
Obviously, he would
But
have. Like he might
Newsom.
have beaten Trump.
Newsom is the current favorite because he's the one that's rhetorically going after Trump in what I think is a fairly effective way. So
We'll see. 3 years
yeah,
away. I don't like
I can't
Newsom.
predict until
So
we get closer. Yeah.
him just being a troll online, like yeah, that's gonna get Don Line nice and happy about it, but you know,
Will they show up in both? I mean,
yeah,
they showed up in huge numbers for Kamala, right?
right.
Oh wait. No.
So who knows? Um, but yeah, I don't know. I think, and I say this as someone who, I thought Biden was in mental decline. I didn't think he was in as much mental decline as he was until we saw the debate. So I wasn't like 100% on board with his brain was mush before the debate. I do feel like the media could have, I feel like if it was Trump in that same position, mentally, the media would have dug much deeper into trying to figure out his health claim. I mean, we saw how much people, and maybe it wasn't responsible by him, but we saw how much people dug into the whole situation with Trump being gone for like a week, where everyone was assuming he was dead.
Oh, I
Like
do
people were
gotta let
really
you guys
digging
know
into
I got
that.
about like 10 minutes,
Okay.
and
Okay. Super
I gotta
chats. Are
do
there
other
any left?
things.
Did we get all the comments against
Well, I'm not gonna. Well, I'm looking for
the
questions.
mean
All the
incendiary
comments against
ones?
Wick,
I don't want all
we gotta.
the
We want
negative
the
Wick
mean
comments,
incendiary
but
ones first. Here, I'll put those up to the top of the list.
right.
Once again, I put I pinned in chat, and I will put it in the description. One of our fans started a new clip channel, so I haven't watched any of the clips. I don't know if they're good or great or amazing or incredible, but I'm sure they are, obviously, because they're clips of us. But you guys constantly ask us for clips, so go subscribe to that clips channel if you want to watch the clips, obviously.
There you go. Yeah, a lot of people ask for it. Ryan
So go ahead, Ryan.
Ryan for £5 says, "Hey
Wick, why
W."
the fuck?
No. Says, "Hey W stream. Look at that. Would you guys be open to speaking with at Dickers TV? He spoke with Whick and Hutch recently. Well, I'm not familiar with who that is,
Should
but
we?
should we?
I I don't know. I don't know the guy very well. He was on my show
Wow.
once. I
Wow.
can't give you an up or
Wow.
down vote on that.
Terrible.
That's up to you.
What is up with Hutch becoming part of the Nazi far right radicals and going up against the far left woke crazies? What's
Hutch
happening
is
there?
here in this house. Hutch is a fucking hero. Okay, I will
Hmm.
not have anyone disparage my boy
No,
Hutch. Okay,
look. I'm wondering when he became such a radical, and he's standing up to the commies. He's going like full capitalist.
he's a liberal. He's
What
a
happened?
goddamn base liberal. He's always been that way.
Hmm.
Okay.
Let us know
Okay,
when he
here. Let's
learns what
stop.
smear the queer means.
We'll move on. Someone has this interesting point for you, Wick. Karaka for $10 says conservatives are fundamentally reactionary in their philosophical roots. This is not an insult, but this does mean they can't be first movers in politics. The left has to set the example to react to. How do you feel about that claim?
Yeah,
I
they
think
want
that
to talk to tradition.
mm,
Go ahead.
I think that MAGA isn't conservative. I think that they are a different thing. So that perhaps would be true in the normal state of affairs if we were dealing with like a Mitt Romney or someone like that. But Trump is a first mover, right? He is someone who is trying to actually, what was he up to? Over 200 executive orders now, right? He's absolutely not going in a conservative direction with his presidency, at least in the second term. So that would be my contention there.
Okay. I think that's fair. I think I would agree with that mostly.
I completely disagree, but he's only got 10 minutes, so we'll catch
So
it next
you
time.
fight over all these ones. We'll save the big fights for the big money. Okay.
Could Jom Kajab did two $20 super chats. Did we read either one of those?
I read both of those.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. That was the one about the responsibilities on the employer.
Okay. Cool.
No,
He
and I
just did
don't
another
remember the other one.
$5 super chat
Oh, John
asking.
Kajab says I had two statements for Wick, but I'm not sure if they're just further down your list. Let me check. John Kajab says hair just to be contrarian. There you go. He's on team hair. I
Oh, okay.
think I read the other ones, John. Unless there was a.
All right. Well, no, as long as you read them, we're good. I bet Wick plays Tau, Orcs, and SOB for the win.
I play Sisters of Battle. Okay. Orcs in town. No, thank you.
That's Michael the Dober dad
Okay.
said that. So,
Suggesting that I would play Tau. First of all, that's the meanest thing anyone has ever said to me on this show. Okay.
okay. Okay. Well,
What,
I hope you'll
that
come back. I
ban
mean, I
that
don't even
man.
know what it means.
Ban that man. Okay.
So, yeah, some sort of Warhammer or yeah, Warhammer reference.
Of course, it's a Warhammer 40K
Okay.
reference.
Brian for $10 says she didn't say Trump. She didn't say a Trump third term is a possible. She said the 22nd Amendment said a 2-term limit, and I can't say anything else but just point to the 22nd Amendment.
Okay.
Interesting. Nomad for $20 says W stream and W debate may be a little gay in the end, but fantastic conversation. S class, he's the best class. An A team reigns supreme, and Wick is cool too, I guess.
Cool. Look, we all got to
I
win.
guess. Yes.
Joe the Make for $10 says, catching up with the stream, Wick, you were in the military, claiming that employing the National Guard is the same as deploying regular combat infantry is certifiable flat out.
Well, good thing I didn't say that. What I am saying is it is using the military to in a policing role, which they should not be doing on a civilian, in a civilian sector. So,
I didn't know you were in the military.
Air Force.
Wow,
I
good thing.
served 6 years. I was
Cool.
for the first 3 years a cryptolinguist with the target language Mandarin Chinese, and the
Oh my
last three
God.
years, huh?
You know what all the Chinese are up to?
Uh, I can neither confirm nor deny. Okay.
Look at that.
But the last bit, because I sucked at Chinese, I got reclassed and they put me as a crew chief where I fixed
Oh,
airplanes.
they're like, listen, Wick, we want you to be our
I knew too
guide to
much.
understand the Chinese. And you're like, yes, sir. And then you're like, I can't read this shit.
Well, it's actually true because I could listen at a very good level, but it's the
Right.
reading that was giving me trouble. So yeah.
Interesting.
Sitch
Well,
wants
they have a,
mandatory military service. What do you think of that, Wick?
Starship Trooper style, where service guarantees
I
citizenship.
don't look. I think you get citizenship anyway. He just wants you to serve.
no. No. This is my theory here. Okay. I think that after you graduate high school, you should either have to serve 1 year in the military, 1 to 2 years in the military, or 2 years doing some sort of like government, but not military, civil service somewhere in the country. And like they try to take people from cities and put them in small towns, and people from small towns and cities, just to sort of indoctrinate Americans to have some sort of American unity and to understand the country better.
We'll put it in the list. Okay.
There you go.
Oh, you're
Put it on the
against it?
list. I am against mandatory
I
versions
was
of
thinking.
that.
Look,
Yeah.
Terrible.
I'm against it too, but I'm starting to warm up to the idea of this might be how we deal with this crazy indoctrination problem that we got going. I was the chick who was talking to her dad and posting the video to try to get her dad in trouble. I'm trying trying to imagine her serving in the military.
Well, one of the reasons, and this is all I'll say, and one of the reasons our military is so effective is because it is a completely volunteer force. And when you start trying to mandate people coming in, I can only imagine being the sergeant who had to babysit the 1 year Mandos, right, in their thing. It
Well, they don't
would be
have
a
to choose
nightmare.
military. They could
Yeah.
choose the
I know, but
non-military
a lot
service.
of people are going to, and it would be like I wouldn't want to deal with that bullshit. So.
Yeah, that's got to be horrible.
I mean, they do that in Israel. It works, right?
Uh, I, I can't speak for Israel's system. I know
Okay.
in America's system it would not work. So
Okay.
yeah.
JMac for $20 says Wick and I are Flightline brothers. Salute emoji. I was an egress tech for 16 S's and 35 S's. Respect, brother. Fly, fight, and win.
Fly, fight, win. Let's do it.
F-16s and F-35s, I think.
There you
That's
go.
awesome.
I worked on tankers, KC-135, so
Cool.
not a fighter guy. Yeah.
The Oceanist for $5 says Wick is confirmed Air Force. Opinions disregarded. LOL. Coming from a certified granola eater.
Okay, so the Marines, right? The bullet sponges there. Okay, have fun.
The Crayola eaters.
Yes.
Fascinating. Look
Sammy
at this.
G. Sammy
Everyone
G
likes Wick now that they know he served.
There
I
you
don't
go.
I don't
Listen, you
like
should.
to make it like I don't like to put that out there too much, right? But
Mhm.
You should. You should use it as a
Why
shield.
not?
Okay.
because too many people do use it. Like I'm a veteran and you should respect my opinion more.
You should have
No.
you should have your uniform like pinned in the wall
Hanging,
behind you.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
No,
Hanging
that's
up.
that.
You should wear it.
It's
You should be
gay
like,
and
here's my
cringe. It's
valor.
cringing gay shit. Okay.
Okay. That's commendable. There you go.
Yeah.
Sammy
Yeah.
G says, I recommend Admir Udam's video, quote, debunking the biggest lies told about Charlie Kirk. Even if you don't agree with Kirk, the misinformation online is crazy. Check it out.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick because I
You
know
go.
Wick is
Yeah,
taking
we do gotta like get to the expensive ones. Do the quick.
I did all
ones
the
there.
expensive ones.
Oh, the expensive ones.
Do
then,
you have any expensive ones you want to read at us?
me? I'd have to go look. Well, I
Oh,
can
I mean,
if you guys want me to. I got a lot
sure.
of super chats, right?
Well, fair is fair. I mean,
Fair enough. If you want me to do that, give me a second. Okay, for $20 from JMac, I'll just go in the reverse order. It says Sitch and Adam are so cool, man. I love those guys. And he gives me 20 gift memberships. I appreciate that. Um, $10 from Per Thompson to say tariffs are stupid, and I challenge Adam to show me how he thought they were cool before Trump started, saying he wanted tariffs.
ooh.
Um,
Listen, I agree with that.
yeah. Then AG 123 for $10. Can Wick name a policy position of Hassan's he disagrees with? Well, I did that. That
Hey,
has
you gave us
nothing to do
both
with
for
me.
that. Look at that.
Great. $20 from Alexander Wren to say nobody thinks we're as living in a fascist America. They think MAGA is pushing us into that. $10 from Alexander Wren to say when Biden wanted to send the National Guards to the Texas border, Texas thought it was civil war. I do remember that, and the Texas governor pushed back against that hard. It was a big thing. $5 from the Soy Pill to say, Adam, what do you mean we're not building a Hitler youth movement? $10 from Grassroots Hegemon says, first off, Wick hasn't met my neighbors. They are dickheads. That's why my doorbell says you have no reason to be here. Okay, it's true. I haven't met.
What was the wait? So I'm.
I
What was
didn't
the
get the
Hitler?
soy pill one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
What was the
didn't
Hitler Youth
understand.
Movement comment?
I don't know.
So we're not building a Hitler.
Is he saying that we are? Did
I
you
don't
say
know.
something about Hitler Youth on X or something? Was it what
Soy
is it?
pill already said he's going to come on
Okay, I guess I'll explain
Tuesday.
that.
Yeah.
He can answer for his super
And,
chat crimes.
I don't know that actually is a crime, but
I don't know either.
he says that you guys that we have authoritarianism completely backwards, and he's going to straighten us out.
We okay.
Yeah. So
$5 from Mr. Everything to say she literally said she didn't care that he died, not that she wanted him to die. That's not the same, and you can't make people care about someone dying. Fair. Old Scotty, damn you, Wick, for making me listen to Adam, lol. $10 from Per Thompson.
hey, he's not forcing you to. Jeez.
Yeah, I guess Trump is just as radical as NF. He defies court orders. He killed 11 Venezuelans for no reason. The list is endless. NF would be very bad too, but Trump is absolutely on the same level as Nick. Okay, Nick Fuentes, that's what he meant. Okay.
You don't agree with that?
No, I don't agree he's on the same level as Nick Fuentes, but I do think Trump is radical.
Yeah, I mean, there was the hairdresser who, directly because of Trump's actions, the Trump administration's actions, was wrongly sent to a prison in Central America and raped. Okay.
Mhm.
And I think a lot of that stuff is completely horrific and not good. And I've spoken very
Totally
strongly out
horrific,
against that
yes.
completely. But and here's where the but comes in. I do not think you can compare the actions the Trump administration is doing to Nick Fuentes, who believes that non-white people are not able to function in a Western society and that non-white people and Jews should not be able to own
Yeah.
businesses or be in politics.
Nick Fuentes is just on another level.
Yeah,
I
so
agree. I agree with that. $10 from Per Thompson to say, Wick, you're letting these two, especially Adam, speak in anodyne generalities without touching on anything in reality. They're 1,000% in their fifis with not a single speck of evidence. Thank you for the $10. $20.
anodyne. Wow, okay, I like that.
$20 from Mantis to say, I thought Destiny was incorrect, but this conversation changed my mind. Listening to Adam, particularly, the guy who's constantly disparaging the left, fallaciously talk about the left disparaging the right, is beyond pathetic.
I
Uh,
mean, oh, okay.
I don't look.
I just like see, it's a completely different reality. It really
The
is.
chat super chats comparing them side by side are interesting. I'll say that.
Yeah,
Ten
I like it.
dollars. $10 from Alonzo Esquivel. Why are we not having the real conversation, which is the president is the leader of the country and it's his responsibility to take charge of leading the toning down process, pointless or otherwise? I did point that out during the conversation. But that doesn't absolve everyone else of their responsibility. Just because it's his main responsibility doesn't absolve us of ours. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
look, and if we're in a situation where the president is not going to act, I mean, we're still in the situation. Someone has to step up, right?
Mhm. Uh, and last but not least, well, there's a couple. $5 Audacity. I give you money to read my myopic political takes, and you don't affirm my beliefs. What am I doing this for then? Hashtag S or slash
Oh,
S. Sarcasm.
sarcastic.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Lawson Harrison for $5 say if you don't bring up the stark differences of messaging in Dem and Republican politician and pundits, I'm going to be hella pissed. Did I bring that up? I forget. But
Well,
yeah,
like
that's
Marjorie Taylor Greene saying insane shit and stuff.
yeah.
I mean, look, I don't disagree that there are plenty of right wing politicians that say crazy shit. So
Mm. Okay. Well, that's what I got for you.
Arithmus says, Wick, if the electoral process leads to fascism, then what do you do? If people have been convinced that the electoral process failed and we live in the fascist dictatorship already, then how can the electoral process save you?
Then, if that is the case, we are in trouble, and I don't know what to do. But I don't think that is the case. I think that we are going to renormalize. I think people don't want this bitter divide. I think people don't want all this violence, and they're going to try to vote for the party that's going to be more moderate. So,
Dama
what?
says, Wick, are you related to Case O? I don't know who that is. Case
I don't
O?
know who that is either. So
So you're not
maybe
related to them.
I don't know.
A
Okay.
lot of people on the right believe that the election was stolen, right? They think that voter fraud is rampant. I think they wrongly believe that. I think that's an incorrect belief. But I look at the right's response to that in the last election was we need to run up the vote totals. We need to get so many votes that it's an overwhelming win.
Well,
I think that's
most,
I think
yeah,
that's a good
most did that.
response.
Most did that, but there's a man convicted of orchestrating a series of shootings in 2022 because of that in New Mexico. A Republican targeted 4 Democratic officials. He was a Trump supporter, and his stated reasoning was he feels like he felt that the election was stolen and the Democrats were stealing power, and there's nothing he could do electorally. So he got 80
Yeah,
years
look,
for that.
obviously that's a horrible example, and that's like that shouldn't happen. And that is a good example of the idea that people can get caught in this alternate reality and
Yeah.
actually act
Yeah.
out on like accordingly and badly. So I don't know if that's on par. I guess it is because obviously that guy had a wife and kids, and right, he lost his life, or these people did lose their
Well, the
lives.
four
So
Democratic politicians he targeted, right? I don't know how many were killed or anything, but he went after them, right? He
yeah.
tried. So
Well, I mean, I think part of the problem is this alternate reality that
hmm.
is being spun. And I don't think like Trump spinning the alternate reality I'm not in favor of. I think it's wrong for him to do that as well. I just think obviously it's wrong for them to do it as well. So
I
you
don't
can't bitch
disagree that it's
you
wrong for
can't
everyone to do it,
you can't
right? Like, yes.
you can't bitch
Um,
about Trump lying to people about election fraud and then call everyone a fascist and say we're living in a fascist America. But
but it is more people trust, whether they should or not, they trust government institutions more than they do random TikTokers. And when the president of the United States is saying a thing, it does carry more weight than a girl with a septum piercing making their
You,
Instagram post. It does. Like that's just true.
Biden's look, first of all, Biden ran on Trump praised neo-Nazis, which was a fucking lie. Okay.
Yes,
So
it
you
was
had
a
a president of the
misrepresentation
United
of the truth,
States
right?
basically saying Trump was a fascist, and all of his supporter, the MAGA Republicans, were fascists too. So your argument holds, it holds with Biden just as much.
No, these are
It's
not the
not some
same.
random TikTokers.
Hold
It's
on.
Biden.
These are not the same, right? Biden didn't try to overthrow the election, right? He never did that.
Biden
So
did.
while again, I will
Look,
agree with you. I'll just give it. I'll just grant
hold on
it
a
to you.
second. We're not talking about overthrowing the election. We're talking about starting a narrative that is untrue.
And
Biden
what that narrative
definitely
leads
laid
to.
into the narrative that is untrue, that Trump is a fascist and a racist.
Okay,
So
but it's also what that narrative leads to and how strongly that narrative is accepted and believed in order for people to take action based off that. And also the potential harm of the narratives that are being given. If you believe, right, that the election was stolen, as obviously this guy in New Mexico did, and that there was nothing they could do, well, you saw what he did, right? He took up a gun and he targeted 4 Democratic politicians, and he got 80 years for
yeah,
his.
look, no, we're both look. I'm only responding, and it's not a whataboutism.
Yeah, yeah.
You made the argument that it's Donald Trump and on one side, and it's a bunch of random TikTokers on the other side. And I just pointed out it's not just a bunch of random TikTokers. It's the
It isn't.
president of the United
It
States,
isn't.
Joe Biden.
Hold on. It is in this situation because Biden came out with a very conciliatory statement, or whoever's doing his tweets now, right? Came out with a very conciliatory statement about the Kirk shooting. He condemned it, called for unity,
What I'm
etc.
talking?
His response was way better. He would. His
Oh my
response was
God.
better than Trump's in this. You got to give me that one.
You're not. You're totally not tracking this conversation, but just because Biden came out with a good response to the Charlie Kirk thing does not absolve him of running on Trump as a Nazi.
No, but when we were talking about the present, the reality here and now today, when we were looking at the situation we are in right now and how the various parties are responding to the situation right now, I can without a doubt say that Trump's response was worse than the
Yes.
Democrats' response in this situation.
Well, obviously, Biden is incentivized to make his response better because he's responsible for the situation with Kirk. So he's the one that started the meme that Trump is a Nazi.
Yeah,
all
but
his
I don't think
supporters are
that
Nazis.
it's hard for me. Like, if the situation was flip flopped, I don't know. It's hard for me to ever imagine Trump tamping down anything. So even if the situation was reversed, I don't think Trump would be conciliatory about the situation.
I don't think you can say it's random TikTokers on one side and it's the president of the United States on the other side in the situation where you had both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden definitely playing up the he's Hitler.
But they're not doing it now. And
Yeah,
in
but the event
response to
already
the Charlie
took
Kirk
place,
thing,
right?
Yes, and
Hold
we're
on.
No,
living,
listen,
we're living
I
in
will,
the aftermath of that
I
event.
I will agree that Trump's handling of the situation, I think, has been fairly shitty. He had like one good response that was basically a reporter had to feed him the correct answer about, like Charlie Kirk supported,
That reporter saved America.
Yes. That reporter saved America. I think that's what you sent me that message. It was like the reporter was like, Charlie Kirk believe in not violence and solving things through talk. Do you agree with that? And Trump was like, of course I agree with that. We should all be nonviolent. I was like, fantastic, right? But then yeah, every other time, he's like not on that wavelength whatsoever. So yeah, I agree that Donald Trump's response to all this stuff has been very shitty. I would like a president who actually acts presidential, acts like a leader,
and
tries
can
to
you,
calm everything
yeah,
down. We don't have that with Donald Trump.
and can
But
you
we
agree?
are living in the sort of aftermath of a situation where the left
Of the
has kind of
MAGA Republicans.
the left has cultivated an environment that the right has participated in, don't get me wrong, and Trump has participated in, don't get me wrong, but the left has cultivated an environment that has sort of created for the situation of where we are today.
But the
Biden wasn't even going
response,
to run for
just grant me
president.
this, please, please. I'm
Yes.
begging you, okay? That the response from the Democratic politicians has been good across
Yes,
the board in
mostly.
this
Yeah,
After
like
this,
situation.
99%.
yes, because they're
Yes.
totally
Yes.
responsible for the rhetoric, and they're like, "Oh
I
shit."
don't agree that they are wholly and this is the game we play when you're saying, well, the left is wholly and totally responsible for this. They are not. Just in the fact that the right is not wholly and totally responsible for the rhetoric and all these things at play, right? We have to.
Well, Donald Trump is responsible for the election rhetoric, obviously.
It's just uh incorrect to say that the Democrat politicians have churned us up to this point. In fact, I would argue that one of the targets of the far left has been the Democrats and trying to paint them as evil. Because if Joe Biden had been killed, they would be celebrating just as much because they hate him.
Yeah, the obviously there is rhetoric that leans into the election fraud narrative. I think obviously you'd be able to point that out and say, "Oh, look, this guy is making people believe that there's widespread election fraud." You'd be able to do that very easily, Wick. I'm confident of that. I'm not so confident that you'd be able to look at the rhetoric of all the Trump voters being Nazis or fascists and be like, "Oh yeah, that's bad rhetoric too." That's convincing people of a
I'm on record since
Mhm.
2022 arguing with people that they should not be calling these people
Okay, well that's
Nazis.
good. That's good. I like
Right?
that.
Because I
Yeah.
think it's like the boy who cried wolf, right? If you keep
Very
crying
good
wolf,
analogy. Yes.
no one's going to believe you when the wolf
Yes.
actually shows up.
When the
But the
actual
lessons of the
Nazis are
yeah,
here,
but
we're
the
fucked.
lesson of the boy who cried wolf isn't that wolves don't exist, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I think that
Oh,
we are
no.
in a situation, we are in a situation where Donald Trump and his administration this term is pushing us in an authoritarian direction. He absolutely is. If he could get away with it, he would. Tell me I'm wrong.
I think every politician will get away with as much as they can possibly get away with. So,
Oh, I
No,
don't
come
think that's
on.
true.
Come on. Trump is in his own class. Come on.
no.
He is. I haven't listen until I've seen another politician try to have their vice president
What? Hold
throw out
on.
half the country's votes, then that doesn't no, that doesn't
Why
track.
didn't Biden step down? Fucking old geezer who could barely talk.
Because he
Why
got
the fuck did he
elected through a
even?
democratic process to be
Because
the
of his
primary
ego. What do you
candidate.
mean? Because of his ego.
Because he
That's
wanted to push for as much power as he possibly could. He wanted to be a
yeah,
two-term
but you
president.
can't wait. Hold on. You can't compare Biden egotistically not stepping down when he was following the law. There's no law that made him step down to Donald Trump trying to have fucking Pence throw away half the country's votes and have the House declare him fucking president. Those are not comparable actions.
At all.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, I do gotta go. I love you guys. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and we will argue about the university stuff and enjoy. Tell Soy Pill, okay, when he gets on your show,
Mhm.
say fuck you, Soy Pill. Okay, okay,
Okay.
okay. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll
All
see you
right.
later.
Take
Take
care.
care. Thanks
Bye.
for coming on, Wick.
Yeah, obviously, yes. I love you
We'll
all.
convince you next
Adam, Sitch,
time.
bye.
All right, later. Yeah, someone in the chat said Bernie Sanders had maybe like the best response out of a politician. He had a really good like 4 minute, 5 minute video on the situation. So
Right.
everything you want, calming everyone down, just denouncing the violence, you know, saying what America stood for. Good stuff.
Right. Yeah.
An alien for $20. Thanks so much. Says behind, but I think that Wick judging lots of the right's reaction after the death is unfair. The right is grieving. People don't think clearly when they grieve. Judge them for what they're saying 2 weeks, not now. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit too in the stream, but I do think that's. I think that's. I agree with you. I think that's fair, but I think that also breeds into the problem that you were kind of talking about, Adam, which is so many people once they've like come to a position they feel like I feel like they can't ever go back on it. Right. It's like, then they're sort of locked in, especially if it's a public position. It's very difficult to go back.
Yeah. I think
So,
that's what we're living in right now.
yeah.
Which I don't know what you do. Nothing you really can do.
John Kajab for YouTube allow streamers to mark super chats as read, so the people who send the chats have a timestamp to when they were read. Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great
That would
idea.
be
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Because unfortunately, all you can do now, like sometimes when we're like, obviously we're kind of, we weren't doing it in order because we were jumping around because we're trying to read questions. But yeah, sometimes we have it on stream, like visually. But the only other option now is you have to wait till the thing is processed and you can search through the transcript, which is not the best outcome.
Well, you can search your name if you want to hear it directly.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to wait till the stream is processed for the
Oh
transcript to
yeah,
pop
you're
up,
right.
right? I don't think it exists currently. So,
I brought
uh,
up the artwork you sent me.
yeah. So Majin made these two pictures. The first one with, I guess that's me as Kill a Kill or something, or is that Adam as Kill a Kill? I think it's Adam with a Sitch mouth. Maybe this was Kill a Kill. He says blame Sammy G for that one. So there you go. There's Adam is Kill a Kill lady. Said
Oh, I
Sammy's there
guess.
saying should have been me, and Majin saying it's in my contract to waifu Adam.
Oh, okay. So it is
There you
me.
go. It is
Oh,
you. Yeah.
awesome.
Good. Good outfit. I like that. I like that version of Adam. I wish he looked like that on stream.
These are great. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the
These
second
these
one is
booba.
a Demon Slayer reference. There you go.
What you saw Demon Slayer? I
I
looked it
did.
up, but I was like, gotta read a movie. Holy
No, no,
fuck!
no. Well, first of all, you can. There is a dub version, but you would.
Really?
Yes, you should not watch it because it's not a movie. It is a continue. It's like a continuation of the TV show. So if you don't haven't watched TV show, you'll have no fucking clue what's going on, and it will mean nothing to you.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad you told me that.
Right. Yeah. No, it's not a standalone movie. You cannot watch it as a standalone movie. It makes no sense as a standalone movie. So, but there you go. But I like it. That's good. I'm a little Nezuko. It's cute. Though I don't like that you made the little mouth gag look sexual much. I
What's
mean, I know
happening?
you have to, right? I know it's within your blood to do so, but maybe you didn't have to, right?
Hmm.
So, Angry Bellsprout for $10 says, "Can we get a count of buildings set on fire and violent riots started by the right versus the left since 2012? Wokeness caught fire in the aughts, but 2010s is when it bled into the real world." Yeah, the right definitely hasn't. That's what's kind of like weird about the whole situation is because yeah, when it comes to like protests and things, obviously the right has not reached that level. Obviously there were January 6th protests, but there was no like BLM equivalent. So
Yeah. I don't know how a right wing protest. I guess January 6th. That's how it would go. What are you talking about? They did a protest.
yeah,
They
but I'm
did
saying I don't
January 6th.
that I wouldn't say that was equivalent to like the entire BLM protest slash riots.
Right.
So
It's like a little
Alex S
one
for five
day
dollars
thing.
says, which said, oh, maybe you meant Wick. Wick said he's prior military. My army bearing said chair force, and sure enough, he said it. You're still fun to listen to, though.
Chair force.
Also, the Air Force share, funny,
That's a dig.
right? Renault Zero's here for $5. Says Nick Fuentes is a Catholic monarchist who wants an autocracy and who admires Mussolini and Hitler. He is more radical than Trump. That is very, very true. Yes.
Seems obvious.
Yes.
Asif Artsy sent me another piece of art too. I sent
Yes.
you a
Asif Artsy made a fantastic piece of art. So this is from
imperialism.
this.
Go ahead.
This is this from the stream the other day. So we have imperialism as explained by Fine Digital Girl. That was the girl we were watching. And there it is. I'm imperialism. I'm just saying, get in my belly. I'm just taking all the resources, right? But then it says imperialism as clarified by Sitch. And you see the reality of the situation. There's Sammy G behind me. And she's saying, put it in my berries. Because we all know in reality, the only reason imperialism ever happened was because men had to give women shit. Okay. They had to
Yes.
give them things. They had to give them diamonds and jewels and nice food and fancy clothing and furs. We had to give them little berries.
So we got Sammy G with her berry basket and Sitch
Yes.
being like, "Oh, I have to give up my berries."
Yep. That's the most true thing ever. Most true thing ever. So
Great
thank you.
stuff. Thank you
Thank you,
so
Asif.
much.
Angry Bell Sprout for $5 says it's about There's about to be a massive purge in the DoD over Charlie Kirk reactions. Watching the education system get purged has been nice too. Well, I think we already talked about my feelings on that. The Oceanist for $5 says, "What are your thoughts on Governor Spencer Cox and how he has been handling things?" So well, I mean, we got kind of long out. Maybe, I guess we're not. I would tell everyone to go listen to he had like a 20-minute speech about the situation. I think his speech was very, very good. I think his speech was fantastic. At least the parts of I heard. I'll be honest, I didn't hear the whole thing. So maybe he said something crazy, but the part I heard was sounded fantastic. And it seemed exactly what I think the country needed. And I wish that Donald Trump, who was capable of giving such a speech as Governor Spencer Cox, governor of Utah. So
I mean, we went over the speech that he gave after Charlottesville, where he came out and tried to be conciliatory, but he threw in like the one line. Like somebody wrote him a good speech, but he threw in the on both sides line, which
right,
obviously got him in a bunch of trouble.
right.
So I'm not 100% certain that he could come out and make it better.
I think I think it would be possible. Well, no, actually, I don't think it's possible. I think it's theoretically possible. I don't think it's possible for Trump, but he doesn't. I don't think it's in his blood, in his DNA.
Mm.
With Tosk for $10 says, if Biden is responsible, Trump is also responsible for hiking up the temperature since day one. Maybe if Trump acted less like an authoritarian, people wouldn't be as inclined to believe it. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't disagree with that. John Kajab for $5 says, disagree. You have people on the left, denims, hearing he was sick and wishing he would have just died. There you go. I assume you're talking about Biden. Damas for $10 says, Whick AOC rhetoric calling immigration facilities concentration camps caused them to be attacked. How long ago was that? They never stopped with the rhetoric. We'll see if this. I don't. I think because so much of it's like now devolved into finger pointing and who's at fault. I don't think rhetoric's going to change, unfortunately. I wish this would be the wake up call for people to tamp down on some of the rhetoric, but I don't think it's going to happen.
That's what's so blackpilling about it. Is just everyone's just very mean. Bunch of mean psychopaths.
The Oceanist for $5 says, Wick, if something happened to Trump versus Biden, what would get more cheers? I don't what do you mean if something bad happened to them? It seemed like a lot of people, I don't know, it seemed like a lot, well, maybe it would be different now. It seemed like before when Crooks tried to kill Trump, it seemed like a lot of people were saying violence wasn't the answer. I don't know if people's positions that would have changed now, but
Hmm.
people and with Biden, I mean, I don't know if Biden was still in the running and it was against Trump and Biden had violence against him. Yeah, I don't know what and was like killed or something. I don't know what the reaction would be.
So
Now
many
no one cares because he's not, he has no power. It doesn't matter. But
so many people say that, oh, you're just too sensitive. You're so Republicans are so sensitive. They're such snowflakes. But
mhm.
the left is paraded around about how we have to be sensitive about marginalized groups. We have to worry about stereotypes. We can't say anything that might be offensive to certain particular people. So it's like a giant contradiction. It's like if they wanted to come out and say, oh yeah, we shouldn't be sensitive. We can ratchet up the rhetoric as high as we want to. Call us groomers if you feel so inclined, right?
Right.
Then I'd be like, okay, that's great. But
Right.
it's so one-sided. It's like we want to be able to hit you as hard as we possibly can, and we don't want you to be able to hit us back. And that
Yeah,
seems fair to
yeah.
us.
That is the problem is that the left weaponized sensitivity
Yes.
and then they also weaponized the concept of like we get to attack or the left or really minorities get to attack people and if you're not on the far left or you're not, a minority, you're not, well, I guess even if you are a minority, you're not allowed to speak back because, you have institutional power because, peoples are, and we live in a white nationalist country and a patriarchy and blah, 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 blah. So
Yeah.
it definitely is very hypocritical. Even though I do think there are people on the right being overly sensitive, it is very hypocritical for the left now to call that out broadly.
Is there the same kind of hypocrisy on the right? Maybe. I don't.
Um, yes, I would say to me it is still so egregious that the right refuses to come to terms and to denounce that Donald Trump tried to steal the presidency in a way that I think would have caused massive political violence and civil unrest in this country that we have not seen in a very long time.
Nobody on the right called it out. I think a lot of people on the right did call it out, right? I mean,
They
obviously
did originally, and
Pence
then
called it out.
no, they called it out originally, and then when it became clear that that was the losing opinion, they either shut the fuck up or changed their opinion on it.
Cash Patel definitely called it out, right?
Oh yeah,
Oh no. You know,
oh yeah, he sure did.
how
Yeah.
badly did he look through this entire thing? What was the Valhalla thing? I was like, what?
What the fuck was up
Valhalla?
with that? What was up with that
That was
comment?
the strangest thing. And he walked away
Yes.
like, oh yeah, this is like the super dunk. He just imagined everyone standing up and clapping. And I was like, your entire party is Christian, right?
It was
They don't, Valhalla?
yeah.
I'll see you in heaven, maybe would be the appropriate response to a bunch of Christian evangelicals. It made me think,
Is
what?
he Norwegian? I thought he was Indian. Was he Norwegian? What's going on here?
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
right.
I'm like, what? Who has Valhalla as heaven? What is he?
Well, I think Sticks Hexenhammer said it best. He said, "A Hindu just said he would see a Christian in Valhalla. Cash Patel is one weird dude."
Yeah. Was that from a movie or something?
I I don't know if it was a
I was like, was
reference.
this a line in Pulp Fiction that I'm forgetting?
Yeah,
Why is he
I
saying
don't
this?
know. I don't know.
And then he had a weird look like, oh God, I shouldn't have said that.
Well, yeah, and obviously, they put out the wrong information that he put out that everyone's been shitting all over him for about having the shooter in custody and not having the shooter in custody. So,
Right now, Trump is going, wow, I really like loyalty, but I also like people who kind of know what they're doing. He's
well,
right now,
maybe
Trump is like weighing
maybe
his options.
this is the problem of putting people who have no experience in running large organizations like the FBI in charge of the FBI.
Yeah. You
Might
get
be a
someone
problem.
loyal, but someone might not really have the
The competency.
experience, yeah, the
Yeah.
competency to get
Right.
to actually do a good job.
Yeah.
He's not making Trump look good, and I know Trump is probably
No. And
Trump
also,
will probably come out and be like, he did an amazing job.
well,
He really killed it.
I don't know because Trump is also kind of putting himself in a difficult position because Cash has been so loyal covering up the Epstein shit for him. So I don't know. Can he get rid of Cash Patel?
Oh, you think that's what's going on? You think Cash is in there working overtime on
Oh,
the
I'm
Epstein
sure.
files?
I'm sure it
He's got a
is.
gallon of whiteout and
He's got a
he's
gallon of redacting ink. Okay.
he's going crazy.
Going through the whole
He's
thing.
just in there. Who's seen these? Holy shit. Tell me Schumer hasn't seen these.
It's weird. There was a time in most of recent American history where the idea that the attorney general and the FBI director were just a stooge for the president would have been seen as a bad thing and very egregious. And now it's just taken for granted. But here we are.
Hmm.
Chachi make swag for $10 says, I really hate demands to give special credit to Democrat politicians as though they are totally independent from the media environment that supports them and levies the unhinged attacks for them. It's an interesting point.
Right. The
Yeah,
media is the shield.
right.
Of course, the Democrats can come out and say, I completely renounce this. Well, MSNBC's Joy Reid. I mean, Joy Reid's not there anymore,
They're
right?
not there anymore. Was
She got
I
fired.
watched like I watched some of MSNBC's coverage of the shooting from Saturday,
And they did okay.
and they did okay, shockingly. After that, after now, I don't know if it's because they had the guy that they fired who
Hmm.
said that crazy shit, and maybe after that they're like the executives are like, you got to be on your best fucking behavior or something. But the shows I saw, they did pretty decent on the topic.
Is MSNBC fair and balanced, or are they just an arm of
Obviously
the
not.
Democratic Party?
No,
Okay.
obviously
I
they're
was I was
yeah,
hoping
obviously not.
you
But
answered correctly.
yeah,
What
Commander,
is why would I don't know.
what?
Why would Wiki even say, well, maybe they're fair and balanced? I don't know. Just completely.
I don't know.
I know our audience was
I
like,
I
Wick.
I I think that because so much of the independent media has become unhinged, there is a tendency to want to, because we need something. Like we need a, I would like for there to be a media apparatus in America that is trustworthy and objective and neutral, and everyone on both sides trusted it.
Breaking points.
That's a hilarious joke. But we're not there. We're not there. And I think some people, because the independent media has become so insanely biased, they want to defend the mainstream media. And I guess in some respects it's probably better than some independent media, but they still have a lot of problems,
Right.
and they're not there. Not there.
I think AI is really going to make this even worse. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
it probably will. There was already there were people that were wrongly being targeted for cancelization because people had created like fake AI images of them holding up anti Charlie Kirk stuff.
Oh, so that they could get their mother-in-law out of the house or something.
Yeah, like there was a girl who, yeah, and that's the thing. Like there's a girl who made a fake picture of her holding up a shirt that showed Charlie Kirk dying, like as if she was in favor of it. And it turned out that the image was fake.
Right.
Like they just superimposed something. And that's going to be a big issue is that, and you have to think of like what the psychopaths and the sociopaths will do is that they see like the cancel mob coming. And this is what like happened, I think, a lot with like the Me Too movement and the left. They see the cancel mob is coming, and so they find someone that they have like a grudge against, and they throw them out there and be like, "Look, they did, part of the bad thing too. Get them."
Yeah. Here's my ex-girlfriend. She
Yes,
hates Charlie Kirk
exactly.
and she cheated on me.
There you go. Commander Kale Provider says, "I tend to blame both sides pretty equally, but I assume if Kirk was left wing, especially a marginalized commentator, there would be fires right now. If he was a beloved black person, and it was
Hmm.
yeah, then you're probably right. You're probably right. If
Al
he was white,
Sharpton.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This seems like very heavily racially involved when it comes to these sorts of things. Generic
Hmm.
Eric for 38 months says went to my mom's today for the first time after she asked about and said he deserved it and it was a good thing. She's a boomer normie Democrat. Ooh, oh my god, it's terrible.
Just ask your mom and report back
Yeah.
like where she got this notion and just start digging in. Go look, if he's a terrible person, tell me what the claims are and let's look into them. Because every
Yes.
claim that I look into has been spun beyond recognition.
Yes. Well, and I'm curious too, like with your mom and other people, did they know who Charlie Kirk was before he was killed? Or did they get like spun into hating him after he was killed too?
Even it's funny people are putting these debates up. I saw one where he was debating this black guy and the black guy was just coming at it from the angle that America hates me.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see in that discussion how people who think Charlie Kirk is a racist would take everything he's saying as racist, but it didn't strike me as racist at all. It's a two movies thing from Scott Adams. It really
Yeah,
is. Which was the case with Jordan Peterson all the time and Ben Shapiro as well.
true.
Yeah.
Herbst Isk shown for $5 says the FBI arrests two men in Utah for allegedly leaving a bomb under the Fox 13 news vehicle. The men are Abdid Nasir and Abdil Justice Ahmed Nasir. Is that actually their names?
Oh, this just
Wow,
happened.
that just happened. Crazy. Was that? Well, I guess we'll find out what the motivation there was. I'm glad
You
they
can't
caught
have
them and
any
no
of
one was
these
harmed.
conversations without jumping to it immediately slips into the who's worse discussion.
Yes.
You can't
Is there
just
like
have a
music playing in the
conversation.
background?
Me?
Yeah.
Do I have music playing in the
Oh,
background?
I thought I heard music or something.
No, I'm not playing
Oh,
any music.
okay.
You want me to put some on?
I don't. I know how much you like
Nice
background music.
little salsa, little salsa, salsa
George
music.
Bowman the fifth for $5 says just learned my sister's high school made an announcement celebrating Charlie Kirk's death to almost the entire school's approval, and I lost hope. Wait, whoa.
That can't be
What?
real.
That can't be real. You're the public was this a public high
Where
school?
was this at?
Yeah, where was this?
I see there. You should obviously get proof of that and post that because we got to cancel this whole fucking school.
Yeah, that's insane. What the fuck? That's crazy.
My
Who, yeah,
sister, yeah.
we need details on that. That that needs to be made public immediately if that's true. That's insane. I am skeptical. That story is too insane for me to want to believe that.
There's one story that's going around about a substitute teacher in Canada who played
Yes, I did
some,
see that.
yeah, to
Yeah.
his class, and I was like, well, first of all, it's Canada, so
Yeah.
like, who gives a fuck, right?
Right.
What the assassination by moose, right? That's what we're worried
Right.
about in Canada. Second of all, I mean, it's a substitute teacher. They're all fucking
Right.
retarded.
Well, it's funny because I had the same feeling you had. I saw that article and I was like, what fucking teacher did this? And I clicked on it, it said Canada. I just said, oh, I just clicked off the article.
You
I
didn't
was like,
even make it to
whatever.
the
I
part where he was a
didn't even
substitute
get to
teacher.
substitute. I was like, I don't care. I was like, whatever. Is it Canada? Fuck 'em. Fucking Canadians. I was like, I'm not even surprised. I was just like,
I know. You
right.
you can't be surprised. Nothing
Yeah.
Canadians do surprises me.
Right.
So
Just not even
yeah.
remotely surprised.
I mean, he could have been showing them to show them how great it is that to live in Canada where they don't have this
Right.
shit.
Right. Broad provider is not trying to make hard claims about who did it, but Wick left out those bombs were on a Fox News van. Some people think it's because of the Kirk coverage.
Oh my God.
Well, there you
That's
go.
a
We'll have to
huge
see. We'll have to see. I
that
guess
is a
I'm saying the
huge piece
motivation.
of the story. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Witosk for $5 says, reminder that Cash Patel's FBI would probably still be looking for the shooter if it wasn't for his family and a woo woo cat girl. That's
Yeah.
true. That is true that their father convinced them, was father and their roommate convinced them to turn themselves in. So
Yeah.
did you see you did see it. It was kind of ridiculous. It's so silly. Maybe we should briefly talk about it. So Martyr Made, Daryl Cooper, the guy who said that
Oh my God.
um
Should I bring up the tweet?
well just we could just talk about it. The guy who said that Winston, or you can bring it up if you want, it's so cringe. The guy who said that Winston Churchill was like the main antagonist of World War II and all that stuff. And Tucker Carlson was calling him, like the best historian and all this other stuff. He had this fucking like so edgelord cringe tweet. Oh my god, it was so pathetic. Um,
What I are you gonna read the
it-
tweet?
yeah. So someone asked a poll question. They said, "I'm genuinely curious. So answer honestly. No one can judge you. Your son has committed a completely unjustified, cold-blooded murder. Do you turn him in?" And they had a poll, and the 70% of the people said yes, and 30% said no. And he quote tweeted that and said, "Never. If what
Mhm.
he did was so bad that I couldn't live with it, I'd take him camping and deal with him myself. There's no justification for turning immediate kin in to distant and personal authorities."
Right.
I was like, shut the fuck up. What the? Yeah, okay. He's like, oh, I'm going to go camping with Lenny. Take him in the fucking woods. Your
Look,
child, because he did a political assassination. Like, get the fuck out of here.
and it's just insane because those distant impersonal authorities are going to come sniffing around as soon as your son disappears because you murdered him and
Yeah.
buried him in a shallow grave in the woods.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Also, it
Okay,
just is.
look,
It
you're
is kind of
judge, jury, and executioner for your son.
right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's an insane, but that's an insane moral framework to me. You're like, oh, my family member murdered somebody, but
Hmm.
because they're my family member, I'm not going to turn them in. We're going back to like, you know, the what like we're going back in time to like, 5,000 BC and shit. We're like, no, who I don't care if my family member is a fucking murderer who killed an innocent person. They're my family member. Like Jesus Christ. I don't know. That's super fucked up.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's weird to me too that he would brag about it. So
Well, he got almost 3,000 likes on this tweet. So, I mean, a lot of people seem to be down with killing their child.
oh yeah, and then yeah, the whole I'm gonna go and kill myself. It's like, okay. All right. Yeah.
I guess you're focused more on the I wouldn't turn him in.
Well, I focus on both of it. Silly. The fact that you wouldn't turn him in to me is like insanely immoral, and then the fact that you're saying you go kill him yourself. Which, first of all, he didn't say he'd automatically kill himself. He said if it was something he couldn't live with. Well, what does that mean?
Hmm. It
So
would
if he
be
killed,
interesting to know what the
yeah,
something he couldn't live with.
right. So it's like, well, if he murdered someone that I politically disagree with, or if he, well, what if he only drunk drove and killed a family of like losers? Can he live with that? Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
What if
That's
he
just,
killed a family of winners?
yes. I don't know. It's just so fucking bizarre. It's a
Yeah,
bizarre fucking response, but
I
he's a
guess
bizarre dude, and it's ridiculous that anyone takes him seriously.
it is
So,
virtue signal. It's loyalty, virtue signaling. That's exactly what it is. The loyalty foundation. He's like, look, my loyalty foundation is a perfect 100.
well, it's interesting because if you remember when we talked to Carl way, 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 way back,
Hmm.
he said that view
Was
is
horrible.
incompatible with liberal society.
Yeah. Yes.
And I was like,
He said
okay,
you had, but he might have changed his mind now. He might be in the society has fallen apart to the point where we kind of have to not turn our kids in.
right, right.
I don't know.
It was weird. I don't know if it's still. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Maybe he deleted it. I don't know. Because someone had a response where it's weird. They said that was like a ghetto. He said that was like a hood rat response or something to that effect, and he agreed and said yes, and it's like the correct response or something. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a response in the hood.
Yeah,
No snitching to the
no
law
snitching.
enforcement.
Yeah, yeah. But it's also it's a very well, whatever. It's a weird response to go into anymore.
No, tell
Metalworks
us more.
411.90 for $5 says, guys, if you want a fair and balanced news source, what about Ground News? That's right, guys. Did you know that we're sponsored by Ground News? Promo code S Class is best class.
Oh my God.
There
I should drum
you
up
go.
some support just so I could get A Team Reign Supreme as a promo code.
There you go. There you go. Jason Blaze for $5 says it's the leftists who look on the surface level who speak out this vile stuff. They just see some misleading quotes and run with it. I think that's what everyone does, unfortunately. Against their political enemies, they'll find the very dishonest clip and run with it. But that's definitely what's going on with Charlie Kirk, it seems like at the moment too. Because I had the same experience you did where I would look into a lot of these clips or quotes that people were pointing to. And even if I disagreed with the position he was saying, it wasn't like the hyper egregious way, like position they were framing it as.
Yeah, of course.
Tennessee Joe for $10 says law enforcement found CCP China and Russia bots stirring hate after the Charlie Kirk event. Why are we still doing trade talks with China as they try to destabilize us? Trump should sanction them.
And
1000%.
fucking take TikTok away from them. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Congress already passed a law.
this is like insane. And I hope, I don't think it will be because, I don't think the right has balls against Trump for the most part. But I wish this would be the wake up call for the right to force to pressure Trump to fucking finally ban TikTok. So much of this insane shit, so much of this insane anti Charlie Kirk shit was on TikTok. Why are we allowing this fucking shit to continue?
TikTok supposedly has a viral button too. So they get to pick what goes viral. And then as soon as something goes viral, everybody's watching it because it's viral. Everyone's making more content because they want to jump on the viral bandwagon. They're basically just forcing this shit on people.
Yes. Yeah. It's terrible. Can we fucking please finally get rid of TikTok?
Yes.
Can the right actually hold Trump accountable? Say, why the fuck are you protecting TikTok? Please. And yes, sanction China, sanction Russia more, give more weapons to Ukraine. If our law enforcement is like, yes, we have evidence, we have clear confirmed evidence that China and Russia is sending bots to, create chaos in the country by putting 100,000 likes on anti-Charlie Kirk tweets or whatever. Yeah, and if our president doesn't do anything about it, that's fucking cucked. This is fucking cuck shit. I don't know why we put up with this shit.
Way
I
cucked.
think here's my contentious position. Okay.
We should impeach Donald Trump.
No, 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 no. Here's my very contentious position. Right. Donald Trump, if they can if they can find out that there's like a bot farm in China or Russia or someplace, okay, that is doing this, we should drone strike those people. We should
Mhm.
fucking blow them up,
Drone
kill those
strike
people.
the bot farm.
Yes. I think that I think America should say, listen, if you are fucking with American citizens with these bot shit to try to drum up political hate, to make us hate each other, that is an act of war. And we're going to kill the people involved in doing that. I'm 100% down to do that.
Get
Those
the
people
Gensu
should be
drone
killed.
out.
Yes.
The one that, cuts up your face and stuff.
Yes.
Blenders your face.
Yes. Get out the Ginsu drones.
That's what we want. We
Yes.
want it
Fucking
ugly.
kill
And
these
we want a
people.
fucking GoPro on that thing.
Yes.
So we can really
100%.
we can really get in there.
Yes.
See those terrorists. Is this turning down the temperature? I'm not sure it is, but
As
anyway.
long as they're not American, Adam, it's okay, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. We're trying to
We're going
bring
to
people
unify
together.
as Americans against some
That's right.
non-American force, right? They're going to be our squid.
Yes. Let's unite and deem that China is the actual fascists. Yes. The racist fascists that they are.
And now to be clear, I don't think violence should be against like the big named accounts that are obviously not American, but it's so fucking pathetically cringe. I I don't know. These like foreign accounts that are like ratcheting up the tension in America. Like fuck these scumbags. Fuck these people.
Yeah.
Get them out of here. Okay. Barry Bruiser for $10 says Wick is giving every single bit of leniency and distancing himself from every single negative angle toward the left while just saying the right has lost against its crazies and is in total lockstep. Terrible. Joe the Make for $2 says accurate politicians called Bush a Nazi. Aussie ODST for 10 Aussie bucks says left-wing media has for a decade now said Trump and MAGA are a threat to the country and talk about punching them. This is a result. They aren't completely responsible, but they are complicit.
Yeah.
Valve and Go for $5 says the environment is always to blame when the crime says the left, but when a shooter's actions implicate the left, now people magically have agency.
Oh yeah, it's just one. It's easy. Only one responsible. It's not systemic racism.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. Sketch for $5 says, number one, the TikTok that came up with Charlie Kirk Act idea did make it to Trump and he reposted it. Number two, that's not what the Smith-Mund Act does.
People were talking about Smoot Hawley too. I don't know what that is, but supposedly Obama killed Smoot Hawley.
Dylan Seal for $10 says military members posting things of that nature, especially senior officers, is that it harms good order and discipline. You volunteer to abide by those rules in and out of uniform. Well, if there's like just general military rules that say you're not supposed to post anything of a political nature, then fair enough. But I don't know what the actual rules are. If it doesn't say that, you're allowed to post political things and you just repost quotes of his, even if they're out of context. I don't think you should get in trouble for that. The Oceanist for $5 says there are no solutions, only trade-offs. There you go.
So true.
There's your what's his name?
Yeah. That
Everyone's
came in
favorite.
when we were talking about jailing these people who are creating this negative stereotype.
Right. Isn't that the
They want
Thomas
to jail
Sowell
people.
quote?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
They want to jail people for using people's incorrect pronouns. How is it any different?
Right. Fosmo for $5 says, did you hear about the Canadian teacher that made a class of 10-year-olds watch Assassination on repeat while ranting about fascism on both sides, though? I mean, it's Canada. Listen, we talk about fucking
We
Canada.
did actually hear that
Fucking
story, but
Canada. Yeah.
thank you for bringing it up.
Dylan Seal for $10 says, also, you don't really want military members deciding to be openly political. At a very slippery slope. It's bad enough with all the high vis stuff like TikTok. Best COA is just not to post. I do agree with that. I do agree with that completely. That's not in the policy, they probably should make it in the policy. Sketch for $10 says, I support companies asking you to disclose any social media accounts you have while they are hiring you. I don't support making databases to send to companies with the intent to get people fired. I mean, I don't like databases. I think this should be done on a personal case by case basis if the person is saying something highly insane, like advocating for violence. So,
Yeah, look, it's the incitement. It's got to at least look something like incitement, right?
yeah. It depends what your job is, too. As I said, if your job is like managing other people to some extent, then I'm more like you shouldn't be doing that. If your job is not doing that, you're just doing something by yourself. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't really matter as much then.
Yeah, they want them. They want to do it as a punishment, though.
Right.
Obviously,
I'm
the
looking at it
posting.
more
Yeah,
not as a
pragmatically,
punishment,
like
but
this person should be smarter than this if they're in this position.
well, not even like that. Like if someone is the head of HR and they're posting that Charlie Kirk should be killed, how that person is not going to have a fair, good
Hiring
way
practice.
of
They're definitely
being
not
like of
hiring
doing
any
HR
Charlie
things in
Kirk
the
fans,
office, right? They're
right?
going to be insanely biased and disgusting.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
but if it's just someone who's like, I don't know, they're just the janitor, right? Or even they're like a programmer, and they're just, doing something by themselves. They don't manage other people. Then,
HR
maybe,
calls you in because you have a Charlie Kirk video in your history.
right. Yeah, it's a little different. So, Concord 2 team for $5 says, what was calling normal people Nazis for the last 10 years supposed to accomplish? Something good? Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's supposed to keep the Republicans out of power. That's the whole
Right.
point of it.
That was the point. Yes. Simon McGrath, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
I mean,
White.
look, when Biden said he was running in 2020,
Mhm.
he said that his argument was we're in a place where a fascist is in the presidency, and I have to step up and do my American duty to get this fascist out of office. That was his argument. That was his fucking argument for running.
Well, he's not a fascist, a racist Nazi. Okay. Get it
Okay,
right.
yeah. All right. Well, same thing.
Yes.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
Okay.
When I saw them in Charlottesville with their eyes filled with hate,
Mm-hmm.
I just we're
And he
not
did
talking about
flash,
just some fucking TikTokers here. We're talking about the president of the United States.
and he didn't also that video where he said that, didn't he also flash like an image of
Kyle
Kyle
Rittenhouse, he
Rittenhouse?
did,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, he
Pretty fucking
furthered
crazy.
fake news.
Yep.
How's the Kyle Rittenhouse family feel about that? It's the president of the United States. I think we should expect more from the president of the United States. Says everyone on the left about Trump, but, obviously Biden, nah, I give you a pass. Well, he is a fascist, Adam, obviously. Although Whick said he didn't believe that Trump was a fascist. He said he's as bad as he said he's as bad as Nick Fuentes, but
No, he said he's not as bad as Nick Fuentes.
he said Trump was as bad as Nick Fuentes, but it's just in a different way.
Oh, wait. Did he say that? No, he said he's. Wait, no, he said he's not. Wait,
I
no,
believe he
I don't
did
remember
say
what
he
he said
was as
now. I'm
bad.
confused.
Yeah.
He didn't he read a super chat that
Chat,
said that,
help us
right?
out.
He read a super chat that said that.
Oh,
No. He said it wasn't. He read a super chat that said that, but he agreed that Trump is not a white nationalist. Blah 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 blah.
I mean, I guess I'd have to listen back to the live stream, but I'm pretty sure he said that Trump was as bad as Nick Fuentes, but just in a different way.
I don't remember now.
I mean, let's face it. If you ask the left broadly, is Nick Fuentes a fascist? What are they going to say?
He said that about Tim and Hassan. Yeah, I remember him saying that about Tim and Hassan, which I
Oh,
just got rid
okay.
of.
Maybe
But
I'm mixing them up.
yeah.
Could be.
Witosk for $5 says Tim Pool retweeted a post saying this was perpetrated by a trans terror cell when it was revealed the partner was trans, by the way. Well, there you go. Good old Tim.
I mean, we don't know that it's not a terror cell.
Right.
So
He said Trump is as radical as Fuentes, but in a different way. Okay.
yeah, that's
I do
it. I
remember
was
that. Yeah.
right.
I remember that.
But
Well, no, but he
radical how?
acknowledged
What does radical mean?
he acknowledged that he wasn't like as bad as Nick Fuentes in terms of ideology. He did say that.
I was reading some book the other day and they were talking about it was a Fourth Turning book. I was rereading it. And they were talking about all of the executive orders that FDR did during
Mm-hmm.
the Great Depression.
Yeah.
Executive order was like his go-to move.
Sure. Jason Blaze, $5 says Hassan Piker is putting on a meme about wanting for the president Trump to get unalived. Shocking.
Who's doing that?
Hassan.
Oh,
Todd Sullivan, thanks so much for the $5 and the pair a mic drop emoji. Ian for $5 says Wick, do something about Epstein's chant purchase. How do you say that word again? My brain.
penchant
Penchant. Thank you. Penchant.
for minors.
For minors before you lecture us about Tim Pool. Well, there you go.
Oh, that would be good.
Well, I mean, come on. Wick is not Destiny's Keeper. Okay. He's just using him for views, as all people should do on the internet, right?
I didn't even watch that panel, but everyone was sending it to me going, oh my God, this is fucking insane.
Yeah, probably should. It was really long, so I didn't watch it.
I just think Destiny's doing that shit for attention. So
maybe it would be a good strategy to sort of avoid all of his own personal people caring about all his own personal.
He's got an Epstein files he's trying to hide too.
Because like you just look at work for Gavin Newsom. All the people on the left hated Gavin Newsom until he started being like super troll anti-Trump guy, and then they're all like, "Oh, I love Gavin Newsom now."
Yeah, look, he's looking at David Pakman's views and Kyle Kalinski's views. He's like, TDS pays. I need to really pump up my TDS.
There you go.
I need to shoot that shit into my veins.
Stark for $5 says, I would vote for Hassan because he would just walk away and leave his chair in charge.
The chair presidency.
There you go.
The very first chair presidency.
Right. Instead of the auto pen, we have the auto chair.
What if Vance says, I'm going to run, but I will step down and leave Trump as, he picks Trump as his vice president. He's like, I will step down immediately. There's no secret about it.
He's just very open about it.
You are literally running for a Trump third term. You're voting for a Trump third term.
Why would Vance even do that? Why wouldn't he just like kind of make it sound like he's going to do that and then not do that? What if, why would he? What would he gain from doing that action?
What if he did that and people actually voted for that, right?
And then Trump dies before it happens, and then Vance's like, "Whoops, I guess I'm just president now."
You think you're in this terrible situation where you're like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this just happened," right?
Right.
And then Vance is going, since people are so triggered, I'm gonna remain president.
There you go.
He just takes the presidency away from him. I am gonna save America. Get away.
That would be insane. That would be so insane.
The ultimate betrayal.
And Vance just said it like he pretended like he was gonna go along with it, and then it's like when he's on stage winning the nomination, is when he drops the ball. He's like, I thought about it and I'm going to continue to be president. And then you see like Trump's face just drop. And then everyone starts booing. Oh my God, that'd be insane.
It's the same as Biden.
Yes.
Biden was saying, "Oh, I'm not going to run. I'm going to be a
Right.
one-term president, right?" And then he's like,
Yeah.
"I'm running. I'm
That's why
running
I like,
again."
yeah, I don't know why Vance would do that because it wouldn't really serve him. It wouldn't serve him win. Like, why would you try to win an election just to give up power? So what? You could win an election in the future? Doesn't make any sense.
It's
Especially when
such
Trump's
a
going to be
hokey
like so much
thing. I
older.
mean, obviously the
Yeah.
left, people on the left came up with this
Right.
because, I mean, you're super reaching if you think that this is anything that's going to play out in reality, right?
Right. Right.
Where I'm losing sleep at night because Vance is going to run with Trump as his VP
Right.
and then
Yeah, I don't think
step
so.
down. This is their plan.
It made sense with Putin because he's an authoritarian dictator and he
Oh yeah,
wants to be
you
in power
die.
forever. Right. Yeah.
Putin
But
would have the gun to your back the whole time. I
yes,
think Putin actually has done this, right? Because he
he
went
did
back
do
and
this.
forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did do that.
He was
No,
president for a while and then prime minister. And then he's like, okay, you be president. I'll be prime minister. See,
no,
look.
they changed the law, so he doesn't even have to do that anymore. I think he just gets to be president forever now. So,
Right. Uh,
cameraman, if I were to for $2 says today is a good day to enforce the TikTok ban. True, very very true.
yeah. Trump
Mike
should
Mills
do it.
For $5 says, Adam, are you saying that if Kirk was an actual Nazi, then his death would be justified? Most would say Fuentes is a Nazi, but I don't want him killed.
If America is in a situation where a literal card carrying Nazi, someone who's completely explicit about it, is building the Nazi youth in America with millions and millions of followers, right? People are signing up and responding to this. And I just think America's in a really fucked up place, a totally, totally fucked up place. And it's hard for me to
Mm-hmm.
imagine that people wouldn't turn to violence.
Right.
I mean, all my life, we have had conversations in public with literal Nazis. It's like a Jerry Springer thing, like bring the Nazis on, right? We're going to talk to the
Right.
actual Nazis.
Right.
Now it's kind of migrated to YouTube, right? It's like, look at these people. They're fucking real Nazis, right? They come on, they say all the disgusting shit. It would
Mm-hmm.
be a little bit crazy though if millions of people were opting into this and following this and becoming Nazis publicly.
Definitely changes
Don't
things.
don't you
Yeah.
think? I mean,
I do. I agree.
part of the part that is so strange about this Charlie Kirk situation is the left. A lot of people on the left are revealing themselves as being just as disgusting as Nazis are, just totally not caring about human life. If
Right.
the person has the slightest disagreement with them ideologically, right?
Right.
That's an ideological conformity. And if you want to say fascism is about enforcing your ideological conformity by force, I think obviously a lot of people on the left, they meet that definition of fascism. I don't, what is the definition of fascism? Like most people mean authoritarianism when they say fascism. So,
Yeah. They mean right wing authoritarianism, generally,
well,
what they mean.
but okay, so they mean enforcing your your right wing ideology by force.
That's
So
what people mean
if
when
it's
they say
a
it. They don't
if
mean
it's a
the
left
actual.
wing
Mhm.
ideology that's being enforced by force, it's authoritarian.
Or
I mean, it's still
communism or
like
something.
communism is still authoritarianism, right?
Of course.
You're
Yeah.
basically saying you can't own private property.
Right. Right.
How dare you? I take that from you.
Yes.
That belongs to the state. You have to give that to hungry people.
Yes.
That
Fascism
never
has a
happens, though.
specific political ideology that most people don't talk about, care about,
That
or
has to do with there's a racist component to it.
there's a lot. I mean, we've talked about. There's a lot to it. I think Dev did a whole video on it. That's too obnoxious to go into and kind of pointless. Because
I do not think in a million years that people on the left, anyone on the left, would be standing. If Charlie Kirk was the person that they're trying to make him out to be, I do not think that they would be supporting free speech or his right to free speech or any of that stuff. I just
Right.
think that's bonkers. That's totally crazy. The reason why they make him out to be that is because they want to curtail his speech and make him a target of political violence.
Right.
That's the purpose of that.
Dan Richards for 6 months says what we need in our discourse is it to be okay for ideological opponents to be wrong. Currently, uh, they they are not just wrong; they are evil, and that's wrong. That's very true.
Yeah,
Very, very, very
the
true.
Manichaean struggle, the us
Yes.
versus them, they're evil. They're the
Right.
evil demons.
And Charlie Kirk seemed from the clips that I've seen, he seemed to believe. He said, I saw a clip where he very strongly said he was arguing with a person who was on the right, who was very anti-gay, and they were criticizing Charlie Kirk for having gay Republicans be allowed in the Turning Points USA.
Yeah, he
And
stood
he's
up to that guy, right?
and he said, yeah, and he said, we don't live in a theocracy. We live in a democracy. So, and I
Beautiful.
support that. And so, yeah, if there's a person who's, believes we live in democracy, advocates that we live in democracy, believes in those principles, then yeah, even if they have really shitty beliefs you don't believe in, you know, shut the fuck up. They're just wrong. You don't get to use violence against them. Squeeze Louise for $5 says the answer to political extremism is shutting down the internet and returning to monkey. That's the real answer. That's true.
Hmm. No.
Dan Snapple for George says videos on Kyle debated year before Wick wrong. I'm assuming you're talking about the Kyle Rittenhouse situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, those videos came out like as I said on the 26th, so like the night of, which is kind of crazy for the day of. The next day. I don't know how those videos came out so fucking quick, and people were analyzing them autistically the next day. That's like the fastest. That may be the fastest. Like we had so much information about a story that we felt confident to really adjudicate then and there.
Don Lemon mentioned them going viral online during a panel, just brought it up
Right.
and mischaracterized the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that guy.
Lethal Strain for $5 says 2,000, 21,000 military for Biden's inauguration was authoritarian then.
Definitely.
Oh, did he have a bunch of
100%
like
authoritarian.
National Guard or something?
Because they were worried about the MAGA Republicans coming in and,
January 6th, part two.
yeah, January 6ing them.
What is it, a February 2nd or whatever fucking day it is?
It's, the left has a completely different outlook on law enforcement. They're just like a guy in a uniform, dangerous.
Well, as I said, it is. Listen, I do think you have to say Trump is definitely ratcheting it up himself.
Because he knows they're mentally ill. He's fucking with them. He's
Okay,
like, yo,
well,
you people are fucking crazy.
then if you're gonna ratchet it up, then you have responsibility. Then it's on you too.
Did you see the lady when he was like, no, listen. Cleaning up crime is common sense.
Mm-hmm.
So good. You're fake news.
Okay.
I do like
Do
him
you think
wanting to
if
clean up crime. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I like that too. That's fine. As long as it's legal and the mechanism that he's doing is a legal way to do it.
Yeah. Give him a speedy trial.
Well, I mean, in terms of like sending in the National Guard and stuff, but
Take these 14-time offenders off the streets.
PC for Jared says the military is just doing pro bono police work. Alpha
They
Fox for
are.
$5 says National Guard is not the same as active duty or reserves. Completely different set of requirements for their use. Zinc 1998 for $10 says Wick continues to cope. 38% of Democrats think political violence is unacceptable, while 77% of Republicans. Wait.
According to a
38%
YouGov
of
poll.
Democrats think political violence is unacceptable, while 77% of Republicans, according to a YouGov poll. This is not both sides' position. Link in the replies. Wait, I thought I saw that poll. It wasn't 38%. It was like, I thought it was like 56% of Democrats. It was depending on the age. It was 56% of young Democrats, I thought, were saying that violence could sometimes be acceptable. It wasn't 38. It wasn't only 38%.
I brought up the poll that I sent you from PBS and NewsHour. This poll
Hmm.
totally triggered me because the question is so fishing for violent Republicans the way that they word it. They said
Right.
true American patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save our country. How is that not totally aimed at Republicans, just fishing for the
Right. Right.
Republicans are
Right.
violent? They did get 18% to agree, but they got 80% to disagree, which I think is really good considering that ultimately totally biased question. They got Democrats who, let's face it, Democrats, they don't want to do anything to save the country. Right? They want the country to burn.
Right.
Okay, that's a stereotype, but um,
So,
they got them down to 11% and 87%. But look, if they worded this, um, sh- uh, what if citizens have to resort to violence to save us from fascism? I think obviously the Democrats would be off the charts.
mhm.
So what? You looked up your poll. What
Yeah.
is it?
So this is the one I saw everyone was circulating. The question was, which I think this is kind of a bad question, but because I think it's too vague for some people. Do you think it's ever justified for citizens to resort to violence in order to achieve political goals? And
Okay.
so, uh,
That's at least unbiased.
it's not, yeah, it's not biased one way the other, but I just think it's kind of vague. But so you have very liberal people that self-identified as very liberal. 55% said violence is never justified. 14% said they were unsure, and 25% said violence can sometimes be justified for very liberal, which
Hmm.
means alt left people answering this poll question. For liberal, 68% said violence is never justified. 17% said it is sometimes. For moderates, 72% said violence is never justified. 9% said it is. For conservatives, 83% said violence is never justified, and only 6% said it is. And for very conservative, 88% said never justified, and 3% said it is
Sometimes
sometimes.
justified. Look, that's not.
Yeah. So it's interesting because it definitely shows it's like a straight line from very liberal to more conservative. The more conservative you were in the polling, the more likely you were saying that violence was not
To
justified.
condone political violence, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
To just say there's a taboo on political violence.
Right. Do I believe this was polled after the Charlie Kirk killing? So which I think
Okay.
has some effect, but that's good. That is
Yeah,
good.
big time
Obviously,
effect.
the left has some fucking work to do because yeah, even though 55%, which is still the majority of very far left people, so that's not
Barely.
justified. I do not feel confident. The 25%, 14% saying not sure, and 25% saying sometimes it's justified is a big problem. So,
Yeah.
and that's why it drives me fucking crazy when all these outlets are platforming Hassan. They need to be held accountable and answer that fucking
The
question.
guy who wants political violence
Yes.
advocates for it all the time.
Yes.
What a bitch.
What a bitch.
Uses it to
Yes.
target people who don't like him.
Yeah.
Is that it? All right. Great show, guys. Thanks for coming. This was amazing. I don't
That's
think
not it.
we're not even
No.
close to the end of the show. I don't
No.
think so. Did anyone sign off?
Fast and Bubbles for $5 says if a governor tells Trump they're good on National Guard being deployed in their state, Trump must obey. Not doing so is illegal and authoritarian. Yes, I believe that they have to have the governor sign off on it. Ethan Rogers for $5 says, quote, women getting stabbed by junkies every day isn't an emergency. Wick 2025. I don't think that's a fair representation of his view, but
And I'm not sure women are getting stabbed by junkies every day. So
yeah. Gaming Trucker for $5 says the guard in the past has been used to police areas, whether it be during hurricanes or in New York when there's active. where they were activated during a huge winter. Yes, I agree. That's why I don't agree with the framing of the National Guard automatically equals authoritarian. That's not true.
Bring in the cops.
Alpha Fox for $5 says, I understand Wick's point, but understanding why and how the National Guard is used is very important if you're going to criticize their use. Very true. Ethan Rogers for $5 says, quote, DC only having a week without a murder after the Guard was deployed isn't a big deal. LOL, LMO, get fucked, plebs, Wick. Well, that's why I'm saying, I mean, yeah, I don't agree with his position on it. To me, it's really dependent on, I think you should be looking at the outcome to say, well, hey, if they're actually helping crime go down and they don't start dragging people out in the streets, then what's the problem? As long as it's not as long as they're not doing anything illegal.
Outcomes don't matter. It's equal opportunities for authoritarianism, Sitch. Okay.
Okay.
Don't look at the outcomes.
Well, I've never liked the idea. I don't like the whole slippery slope. If you let someone do X now, a year or two, they're going
AOC
to
is
do
going to
something.
deploy.
They're going to do like a version of it that's more extreme, which I think we can stop them. I think we can stop them from doing that at that
AOC,
time.
what if AOC deploys the guard to take everyone's guns?
I don't think that's a good argument. Yeah.
No, I don't think so either. It's ridiculous.
Dellen Nelson for $10 says they offered to do it in Republican states, and the Republicans said yes. Well, there you go.
Of course they would. Why wouldn't they?
Epicurium for 24 months of being free will seeker. Thank you. Says a lot of the Groyper framing of the shooter is so nakedly cynical propaganda. There's an issue with people knowingly lying. Yeah, I mean, it seemed very unlikely from the beginning that the person was a Groyper. Um, and then obviously there were so many people that jumped on the framing so quickly, trying to claim that he was a Groyper with like the most mild or kind of, I would say, the thinnest of evidence for that. And I don't think any of those people are gonna, their audiences don't care. They're not gonna hold them accountable for that, and I don't think they're gonna apologize for getting that so wrong. So that's pretty gross. Mr. Tickle Trunk for 2 Canadians says Americans calling the left liberals blows my mind. Witosk for $5 says being correct doesn't mean the initial assessment is reasonable. The fact is there was no evidence at the time Trump and co called him a leftist. Yeah, that's fair. I said people should wait. I understand that the assumption would be probably was on the left, but I agree people should fucking chill out and wait because you don't know. So a lot of these shooters are just crazy people. They're not politically motivated. Mr. Box for $10 says Tim Pool has been dock swatted, targeted events, and had people break on his property. He has been attacked by the left for years. He has been radicalized by the left. Important distinction. Yeah, I don't. To me, I can be sympathetic to people. I can be sympathetic to that, but that doesn't give you just because you've had a bad experience with crazy people doesn't mean you get to say, okay, well, half the country is irredeemable. That's not justifiable
Well, it
whatsoever. That's
does.
like there was so many like woke people who were like, I get death threats constantly by misogynists or racists constantly. So all white people must be racist. And I'd say, hey, you can't fucking say that. Just because there's crazy people out there that are attacking you, don't get to call, a big chunk of the country XYZ. So the same applies to in this situation.
It does. It is an asymmetry that seems like evidence, something you can point to, right? Has all that stuff happened to Kyle Kalinske, David Packman,
I don't know.
Hassan?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. There definitely that's a fair point. There definitely is probably an asymmetry of this stuff happening. In terms of that, I think everyone gets like massive amounts of death threats and shit. But in terms of like the swatting thing and the all
Right.
that
Yeah.
stuff, yeah,
Being personally attacked.
in that way, yeah. Listen, Deswalt's Billy for $5 says, "What if we move the internal violin now people to an island where they can indulge in their mutual desire away from us?"
Yeah. What's
Okay,
that?
what do the violins mean?
I don't
Civil
know.
War? BJK for $5 says, "Did you see the video of Hassan telling his audience to shank right wingers?" I did see that. And
Was that recent?
it wasn't recent. And he was like, he did the whole like, will shake
In a video
them
game.
metaphorically in a debate. Like it was,
Mhm.
but it's really not great. I did see it. It was horrible. Dellen Nelson for $10 says Trump's approval has been going down, but the Democrats' approval is the worst it's ever been. Turnout will go down or turn up their nose to vote against them. Midterms have always been a toss up.
I know I'm going to go out and vote. I'm definitely voting in those midterms.
Heck Tech for $10 says drink every time Wick brings up Tim Pool.
Does he not like Tim Pool? I guess.
I don't know. You'll have to tell me. Lethal Train for $10 says by saying Trump is ratcheting up tensions, regular people see it as a way to excuse their radical behavior. Um, some people might, but it is also objectively true. And we have to be able to talk about things that are objectively true without saying, well, we have to be so sensitive. We have to, that's, we can't be like the whole, well, you're not allowed to say that there's a disproportionate number of black crime because that makes people racist. And it's like, but it's true. There's ways to talk about it, I think, that are responsible. And there's ways to talk about that are irresponsible.
What if they're only bringing it up as an excuse, though, and they refuse to actually talk about it outside of any other context?
Well, then that's an irresponsible way to bring it up, obviously.
That's what it seems like is happening a
Some
lot.
people do.
Because it's like you can't pivot away from Trump. You can't be like, can we talk
Yeah,
about
but
this
yes,
without the Trump stuff? Can we?
right. Some people use it as a justification. Um, but then because some people use it purely as a justification, then the Trump supporters will say, well, then it must not be true. There must be no truth claim whatsoever. Trump is an innocent baby angel who did nothing wrong, which is obviously not the case. Alpha Fox for $5 says, I led people in the military. You are 1,000% held to a higher standard on what you say to not create an environment of distrust, tweets, or bad. There you go.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Jason Mulgreen for $10. Oh, sorry, I missed this. Would have been a good question. Wick, is there anything Trump is doing that you think is good? That'd be an interesting question.
No.
The Oceanist for $10. Thank you. Says for anyone to answer, what is TDS or a legitimate criticism of Trump?
A
Well,
legitimate criticism of
yeah.
Trump.
What's a
Hmm.
legitimate? How do we differentiate TDS from a legitimate criticism of Trump?
I mean, I'm trying to think of a joke more than anything, to be honest.
Well, I criticize Trump all the time, and you get the accusation of being the Trump defender. So I think this is a question for you to answer.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
For anyone to answer, what is TDS or legitimate Trump criticism? Well, I mean, I would define TDS as someone who just can't see Trump doing anything good, can't acknowledge Trump doing anything good. And I think there are lots of people that can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
A legitimate criticism of Trump. I mean, obviously, I hate to say the January 6th stuff, but I mean, it's a legitimate criticism. Oh, look, the crypto stuff, I think is totally insane.
Firing the jobs number person.
Firing the jobs number person, I completely disagree
No,
with.
there's
Yeah.
instances, but it's hard to. How do we create like a metric that you can apply generally to other situations?
I don't I don't like bringing up the January 6th stuff because it plays in, well, first of all, the left is completely obsessed by it, and it completely plays into the narrative that all Trump supporters are fascists, which I think is a huge problem for society. A bigger problem than the January 6th stuff, which I think has already been dealt with and solved. So, obviously, it's a huge black mark on Trump's reputation for most people. So, but
How is it?
I don't think it's good to continually bring it up.
How is it not also? Because yeah, I agree. A lot of people are point to it a lot, but how is it not any different than people that are defending Trump pointing to Charlottesville hoax or the Fine People hoax or something of that effect?
How is what different?
Like saying like, oh well, people are obsessed with January 6th. Like, okay, well, people are obsessed with the Fine People hoax, right?
Well, the Fine People hoax was a lie, and January 6th, I mean, actually happened, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but wouldn't that be against Trump? Not. What do you mean?
Well, the lie is against Trump with the fine people hoax, right?
Right.
The people obsessed with bringing up. I mean, what context do you mean? Who's bringing up what for what?
No, I'm saying because you said like you don't like to bring it up because the left is obsessed with it. Right. Well, couldn't someone on the left say, well, the right is obsessed with bringing up fine people hoax or something?
Well, the fine people hoax happened before January 6th, and they were
Yes.
creating this narrative that Trump was a little Hitler Nazi type situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, January 6th, does that play into the fact that, I mean, obviously they use it to play into the fact that he is a literal Hitler and
Well, it
Nazi.
plays
And
into the authoritarianism, right? It's literally trying to subvert the democracy.
do you think Trump is an authoritarian or a fascist?
I don't think he's a fascist, as I said. I think he has very authoritarian tendencies.
Okay.
He doesn't care. Trump doesn't. When has Trump ever shown he gives a fuck about procedure or rule of law at any point?
I think people believing this is more dangerous than Trump is.
But he
That,
does. I don't understand. That's the way he acts. Like, how are we not supposed? How do we talk about this if that's the way he acts?
hmm. I
You agree that? Well, I don't know if you agree. We never talked about it. Do you agree that if Pence didn't stand up to Trump, if Pence actually did throw out half the country's vote and said Donald Trump is the president, or I'm going to kick it back to the House, and the House declared Donald Trump as president, and even though I think it's very unlikely, if the Supreme Court, along partisan lines, declared that Donald Trump was president, do you think that there would be mass political violence in response to that?
Of course, yeah. I think
Okay.
it would make the George Floyd stuff look like a picnic.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course.
Because I don't think for all of the right kind of waxing and waning about all the stuff that they wax and wane about now, I do not think that they appreciate that or even accept that, even a little bit. And to me, that's a very
I
important.
completely disagree.
You think they do, and they're just fine with it?
Oh,
They
I
just
think
shrug
they
and they say,
know.
okay.
I think they know that the left would fucking riot and shit like that. So,
I mean, I'm not just talking about riot. I think there would be widespread political assassinations, political assassination attempts. It would be chaos. I think it would be really, really bad.
yeah, none of that happened though.
Yeah, because Pence stood up to Trump and said, fuck you.
Right. I guess the
Right.
question really is the it like if a person it has the desire to do those kinds of things, you're going to look at him as if he's an authoritarian
Not
dictator
just a desire.
fascist.
They tried to do those things.
Right. Hmm. Yeah, I the system stopped him from doing it though, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I think other people would engage in that same kind of behavior. So,
I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, someone would, but I'm not sure that anyone who's been recently president would have done anything like that. I haven't seen evidence of that.
yeah.
So,
Gore did kind of step down and let Bush be president. So,
mm-hmm.
I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe those days are behind us. I think that the system is keeping Trump in check. So, maybe you don't think that.
Right.
Do you think the system is going to keep Trump in check?
To some extent. To some
Do you think
extent.
the next Republican president is going to be the same
No,
issue as Trump?
I don't.
Hmm.
I hope not. I don't think they will. I don't think any president's going to be like Trump in my life. So,
And I just, the whole January 6th thing, I don't think there was any chance in hell of that succeeding. The reason, a big reason why Pence didn't do it is obviously because he didn't think it stood a chance in hell of succeeding. So,
I think Pence didn't do it because he realized it was immoral.
really? I think he didn't do it because, like he kept saying, I've talked to a dozen attorneys and they all say this is a ridiculous idea and that it will never work.
Hmm.
If
Well, no, he talked to
if it
Dan
if he
Quayle.
talked if he
Dan
talked
Quayle
to
told him not to do it.
okay, well,
So, yeah.
if I think a giant portion of the Republican Party was telling Pence, "Oh, this will totally work," I
Hmm.
think he might have done it.
Maybe. I mean, I'm just judging. It seemed like Pence was doing, whenever he talked about it, it seemed like he thought it was immoral to do it. So I'm just trying to read what he was saying.
No, I think Pence would have totally
But
done it.
regardless, what does that
I
have
think
to do?
Pence was like, "This is a weird, crazy move that's never going to work. It's going to make
Right.
us look bad, and I'm not going to be involved in something like
But see,
that."
but wait,
And Trump is like, "Well, let's
right,
just try it." Trump doesn't care.
right.
He's like,
But
"Well,
look, this
whatever,
proves
shot."
my point, Adam. Every time I bring this up,
Mhm.
there'll be a bunch of people in chat that just are literal NPCs. I don't even know how they listen to us, who just say, well, Sitch has TDS. They are totally fine with the president that only because they support it. I
Because
don't
they
believe for
want
a
to
second.
win. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. These are people who think it would have been, who would think it'd been totally fine for the president to throw out half the country's votes. And they do it from a completely blind partisan perspective, because obviously in a million years they would never support Biden or a Democrat acting in that way.
Did you see the quote that was going around about how most people are authoritarians and you encounter like 6 or 7 authoritarians every
Yes.
day? Yeah.
Yes.
Those people are that quote is very true, okay?
Right.
Those people would throw out the votes. Those people would love to see someone throw out the votes. Those people would love a Republican president that lords over the Democrats and never leaves office. There are plenty of Democrats that would love that. They're like, this is the whole point of coming up with a
Yeah,
meme
but
that
we've
all
never
Republicans are
seen. Okay,
fascists. It gives them
I
the
agree with
cover
you.
to do that.
I agree with you that a lot of people are bad actors, but everyone has a line. And
Mhm.
that's all I'm saying is that, like, to me, it does feel. I don't like the idea where you're like, well, theoretically, maybe some Democrat would have acted the same way Trump did. Okay, but we've not seen anyone do that. So it's not a defense to say that. That is sort of like a weird whataboutism to say,
I
well,
think
theoretically, a Democrat might have done the same thing.
uh, the Democrat would do it under the guise that we're living in a fascist nation and that Trump did January 6th and therefore he's an authoritarian fascist and we have to save our democracy from fascism by keeping the Republicans out of office. And therefore we're going to use some sort of crazy legal maneuver to stay in office to save the country. If you don't think Democrats would do that, I fundamentally disagree. They would do that. They totally would do that. They believe this.
I Okay. What is the point of you even bringing this up? What is it? This is just, it all feels like it's just a whataboutism to say, well, what Trump did wasn't so bad because a hypothetical Democrat might have done
My
the same thing.
I made look, the argument that I made
Hmm.
was right now, I think a bigger danger to the country, and as Soul says, it's all about trade-offs, right? A bigger danger to the country is the fact that there's a huge portion of the country that thinks we're living in Nazi Germany before the Holocaust. Okay. And they think all of that has to do with every single person that voted for Trump is a literal Nazi and that Trump is an authoritarian fascist that is never going to leave office. Okay. And when you talk about January 6th, I agree it's bad, but it's something that's been adjudicated. I don't think it's going to be a problem going forward in the future, except to reinforce this narrative that is turning half the country insane.
Yeah, but I
So
didn't bring it
why
up.
continue bringing it
I
up?
did not bring it up to
Well,
whataboutism away.
look, the
Hold
super
on.
chatter brought it up.
I know, but in the context of what we're talking and me talking about January 6th, all this other stuff, I did not bring it up in the context to whataboutism away from everything we're talking about the problems the left had. I brought it up to say the right has never grasped with this. And I think it is of why the left sits there and looks at Trump through the way that they do and say, okay, we don't have any trust for Trump. And then all of his trolling adds on to that. And so if the right is going to sit here and just pretend like Donald Trump is an innocent baby angel and the left is completely insane for not trusting him, they're not seeing the full picture. They're existing in their own little bubble. And we can't just sit here and say, well, the left's living in their bubble. If you're going to, like, you are peak NPC. I don't mean you, Adam. I just mean like you in the general sense. You are peak NPC out there in the world. If you're gonna sit, if we're gonna say, oh, the left lives in a bubble, they're completely detached from reality, and we're not like, well, the right fucking lives in a big bubble, fucking too. And that big bubble, they've never dealt with how insanely fucked up the entire concept was of what Trump was trying to do by overthrow the election.
Well, look, their bubble is morally complete too, because in their bubble, Trump actually won the election and Biden stole it from him. So what they
Yes,
were doing
or
was morally
like
justified
there
because
are yes,
obviously they got fucked.
yes, or they will never
So they're not doing it
believe
for
it. They
authoritarian
will make up
reasons. They're doing it for
every
democratic reasons.
yeah, but that's the cope. We all know that's a
How
cope.
is that cope? They literally believe it in the same way that people on the left believe Trump is literally Hitler.
Well, then I guess you can't criticize people on the left because in their according to their morality, they're doing the right thing.
Well, to some extent, obviously, you're criticizing both sides because you're saying, in reality, Trump lost the election, and in reality, Trump is not an authoritarian fascist.
Yes, I'm
So,
saying that we
sooner or
have
later,
to
you have to
have
take stock of reality.
yes. I'm saying I understand that most people, okay, most people think they're on the right side of things. And then their brain justifies it afterwards to say, oh, they come up with the cope, or they say, oh, I'm on the right side of things. I'm doing the right thing. Right.
Yeah.
I
So,
understand that's how most people operate. That doesn't, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, then it's justifiable. Of course, not fucking justifiable.
which fictitious reality is the bigger threat? I mean, obviously, Whick pulled out a case that is a compelling case at
I'm
the.
not making a comparison about which one is the threat. I
Can we
don't
do?
like this whole
Can we deal with both
who's
threats at the
worse,
same time?
whatever. I think we can adjudicate and talk about both these things at the same time
Yeah,
and
I
say,
agree.
yeah, okay. Well,
Well,
that's all. That's
how do
all
we
I'm saying.
minimize the fictitious world that both of these parties live in?
How do we adjudicate it?
No,
Like,
how do we minimize it? How do we pull people out of these fictitious worlds? How do we get the Republicans who think the election was stolen to
I have
agree
absolutely
that
no idea.
elections are sound? And
I have absolutely no idea.
how do we get
Yeah.
how do we get Democrats to stop thinking every American is racist and that we live in a racist country and we're on the verge, teetering on the edge of fascism every time a Republican president gets elected? How do we change that?
Mhm. I don't know.
Which is, look, I'm hesitant to make a comparison.
Okay. Well, we can move on then.
Are you okay? You sound down. Look, we began this with me being blackpilled. We can't end it
I
with you being blackpilled.
Well, first of all, I've been blackpilled about the entire situation that's been going on now. But it is eternally blackpilling to me how many people in our audience
Do you
I
think it's a
just
good
can't wrap
idea
my
to
brain
continue?
around.
Is it a good idea to continue to talk about January 6th? Like, what purpose does it serve?
For my own mental health, it's not a good idea because it makes me so depressed.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, is it good for the country? I mean, if your mental health suffers and it's good for the country, I say we do it.
it's when we say it's good for the, I don't, when it's, is it good for the country?
Yeah, because look, I like I said, I think a huge problem is there are a bunch of people out there
I
that
don't like
think,
this. The way you're going with this is so fucked up. I can't even, we have to move on. I fucking despise what you're saying right now. It's insane to me. We have to move on.
oh,
This
okay,
is crazy. Okay.
all right.
We can't not talk about something as real because it makes people upset.
Well,
That's not how reality works. Okay.
it's like even when catastrophes happen, I mean, you litigate those catastrophes and then you move on with your life. So
Yeah, but
it's not like
this
you
is always the
continue to go
problem.
back
It's
to
the
the
same.
catastrophe over and over
Then
and
we
over
can't talk
again.
about the fine people hoax ever because then I just say the same logic you just used. Well, it's making it worse to talk about it. We just have to not talk about it anymore because it makes it worse to bring it up. You're riling up the right talking about the fine people hoax.
Hmm.
If I would agree with you if there was an agreement
The
where
fun.
both sides said, listen, we agree that this bad thing happened or this good thing happened, and both sides came to some agreement, and then we moved on, I would 100% agree with you. The same problem with the fine people hoax, the same problem. Well, actually, I'd say there's more agreement on the fine people hoax being a hoax now. So I think that's even less. But if everyone agreed on January 6th, the fine people hoax or whatever, we could fucking move on, and I would feel fine. It's that there has not been an agreement on it. People refuse to agree on it. They still cope to this day. There's people in the chat still coping to this day about this shit, and they will go to the grave as NPCs forever, barred into their brain. They will never be able to get that into themselves forever.
For the fine people hoax or the January 6th?
For both, probably, but I'm talking about January 6th, but for both to some extent.
I mean, the thing is, and I'm trying to deal with the stereotype that every single conservative is a fascist. Like maybe that's just a project. It's stupid for me to deal with. A part of me just thinks that's like the biggest problem. But the thing about not talking about the fine people hoax is the fine people hoax actually goes a long way towards neutralizing that stereotype, and the January 6th stuff goes a long way towards reinforcing that stereotype. So it's just a question of whether or not you want to reinforce the stereotype or minimize it.
No, it's the same thing with like saying if only white nationalists talk about the racism against white people, all you're doing is giving them power because they're the ones talking about it. If only the left can point to Donald Trump and say the people that are calling Trump a authoritarian or fascist can point and say the truth about January 6th, well, you're just giving that movement power because no one else is actually talking about the reality of the situation.
Yeah. Okay. What is the goal in talking about it? Just to say how fucked up it was and
To I would hope to the people in the audience who are not NPCs that have some level of openness, which I think is most people, to say, okay, I understand the bubbles that exist on the left and the right. And I understand why people, if I disagree with them on the left, might feel the way they do about Donald Trump. And that it is true that he is ratcheting up the rhetoric, and it is true that he has done things that definitely have shown him in a very bad light, an authoritarian light. And I could see why people on the left would be afraid of that.
I mean, I agree. Yes, I think a lot of those people saw him in an authoritarian light before he ever did any of those things.
Sure.
Which I mean, I think spurred
that kind of sealed the deal, though, for a lot of people.
Oh yeah, it proved him right. It's one of the reasons why I thought is so fucking stupid. But I mean,
right.
he's playing into the stereotype, but he does that. I mean, when he said I'm going to be a dictator on day one, he's like playing into the stereotype.
Of course. But then he did. But then he acted the stereotype. So it's like, oh, okay, well,
Was he a dictator on day one?
Well, I meant I was regarding in terms of the trying to overturn the election, but
yeah, the project that, and look, maybe I give up on this project. Maybe this is a time to give up on this project. I'm just gonna all of the young people who believe that every single conservative out there is a racist, greedy fascist. I'm just gonna say, okay, well that's just the way it is. It sucks, but that's the way it is.
I mean, I don't know why. Okay, whatever. We're just going in circles, but I think you can do both. I think we can do both these things at the same time.
Work on that.
Yeah, I think you can work on that, and we have to be true about what's going on.
Right. Okay.
If you're not true what's going on, then all we're doing is cultivating an environment where we say the left is all evil and the right is all good, and that's the truth of reality. And I don't believe that is reality. I think there's good and evil on both sides.
Look, can you frame January 6th the way you're framing January 6th and say, but Trump is not a fascist? I mean, that's a tough sell.
Well, I said I don't think I literally said fascism is a specific ideology. So I've said every time I ask this question, I think Trump has authoritarian tendencies. I've always said this. And that is based mostly, not entirely, but mostly on his behavior regarding trying to overturn the election.
people generally see authoritarianism and fascism synonymously, though. So,
Well,
especially
okay,
if he's right wing,
there's nothing I can do about that if he actually did the thing.
they also think Trump is a racist, so they would think
Okay.
fascist. No, there's nothing you can do.
Maybe he shouldn't fucking do that. It's very simple. Maybe he shouldn't have fucking done that. Maybe he should have some free will and responsibility. Why am I going to sit out here and talk about how all these people that are criminals or drug addicts or whatever have to have free will and responsibility to not do crimes? But for some reason, when it comes to Donald Trump doing something fucking unhinged, like trying to overturn democracy, it's like, well, whatever. It was just a weird legal mechanism that, if it had succeeded, would have caused mass political violence.
Yeah, it would have been off the charts. I mean, he would have had to call in the military to basically end the riots and throw everyone in jail.
Yeah. And then it would have been this big
All the
constitutional
dissenters.
crisis because people would have been like, well, should the military listen to Donald Trump? Is he really the president?
But look, luckily Pence was like, "This bullshit ain't gonna work."
Well,
This guy,
luckily for
this
all of us,
guy's
Pence, yes,
crazy.
luckily
This
for all
guy's
of us,
insane.
Pence did the right
Thinks
thing
he
for
won
whatever
the
reason.
election.
And the Republican Party rewarded Pence by fucking hating his guts because he did the right thing.
Oh yeah, the Republican Party definitely kicked
Yeah.
Mike Pence in the nuts. But
Right.
you really think Mike Pence had a chance?
No, because he has the
Well,
charisma of a plank of wood, but that's another
yes,
story.
exactly.
Yeah. But the fact that he was hated over it doesn't, that has its own connotations to what's going on here. So,
So Trump shouldn't have done that. I completely agree with you. How is there any way to make up for this? Like what would be the how does he what is the punishment for this kind of indiscretion?
well, that's why I said I would never vote for Trump.
Yeah, of course, but
So,
look,
I mean, what do you mean was the punishment?
is
I
there any
don't.
way that he can atone for this?
He could give me tax-free money, baby. I don't want to have to pay taxes.
Well, look, that's already in the works, right? We
Well,
just got
we'll
to get
see.
it used
There you
to.
go. You might get your
Look,
MAGA hat.
in all seriousness,
Yes.
is there any way that he could, if he came out and gave a speech and said, "Listen, I knew I had lost the election in 2020 and Biden had won."
If the
And he came clean about everything. He's
if
like,
the
"I've been watching the
outcome,
Sitch and Adams show
there you go.
and
I swear to him. Yeah.
I'm
If the
turning over a new leaf."
if if 3 years from now and Trump's presidency is over and
Let's
there was some
hope. Oh my
crisis.
God.
No, hold on. And there was some crisis that Trump handled beautifully that saved America, saved the world. Or if even if 3 years from now the country's in like a fantastic place economically, socially, culturally, then I'll say, yeah, that was super fucked up that Trump did that, but at least the outcome was good, so I have to give him credit for it. I would say that. I give
Hmm.
Trump credit whenever he does things I like, all the time.
Well, he's taken an axe to wokeness in a big
And
bad way,
yeah, and
which is
that's good.
great. Yeah.
That's definitely good. If Trump could destroy, if wokeness was actually destroyed, that would go a long way to me being like, okay, well, you know, maybe maybe his praises or the good he has done will outweigh the bad, maybe, if that were to occur. No, I don't think wokeness will really go
If he
away, but
came out though and gave a speech and said, "Listen, American elections are the most secure elections in the world, and I totally lied about losing the election to that idiot
and I'm
Joe Biden in
sorry.
2020,
Yeah.
and I apologize
Yeah.
profusely to the
Okay.
American people. I should have never done that. I
He's gonna
pardoned all of the January 6th people because they were there because of my lies,
There you
and
go.
I knew that was injustice."
There you go.
Would you forgive him then?
No, but I'd be like, wow, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty impressive.
Then what's the
He's
point of even doing that if you're not going
if
to
he
forgive
said
him?
that and then actually started acting in a way that I thought was like, bringing the country, uniting the country together, then I'd
If
say,
you,
oh, then I
okay.
would believe it, and I would say
And on
yes.
top
Then
of
I
that,
would
he
forgive
says,
him.
and I swear to God, I'll never do it again. Because look, I can't even run again.
There you go. There you go. The Oceanist for $5 says, since Adam mentioned it, I just started Why Nations Fail.
Oh, good.
There you go.
Nice.
Listen, as
Be
Wall Street
great.
Chart says, CGP Grey has a summary of Dictator's Handbook. It's a very good video. It is a very good video. That's, yeah.
Where are you getting these from? All of a sudden, these.
I just, this is the order that we were in.
Oh. I mean,
Joe the Meg.
Oh, God, Joe the Meg. Where the fuck is that?
Oh, I read that one.
Sammy G.
I think I read Sammy's.
Brian Shh. Shh.
I think I read all of these.
Oh, really? Okay.
Let me just make sure.
The Oceanist. I'm sorry for derailing the conversation with my TDS question.
No, it's fine.
You guys can read other super chats. No, look, I mean, I'm never accused of TDS, but I'm always accused of sweeping for Trump. And I guess, look, you guys know, I'm more worried about the country than fucking Trump. I don't think Trump will be around in obviously 3 years, right? He's going to be gone. Right. He's going to be a force in the Republican Party until the day he dies. I can't imagine Trump not being at the RNC every 4 years until he dies. Bill Clinton speaks at the DNC every 4 years, obviously. He's like a big get. The Republican Party doesn't really have any big gets because they don't let Bush come. So it's going to be Trump.
No, I think you're NPCs if you refuse to actually grapple with the reality of Trump trying to overthrow the election. Yes, form. I do think that. And I think it's sad. And I would hope that that wouldn't be the case for people in our audience.
He wants you to admit that the gamble that Trump took was just gigantic, completely gigantic.
Well, immoral. And that you would never accept the situation if it was a Democrat doing it. If you cannot accept that in your brain, that if a Democrat did the same thing Trump did, that wouldn't drive you crazy, then you are literally an NPC if you don't understand that. And people don't grapple with that.
Well, they put themselves in a position where they don't have to grapple with it because if the election was actually stolen, then it's not really immoral. You should do it. So that's the way they look at it.
Yeah, but if there was the exact same level of evidence that Trump provided, the Democrats provided, you wouldn't believe it, whatsoever.
Yeah,
and if people don't understand that, then they're just, as I said, they're just NPCs. That's just the way it is. Sammy G for $5 says, this is actually, you know what? This is important. Maybe I've already forgiven Trump. Sammy G says, Sitch, don't ever forget. If it wasn't for Donald Trump, we would have never met. Did you say thank you to Trump? LOL. That is true.
When did that come in?
Just now.
Okay.
That is true. That is a good point. You know what? I will take Donald Trump doing January 6th and everything bad because it meant that I got to be with Sammy G.
Were we hanging out with Sammy G when the January 6th hit? I can't remember. Because was she saying like let him cook with the Pence thing? I don't know. That might be unforgivable.
Well, she started watching the channel, I think, because all the stuff with Trump, became so political and everything. And that's how she ended up finding my channel back in the
Did you talk? You didn't talk about Trump on. No. I remember you debating all comers on the first Trump impeachment, and you were debating that Trump should be impeached over the Zelensky call. And I was just moderating. I was like,
it was just. I believe that the chain of events was just that she had seen like a Ben Shapiro rap or something, and she was only looking into politics because she had been in Japan, and in Japan the news is very like uh moderated, so it's not very contentious. And then she's like coming back and everything's like hyper contentious with Trump, and she's like, "What's going on here?" And she like watches a Ben Shapiro video, and then the Ben Shapiro video recommends my video, and then that's how she got sucked into my web.
Well, that proves that you're far right, obviously. If a Ben
There you go,
Shapiro video
obviously.
is leading into your, normally it's the other
Obviously.
way around. You're the pipeline to Ben
Right.
Shapiro, but
Yes.
Ben Shapiro is evidently the pipeline to you. That's super bad.
Right. Sitch solely ignores that Biden was not a legitimate candidate because at the time he believed Biden would lead to normalcy. Gentle parroting should not be allowed on this matter. I don't even know what that means. Biden was not a legitimate candidate. I mean, he was a candidate who won elections legitimately. What are you even talking about?
That is to say the same kind of save the country mentality that the Democrats would totally lean into.
Right.
We have to take power because we're here to save the country.
And yeah, and
That's
guess
just
what?
that's dangerous.
So easily, I've never fucking supported that. I think if people knew if Biden was like that declined in 2020 or any point, they should have completely 25th Amendment him. They should never had him run for election. The people that cover that up are fucking scumbag. I've never defended any of that behavior whatsoever. I don't
Of
know what it has
course not.
anything to do with when have I ignored that? I don't even know what that I don't even know what that means.
Well, I'm going to regularly bring up now what a
Thank
piece
you.
of shit Trump is, just so
I appreciate it.
everyone hates me.
Yes. The Oceanist for $5 says you guys should get Matt Tardio on. I think he said something similar to the bit farms as Sitch.
That he wanted to drone strike him. That's good.
There you go. I like that. Jason Blaze for $10 says, my honest thoughts, the highest good for any of the far leftists would just be the unaliving of Hitler, unless you have a better idea why there's such a celebration for Charlie's death, such sad lives they have.
Well, this is the big project of their lives. This whole fighting racism, sexism, and homophobia. You got to understand that's what they signed up for. That is the big mission.
Right.
The Christians, they have a mission too, to spread the word of Jesus, the gospel of Jesus, that there's room for you in the kingdom of heaven. So people like to have a mission in their lives. So, and like even Christians always say, my identity as a Christian comes before any other identity. So it's a weird thing. I think the Christians spreading the good word of Jesus is much safer than every single institution in America fighting racism, sexism, and homophobia. That seems like a giant waste of resources to me.
Mm-hmm. True. Detective Stabler SVU for $20. Thank you. Says Whick brought up the bomb story and clearly was excited by the idea that it was right. Mentioned the enemy of the people labeling moments after claiming the perp leaning didn't matter to him in these stories because he's not on a side. There you go.
Who doesn't? It doesn't matter to who, because we're not. Is
They
that
were criticizing Wick for bringing up the bomb thing because when he brought it up, the implication was I don't know if he saw the story or just someone just fed him. The implication was it was like a right wing action against the media, or I think he said it was like a right wing action against the media, in
he
response to the
is very
reporting.
much keeping score.
But yeah, but then if it was someone doing it to a Fox News van, that would imply the opposite, right? That
Yeah,
it was someone less still doing it. So
I'm lost. I can't find where the fuck we are. So you must be
don't
reading
worry
super
about it.
chats as they come right in. Not
Metal
messes
works for
me up.
11.90 for $5 says, while I don't fully agree with him, I think Dev made better arguments in Destiny and wish he got to speak more. Interesting. Force for $5 says, I'm divided on canceling lefties over Charlie, but the shot and fraud is delicious. There you go. That's fair. The Oceanist for $2 says, you guys should get Yarn Brook on.
I mean, he
J
follows me
Mac.
on Twitter. Probably.
There you go. J Mac for $5 says, "Did you guys see the Charlie Kirk clip where the guy wants to fight him? Perfect response to any crazies trying to justify any of this. I didn't like physically fight him. No, I didn't see that clip." Ethan Rogers for $5 says, "I think the slippery slope can only be counted when you acknowledge its existence and have a more clear plan to oppose it." Um, countered when you hmm. I mean, I do think you should acknowledge. I think people should acknowledge it. But when you say like a plan to oppose that, sometimes it's impossible to like, what is that going to manifest, right? How's that going to manifest? Since so much of the opposing is just people getting up in arms about situations.
Yeah, I mean, you fight the problems as they present themselves. To
Right.
not do something because you think it could pose a problem that may or may not actually be a problem is
Like, for
silly.
example, going using like the National Guard thing as an example, like, is it, you say, okay, Trump used the National Guard to stop clean up crime in DC, and that's fine. And then a year later, Trump uses the National Guard to station troops
Coerce
outside of
people.
voting booths
Yeah.
in order to make people afraid to vote or something, right? Um, First of all, I mean, I don't know what the plan is to stop any of that besides complaining. Anyway, from my perspective. So, but I don't see how I don't see how those, one leads into the other. I don't see how people are like, well, we allowed him to clean up crime, so now we have to allow him to do something else completely.
Can you imagine you're in the National Guard and your commanding officer comes to you and says, okay, our mission is to intimidate these people into voting Republican?
Mhm.
You don't,
That doesn't seem like yeah, it wouldn't be fair of
I
that.
mean, what? That is so against the American ethos. I mean, I'm sure you read some sort of oath to be a part of the National Guard to uphold the Constitution.
Hmm.
Isn't that going to be a little bit in conflict with, okay, we're supposed to uphold the Constitution, but let's go coerce these people?
Right.
I mean, if you think all Republicans are fascists, then of course you think, oh, that's perfectly logical, Adam. What are you talking about?
Why would our boys in screen scare you? Sitch, your big commie. Did I say that they would scare me, or I said that they would theoretically be used to intimidate people in the hypothetical that Whick used? Because I wouldn't give a fuck.
Adam
But
is a good friend.
but
Oh, look at
you
this.
have to acknowledge and understand that what would be the point of that action if not to do not to intimidate some people. Ace for $5 says the LARPing and blackpilling behavior from this tragedy is why I'm chilling out for now and unplugging for a while. Such Adam, you guys are the best. Thank you, and it's probably for the best, Ace. It's probably for the
Yeah,
best.
unplugging is always good.
Jamek for $10 says Trump would like to run the government like a CEO runs a company. I think that's pretty non-controversial. To specify non-controversial, to say not that the act itself is non-controversial. You guys know how my libertarian leaning ass feels about that. Yeah, no, I think that is exactly it. He is trying to run it straight up, which, US isn't a company, it's not a business, it's a democracy and a government. And has to be run as such.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to understand that there's a giant conflict of interest between the entity that is supposed to regulate the company, owning the company.
Right, right. Cake Nastanza for 2 hours says Trump did January 6th. Why are we supposed to trust him now?
You should
There you go.
never trust him.
There you
Don't
go.
trust any of your politicians.
With Tosk for $5 says a Democrat would do this in no way comparable to a Democrat would do this is in no way comparable to Trump has done this. We didn't. Why didn't Biden do it when he left office?
Well,
There you go.
Biden didn't think of it.
Well, in 2024.
Oh, yeah, they already closed the loophole. He couldn't do it.
Well, they only closed the loophole with legislation. They didn't change the Constitution, which remember was the argument
Right.
that constitutionally the vice president had this power. Theoretically, the law
I'm only
was irrelevant.
joking. Like,
I know.
yeah. Obviously, Biden didn't do it because he knew he was going to die soon.
There you go.
Like, Biden was forced out by the Democrats. So,
He didn't do it out of spite. I'm just joking. Force for $5 says for a group so worried with fascism, the left seems hell bent to bring it about by any means necessary as quickly as possible with their own behavior. Sad, but somewhat true.
Yeah. Authoritarianism, though, not fascism, obviously.
Yeah, true. Lethal Strain for five
They're not
dollars.
racist at all.
Yeah. Lethal Strain for $5 says the reactions to the Kirk situation reminds me a lot to the flood in Texas. I don't understand how people can cheer for these things. Yeah, it's true. It's like the whole you had Luigi Mangione, the Texas flood. This it's just it is pretty fucking disgusting. And I do think the left needs to the mainstream left, the adult left, if they want to be taken seriously, they do need to call this shit out on their own team. And they are utterly failing to do so. Angry Bell Sprout for $5 says someone like Tim talks about civil war because the left will come after you and you should be ready to defend. That's what the left is scared of most. Um, I think there's a way to talk about that and to say that I think there's a way to have that conversation in a way that doesn't doesn't heat up everything, doesn't make everyone crazy. Talk about that defensively.
Tim also believes in generations theory, which I talk about from time to time.
Right.
I don't know
No.
if it's real or not. I mean, I am watching intently, but as we grow closer and closer to some sort of climactic event, I start thinking, oh, well, this seems accurate.
Right.
Supposedly, according to the fourth turning, is here, and if the climax seculum is, or the climax turning is as long as the longest climax turning in these other seculum, then 2033 will be, it should be over by 2033. It might be over sooner. It might be over soon. It might be over this year or next year.
JMac $5 says, are we sure it was Mike Pence that saved democracy or was it Mike Pence's fly that saved democracy? Makes you think.
Yeah, that fly.
That's true.
That debate fly really was helpful.
It could have been a Ratatouille situation or a Ratatouille situation, as they like to say. The Oceans for $5 says, well, after the TDS derailment, I don't think Citra Adam has TDS. S-Class is the best class. Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
David Baer for $5 says, the left still referencing January 6th isn't a winning argument and only divides the voters put Trump back in office 2025, water under the bridge. Well, I obviously disagree. Limited Hangout for $5 says, the left attacks the voters more than the right does. The right thinks they can change minds. The left thinks you are immoral. That is a problem. I would agree with that. I think that's definitely the way things have been in the country recently. Yeah.
Yeah, they attack a lot of voters. It's pretty sad.
Yeah. I think there was a message I missed.
A message.
Ox for 39 months of discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says to anyone on the right who wants to retaliate, don't. The left has already lost. It's all the sweeter to pick up where Charlie left off and win people with open dialogue and exemplary living. Look at that. Very well said, Ox.
Andrew Bear for $2 says, Sitch, first child's middle name, Donald? Question mark?
Gonna be a big.
What if Sammy wants to make
why did
Donald?
Sitch and Sammy get a divorce? Well, she wanted to name their first child Donald. Sammy wants to name our child. No, okay. Sammy wants to name our theoretical child after an anime character or fallen angels, both of which I'm not in favor of.
What are the fallen angels? I mean, that could be cool.
Like Lucifer.
Lucifer.
You want to say our child Lucifer?
I think you're kind of setting yourself up for failure.
That's what I
name
said.
Your kid Lucifer.
That's what I said. I'm like, we're not naming our child Lucifer. Get crazy.
Come
on.
Can you imagine putting that on a job application? Lucifer.
Lucifer, yeah. No, it's not quite. Talk about, yeah. That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Think of the job applications. Okay.
Right.
Who's going to take that?
I mean, if you're trying to get into law school, that might help, right?
Right.
You're like, Lucifer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You're in.
Listen, I said if it's a girl, I said if it's a girl, we can name them Lucy. Mm-hmm. And then you can tell them that their name is Lucifer, but their name will be officially Lucy. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
But not Lucifer.
Would it be Lucille?
No, I don't like that.
No.
Lucille? No.
Lucifer Donald Sitch.
Yeah.
Hmm. Look, if it was
Apparently.
Lucifer Donald, you'd be down with that, right? Because that would make sense.
There you go. JMac for $5 says I had to talk my wife out of naming our daughter after her D&D character. The name was Quitrix. Yeah, there you go. Like
Oh my God. You're going to name your daughter Tricks? No.
Quitrix. Yeah, that's not good.
Quick Tricks. No, don't
Quitrix.
do that.
That sounds too
Don't,
much like Quick Tricks. Yeah.
don't do that.
Do people still use, I don't know, like, do kids even know like the slang for like tricks, what that even means, turning tricks and stuff?
Turning tricks.
Yeah, I don't know if people even, people barely said that when I was a kid.
Right.
So,
That's old timey.
right. That is old
That's when you're
days.
hooking up with your hooker.
Yes.
You're getting your lady of the evening.
There you go. Naruto Luffy Sitch. Now the other name is Alan. She wants to name the child Alan,
Alan.
which I mean, at least it's a normal name. I'm not huge on Alan, but at least it's like a normal fucking name.
Hmm.
That would be spelled wacky because it's got to be named after some anime character.
Alan is not. Alan is not short for something. Hmm.
No, it's the character from The Gray Man, I think. Big fan of. Lethal Shane Friday says we were watching The Exorcist and named my daughter Reagan. There you go.
Oh, okay. Good movie.
Very good. Ace for $5 says, I think everyone should keep this in mind. The best way to disarm your enemy is to make a friend of them. That is true.
Yeah.
The Daryl Davis strategy.
Do it up.
Ace for $10 says, Gypsy needs a hug from a goth chick. Dude has been watching too much Game of Thrones. I think the bad season broke his brain, which is an understandable outcome. Gypsy?
You guys
I don't know. What are you talking about?
broke the super chat because
There are too many.
yeah, I can't get to any of those.
Well, these are from I had to open up in the in the settings because these are from earlier.
Only 21 people have subscribed to the new clip channel.
Disappointing,
Very
guys.
disappointing. I'm
Yeah.
going to put it in the description too, so maybe that will help.
Fast and Bowls for $5 says seeing Ukrainians on Twitter call out the performative empathy slash AI slop for Irana's death has been so cathartic.
Somebody tried to do that with me and I was like, "What the fuck? I'm pro Ukraine." I was like, "What the
Really? That's
fuck?"
funny.
They just assume. They're like, "Oh,
Right.
Adam's a secret right winger. Probably fucking hates Ukraine."
Right. It's funny.
Yeah, it's not funny though. It's terrible.
And Will Screaming the Void for Tour says, did you see Dave Rubin on Jank on Pierce Morgan?
I
LOL.
did.
I did, yeah.
I think we should watch it. Yeah.
Maybe we will on Tuesday. Well, I
I
guess we're
know, it's
talking to Soy
pretty.
on Tuesday, but yeah, it was I have mixed feelings
I
on that
sent it to
interaction.
Sitch. I was like, "This is so good."
It was pretty funny. It was
Dave
pretty funny.
Dave was Dave brought up a bunch of titles of Young Turks videos that were incendiary towards Charlie Kirk and saying that Jank was part of the problem and that he should apologize. First of all, tell him to apologize. Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
But I mean, Jank was getting flustered.
Yeah, I guess I feel conflicted because on one hand, Jank has been one of the most vocal people to denounce others that were cheering on his death,
Mhm.
more so than most other people on the left. So I definitely have to applaud him for that. Um, but on the other hand, I mean, the rhetoric that he gets so angry that the rhetoric that they
It's
use
horrible,
very
yeah.
consistently is very, very horrible.
He
And I
loves
don't
the
think that's
racist
going to change.
stereotype. Yeah. What what is the right move there though? What is the moral thing to do with the he wanted him to take down some of those videos. That was what his goal was.
The moral thing, well, I mean, like the moral thing from my moral compass would be to say, you could be correct, Dave, and I this is a wake up call to tamp down some of my rhetoric, and maybe we will go back and private those videos or change the titles or something and move on.
What? Look, iDubbbz, didn't he private a bunch of his videos and take them down? I mean, he did it completely for the wrong
Well, I
reasons,
think you just
but
change the titles. You just complain about the channels, but yes, right.
oh, he could change the titles.
Well, if that was what
So he
David
could
was
go in
complaining about the
and go, I
titles, right?
changed my mind.
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk is not a Nazi now.
right.
Hmm. God,
That's what
it's
you do
gotta
if
be so bad.
you were serious. If you were serious about the situation, take those videos down or change the title. That's what I think we inflicted. On one hand, Cenk has been very vocal attacking people that are supporting that, which I think is great. On the other hand, I I'm skeptical his behavior is going to change whatsoever. So, we'll see. But
Well, I mean, it could go either way as far as taking them down or leaving them up. Like you could say, I need to leave them up as a testament to what a terrible fucking person I was, to constantly remind me that I was a piece of shit. Or you could say, I should take them down because these videos could perpetuate a negative stereotype that I've realized I should have been perpetuating. I mean, Anna came out on a video and said, I was wrong about Kyle Rittenhouse, which was
okay,
tough, right?
sure, you could say that, I
Obviously,
guess.
all
Right,
these
right,
videos. After she constantly said, across 8 lines, remember? It was like a meme. Cross 8 lines.
right.
Did you say? Oh, I don't know. There was some
What?
feedback for a second there, but anyway, I think probably taking them down is the right move. People take down videos all the time. And that would be it.
Oh,
That would be saying, but the left would be like
they're like
totally
old
pissed.
current event videos. Yeah. Kick Nastanza for $5 says, too bad the president of the United States is incapable of calling for the toning down of rhetoric, instead personally blames the left. What's up with Ian for 10 Canadians says, what's even scarier is the amount of people celebrating this that aren't all terminally online losers. It's doctors, school teachers, random store clerks. Yet, oh God, it is disturbing. It is very disturbing. I do really want to see a lot of polling on this so we could try to get to some sort of accurate view of reality to see how fucked we are, how cooked we are. Chat, are we cooked? Val Van Gogh for $5 says, quote, I don't condone Charlie Kirk assassination, but he was a fascist Nazi.
I
Yeah,
just,
exactly. Exactly.
that is the move right
Right.
there.
Kick Nastanza for $2 says, the woke right is trying to cancel libs over memes. Eye roll emoji. Short Set Goblin for $5 says, is Whick okay with, quote, there are only a few Nazis on the right argument from the right, so who cares? Not FBI for 5 Aussie bucks says, you can't trust anyone on the left. They're all lying fools, all monsters.
That's not really a good attitude.
Probably not. Amoeba Sheep for 50 Knock Knock says, I can't say, but I'll comment later. Just want to send love and thanks. Sitch and Adam are an oasis of reason in the political desert, even when we don't agree. Look at that.
Nice.
Beautiful.
You obviously didn't hear Wick super chats.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, murder is bad. Don't let crows group together. True.
Oh yeah.
Joe Make for
Murder of
$10 says, we
crows.
have mainstream publications continue to lie about Kirk's views to try to frame his murder. A handful still calling him a fascist. Nothing, I mean, absolutely nothing has been learned. Yeah, there's a lot. It's very hit or miss. There were some articles that I think were very fair and some that were like, oh my God, what is going on here with sort of bringing things he said out of context and attacking him for it and shit. Noel Screaming in the Void for $2 says, you just did agree with him. What? You just did agree with him on something, Wick, you knob. Okay. Kick in a stanza for Jared says, the left has no power at all. Who should speak up? Well, they don't have government power, but I think they still have lots of cultural institutional power. I think they still have the majority of cultural institutional power in the country.
They have all of blue sky.
Well, I'm going to talk about blue sky, but as I said, got to get if the mainstream media needs to extricate the disgusting alt left from them, and if they don't, then they've learned nothing. And the fact that they're running to Hassan leads me to believe they learned fucking nothing. It, that's very depressing.
They have Hollywood, they have the media, they have academia. Well, they have a
Oh,
large portion of the media. Obviously, they don't have
right,
Fox News, right?
right, or
But
Newsmax.
yeah, they have college campuses. I mean, a lot of these videos are coming out of college campuses because everyone on college campus feels free to say Charlie Kirk is a Nazi.
Right. Lonesome for $5 says many of these liberal leftist influencers, including the media, are now falling damage control as more information comes out. It's just despicable. I don't think it's. Oh, I've heard a lot of people say that. I don't think it's damage control. I think it's self. I think it's self interest, but not in terms of damage control. I think it's self interest in terms of they realize how easily this could ratchet up, and then they could get targeted with violence. I think that's the self interest level of it, not that they're like worried about getting sued or in trouble, by like legally or anything like that.
Hmm.
Dialogue always, the real one, for $5 says we haven't had a single shooter cite Trump is racist. Multiple shooters list white genocide by name as their motivation. Well, I guess we're gonna find out with this one because it definitely seems like he was on the left. Dialogue always. So Worker for $5 says the right's meme is complaining about socialism and calling it liberal. It's nearly equal to indoctrination of the left, but it manifests differently.
Yeah,
Um,
what impact does that have?
I don't I don't think I think calling socialism liberal could be very damaging if the alt-right sphere of things becomes dominant because they will use the language confusion to advocate for getting rid of democracy while saying they're getting rid of liberalism because people don't know what the word liberalism means. But I I don't think that we're near that environment yet. I don't think we're anywhere near that being the predominant issue to worry about sweeping the country. Now, maybe 10 years from now, we'll be having a different conversation, but Hickman Sandler Futura says, is Trump conservatism bog standard conservatism? Not at all. I mean, it's a weird populist conservatism that we haven't had in the country. I mean, not in my entire lifetime. My entire lifetime was dominated by neoliberal economic policy conservatism with a touch of social conservatism sprinkled on top of it to appease the evangelical. So Val Van Gogh for $10 says there are artworks in public DC galleries that explicitly call for the unaliving of every last Republican. Stop pretending what's acceptable is the same for both sides. Well, I'm unfamiliar with that, but that's obviously fucking crazy, and I don't think that should be allowed. What's that got him for $5 says Whick, right wing guy shot in the throat. Right quote, right wingers and Trump need to turn down the temperature. Are this people retarded? I can't tell anymore. Joe the Mig for Joe says 60% of the left advocates for political violence. I don't know. What poll is that citing? I didn't see that poll. Noah Screaming the Void for Joe says Trump is not conservative or right wing. Well, I do agree with that. Personally, I don't think he's either of those things. Libertarian Trap for $5 says, hey, Sitch, hey, Adam, hey, Whick, hey, Tali bot. I hope you're all doing well. I just got back from a wonderful, relaxing vacation not too long ago. Well, you picked the perfect time to go on vacation. Look at that. Gotta get away from
Yeah,
all this. So,
I'm sure you probably heard the news while you were on vacation.
right. The short side Alma for $5 says, Destiny isn't far left. Okay, but wasn't he cheering on Christian kids being killed? Like, my God. Yeah, he's not far left ideologically. He's just a piece of shit. Just a bad person all around. Philip Pierce for $10 says, maybe I'm misremembering, but show me a conservative commentator that cheered when Biden got cancer because I listened to a few, none of them did. I don't remember anyone doing so. Yeah, I don't think any of them did. Though it's very different once Biden has no political power and is completely out of the picture and lost the election. So a lot of people are definitely way more willing to give grace in defeat when they're not considered a threat.
That's so true.
They're like, oh, who cares? Though to be the flip side of that is, if Trump gets cancer, after he's president, you do know there's going to be a lot of people left doing backflips about it. So
I wonder why.
yeah. Our league for $5 says liberals do a disservice to themselves by tying themselves to leftists who hate them too. Very, very, very true. BMO for $5 says Hitler never pulled the trigger. Is he not responsible for his words and calls for action? Well, that was directed at Wick. I would assume Wick's response would be, well, he was in charge of the government of Germany, so he was telling people directly what to do. But I get what you're saying. Noel Screaming the Boy for $5 says, your guests do not know, quote, people on the right. Trump, Elon, RFK, they aren't even Republicans until 10 years ago. Myopia is real. There you go. Yeah, I had this weird guy on X, this weird left winger on X was like super triggered that I was talking about how before COVID, the majority of anti-vaxxers were left wing, and they were so mad that I was saying
Oh,
they were
really?
so fucking triggered. I'm like, you can look up articles about it. It was like, I'm sorry that you just like woke up into politics, baby egg like a few years ago, but back in the day, it was a bunch of California lefty types that were the ones not getting vaccines.
Was it confirmation bias?
I guess. What does people forget, or they just were not involved in politics back then?
Yeah.
Because if you remember, like 10 years ago or longer, there was some story that was like there was some county in California that had the lowest vaccine rate for childhood vaccines. This is before
Bunch of
COVID.
hippies. Are you kidding
But it was a
me?
bunch of lefties. Yes. It was some like
Yeah.
rich lefty community or something. So
We believe in natural immunity.
right.
No
And this
chemicals in our bodies.
in response to I couldn't fucking believe this. This was in response to DeSantis saying that there would be no longer vaccine requirements for children going to public school in Florida, which I think is fucking crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
No vaccines?
No vaccines of any kind.
Chicken pox?
No chicken pox, no mumps, no
Oh my
measles.
God. There's going to be a measles
Nothing.
outbreak.
Yeah, it's just like I'm like, oh, it's great.
Insane.
Wonderful.
I mean, something you've been doing for 50 years. I mean,
Right.
seems pretty safe.
Yeah. Cameraman Fire 2 for $10 says, I think people don't appreciate the saying, quote, killing bad, but we need to fix healthcare and peeps are angry. They're signaling that expressing that anger through violence will bring what they want. Yeah, and it's obviously stupid. I forget who it was. Someone was saying, I was listening to you was saying, Luigi killed a healthcare CEO and did anything change? Nope. Like, how fucking stupid is this shit? You think that's going to bring about some sort of positive political change in the world or something?
That's funny. Laughable.
Yeah. Paul Watson for $5 says most of the left, like 75%, are pro-violent radicals, and Wick won't address this. Wick both sides this is shameful and why violence is prevalent. I'm shocked that that's Paul Watson's opinion. Joe Neerman Collection for $10 says every time stuff happens, the mainstream media pulls the both sides stick and then calls for de-escalation, and the fear mongering resumes a few days later. Jokes need to stop. Propaganda rotting brains. Yeah, I'm not confident the fear mongering will resume in a few days from now, if it hasn't already.
You're not?
I mean, I think it is going to happen
Right.
a few days from now. Yeah. Sal's Temple for $2 says bring Dev on. I think Dev was like he said he was doing something else, but also then we'd be here for another 4 hours. So
We can't do it now, but I mean, Dev can come on later.
sure.
Sure.
Well, then you can say that then he'll be my TDS sponge because he'll absorb all the TDS claims away from me.
That's I mean, I keep telling you, that's why we should invite him on regularly
there you
because
go.
he's like the TDS shield. Neither one of us will
Right.
get any sort of accusation.
There you go.
Although the flip side is he's going to bring up January 6th every 15 minutes because
There
that's
you
like
go.
all he does. So
Andrew Bear for $10 says, Wick, what side has greater control over the culture and media institutions that drives the culture? Which side has more groups that engage in political violence? BAM, Antifa, Black Bloc, etc. Yeah, it's definitely the left. Definitely left.
don't tell Wick that though. Look,
Dorsket for
there's people on Twitter constantly say, oh, the right just statistically, it's just a scientific fact. The right is more violent than the left. Like, what the fuck? Really? Wow.
I saw there was someone who did like there were two charts that people were bringing up. I didn't look into them, so maybe we'll go through them and see what the fact claims are about this stuff. To try to make the claim that there's been more right wing political violence. Doorskip for $5 says only way I'd vote for Dems again is if Nick Fuentes was a front runner of the right. Not all Dems are radical, but they are sweeping for the violent types. There you go.
If there was all of these massive stories of right wing violence, I just think how the media ran with Kyle Rittenhouse as an example of right wing violence, which was completely fictitious. Wouldn't we see
Right.
just as many stories that were like as big as a Kyle Rittenhouse story?
Yeah, that's why I would want to go
Where are
through their
those
data
stories?
to see what they're how are they defining like a right or left wing violence.
Right.
So Joe Neerman collection for $5 says Dems need to clean up their party. The mainstream media needs to be investigated for sowing division with their fiction. Never been so happy to have three passports.
Oh wow, you're just dipping town. Come on.
Yeah.
Don't run.
Austin for $2 says it's one side, it's the left. Fuck this both siding. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says it's Sunday. Glory be to God. I pray for the left. There you
Good
go.
for you.
Alpha Fox for $10 says sad reality is that I get more acceptance from normal Republicans and Democrats than I do from LGBT. They are unwilling to accept normal everyday views and cannot accept that most people don't hate them. Yeah, it seems like there is a highly radicalized uh insular LGBT internet community that's just fucking detached from reality.
Being gaslight by China 24/7,
Yes.
365.
Yes. Bob and Go for $5 says the left is in self-defense because they are scared they went too far. The Return Trap for $2 says forgiveness is a virtue needed now more than ever. Very true.
So true, yeah. Thank you for the super chat.
Joe the Make for $10 says Constantine Kissen has a perfect response to the both sidisms. What aren't we saying? We aren't seeing or expecting riots and sweeping political violence.
I mean,
That's
yeah.
some that is true. I'm trying to think if AOC was assassinated, do you think there'd be like all these riots and stuff? I'm not sure there would be.
For AOC?
Yeah.
Hmm. It's a good question. How much do they love AOC?
Well,
I
here's a
don't know.
question. Because I think like a lot of times riots are based around the concept of the individuals feel like they have no institutional power to fix whatever the problem is. If we had if the Democrats were in control of the government, do you think there would have been more riots? I guess I don't think so. It's hard for me to imagine there would have been riots. Even if the Democrats were president, it'd be hard for me to imagine there'd be riots from this assassination.
They would protest for gun control, and those protests would turn into riots.
No, no, the right wouldn't protest for gun control.
No, if AOC was assassinated.
Oh, I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. Maybe.
Because they pivoted to gun control even with this assassination.
Right, maybe.
So they would definitely jump on this needs to stop. We need gun control.
Yeah,
And then
maybe.
once they had enough people, they'd be like, well, this is a good time to get some new sneakers and start smashing windows and looting.
President Balls Provider says, can Wick name a single prominent left-wing commentator that hasn't called moderate conservatives like Charlie Kirk fascists?
No, because there is
Hmm.
none.
Insensitive for $5 says, Wick over here gaslighting us about how these crazy individuals are fringe. By the way, remember to put the individuals you know on the list. Andrew Bear for $5 says, have there been riots and mass violence from the right in response to Kirk's murder? How many examples of leftist mass violence have there been? Wishing Sasquatch for $5 says, I didn't watch Charlie Kirk or agree with a lot of his views, but the left made me feel like there's real evil. The left sims for it. It is crazy.
Yeah, it has been demoralizing last few days.
Paul Watson for $2 says, there's a reason to be angry. They're killing us. Bjorn Kazark for $5 says, law and order. Conservatives need to hear that the government is taking action. Otherwise, conservatives will take action. That is cooling.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. When I said, yeah, and I do think that Trump being president and the Republicans having complete control of the government will help prevent those sorts of violent backlashes. Because obviously, I would imagine most people on the right have confidence that the current government is going to do everything they can to hold those people responsible.
Yeah. And the left is kind of giving them the political capital to do that by
Right.
assassinating people.
Right. The Chains Ask Squads for $2 says, look at Wick's comments. Row you dumb. Renoa Zoro was here for $5 says, Kirk was not the first normally right winger killed. Aaron Danielson was killed in Portland, August 29th, 2020.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that guy.
Was that the guy that was killed when the guy like walked around
He
the corner?
ambushed. Yeah, he ambushed
Yeah,
him. Yeah.
right.
Was it
That
Reinhold
guy
the murder?
that guy got shot by the police, didn't he? The killer? Didn't he get shot to death by the police?
Yeah, when they were trying to arrest him.
Yeah. Trebascus T for €5 says Wick is pretending the right's initial sentiments of disgust not acted on is the same as the left sentiments of celebration acted on deranged. Cameraman 502 for $5 says Trump was right to ID the left as a threat. His failure was not inviting Democrats to join him against the far left.
That would have been a good move.
That would have been a good move.
Instead of saying, oh, they're the problem, he should have said, join me.
Well, the he's not really the Republicans. This is a problem. Republicans and Democrats, neither of them are incentivized to look at the other side and say, okay, there's like a crazy group on your side that you need to call out, and we'll join sides with you against the crazy side. They're more incentivized to say, you're the
You are
crazy
the crazy
side.
side. Yeah.
So vote for us.
Yep. That's
Kristen
all
Brandon,
of you.
yeah. Kristen Brandon for $5 says, I feel like we can't not lower the temperature, that the temperature is so high that it seems impossible to do and become a wildfire. Zade Ray for 10 SGDs says, I think Trump is authoritarian due to so many things like January 6th, pardons, and ignoring the TikTok ban. I don't think that violence is the answer, but I can't say that Trump isn't a threat to democracy. Noel Screaming the Void for 2 hours says, quote, they deleted the man who could de-escalate. Look at you. Look at you throwing the they in there. Jason,
I don't know, like the TikTok ban. I don't know how that makes you an authoritarian. He's trying to work some deal so America can make some money. That doesn't strike me as authoritarian. It doesn't strike me as smart. Like, I don't think our problem is that we need money.
isn't him right now keeping the TikTok ban off the table illegal? Because I thought when Congress wrote the law, the president only had authority to pause it once.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's been
Obviously,
2 or 3 times now. So
isn't the executive branch, their whole job is to enforce the law, but the executive, I mean, there was a bunch of immigration law that the Biden administration didn't enforce.
mm-hmm.
I'm sure there was a bunch of laws that the Bush administration was like, nah, we'll just look the other way on that one.
Okay.
Bunch of EPA laws or whatever, right?
Jason Mulgreen for $10 says one side is sweeping for and celebrating violence, one side is attacking law enforcement, one side is asking who's going to do it. One side thinks words are violence, one side justifies it all. Listen does well for $5 says it's a good idea to have a 3 to 6 month supply of food and water in case of emergencies. I'm hopeful tempers quell, but it never hurts to be prepared. That's true. I mean,
Clarify.
I'm not worried that something like that's going to happen, but I do agree with you. It could be useful to have that. Stark for $5 says, okay, it's fine to fight in the ballot box. Understood. There you go.
Smirky face.
Smirky
What's up with
face.
that smirky face?
Is it making a smirk? Alpha Vox for $5 says, pretty much everyone I talked to voted for Trump because they viewed him as reigning in the crazies. So I both agree and disagree with Wick. Interesting. Kristen Brand for $5 says, I feel only thing we can do is amend the Constitution so this never happened again. Pig Venus for $5 says, missed the stream last week since I took a week off of political content. Did you miss anything important? Nothing. Joe Neiman Collection for $5 says, people being outraged after seeing a graphic murder and saying stupid things means very little. Terrible indicator. Fool said not time for war. Go for $5 says, quote, sure, Hassan is a problem, but so are the far right positions like the homelessness off the streets and borders should exist. Wick. Detective Stabler SVU for $5 says, play the mainstream media extreme rhetoric compilations with the Democratic Party paid stooge. Wick present so he can't weasel. By the way, Hassan's agency is the same as Asmongold. Yeah, I thought Asmongold said that. He said that he has the same agents as Hassan. Why isn't Asmongold in every fucking newspaper? Interesting.
Because he's right wing. Even though I
The
really
Ocean,
don't think Osmongold is right wing, but
right. The Oceanist for $10 says, Wick, the issue is that people like Hassan have some form of mainstream acceptance, while someone like Charlie was seen as far right by the same people. True. Cameron 52 for Drew says, woke was a response to 2012 and the majority of the ascendants.
what is that?
That was like, why did woke come into being was a question. So Boba Pack for $5 says, or has the right called wolf too many times for anyone to take it seriously? I think everyone's called wolf so many times, no one takes it seriously whatsoever, which is part of the problem. We're all blind to the or deaf to the wolf. Ronaldo Zeros here for $5 says Antifa existed and was committing political violence in Portland against Patriot Pair back in 2016 before Trump's first POTUS. I attended those rallies. That is true.
Look at that. It was already lighting up.
I think I read most of these. Trebacious T for €5 says, call him crass, call him criminal. Trump is a moderate right wing option, just as Charlie Kirk was. He is influential only because he represents people. Joe the Make Pretender says, Wick, you talk about pushback from the left, but you allowed. Oh, no, I read that one. Jason Mulgreen for $2 says, every 4 years, cryo Trump. There you go. Living does Walt Blue for $2 says, man, we really should have clapped. Can you imagine that timeline, Adam? The
Jeb.
timeline where we all would have clapped?
And we had Jeb Bush as president. Is that the
We
joke?
would have Jeb. Jeb would be president.
Please clap.
Tom Forsyth for 10 Canadian says the woke left has academia, entertainment, and major corporations. The woke right has shit posters. The threats are not the same. Well, the
Well,
response
they
is that
got
they
a bunch
also
of
have
podcasts too, obviously.
I don't think I wouldn't call Trump woke right, but the response would be that they control all the government. So Fast and Bulbas for $5 says, as someone who watches and enjoys gore videos for 2 decades, the people who are memeing and celebrating on Twitter are 90% normies, 10% radical tops. Detective Stabler SVU for $5 says, the right sees the left as wrong, the left sees the right as evil. I don't know their arguments or reasoning. Please make Wick watch the mainstream media compilations. I think that used to be true. I don't think that's true anymore. I think the right sees the left as just as evil. I even mean before, obviously now, but I think even before the Charlie Kirk thing, I think that changed. I think that changed 4 or 5 years ago. I don't think that's accurate anymore. Witas for $5 says earlier in the stream, I do kind of feel like Adam's asking for something that literally cannot be quantified. How do we know a call was effective? I don't remember what that was in.
A
context of.
phone call.
PC for Jura says, how quickly did Fox put out the story? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, that was a train story.
That was a trans story. Yeah.
I was wondering that too, but I didn't
Yeah.
know.
Barry Bruce for $10 says Wick is giving every single bit of leniency and distancing himself from every negative angle toward the left, while just saying the right has lost against its crazies and is in total lockstep terrible. Joe the Make for $2 says, quote, accurate politicians called Bush a Nazi.
They did, yeah.
And I think I've read the rest of those.
All the way to the top. You're
Yeah.
going backwards, right? You're going up to the top.
Well, now I have to go to the bottom to the ones that just came in.
Oh yeah, I'm in the.
Limited Hangout for $5 says the left attacks the voters more than the right does. The right thinks they can change minds. The left thinks you are moral. That is the problem. I read that one, but yeah, I do agree with that. Andrew Bear for $2 says Sitch's first child's middle name is Donald. LOL. Never. Okay, I read those. What WTF 1A for $5 says, what would you guys do if you saw your local politician pushing the Groiper misinformation? I've been thinking about it all day. Ooh, that's a good fucking question.
Vote against them. All of my local politicians are fucking insane. It's like you don't really even get a choice in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I mean, besides voting against them, I guess the one good thing about local politicians, very often you can actually interact with them or talk to them at like a town hall or open Q&A or something and try to get them to, uh, you know, adjudicate why the fuck they're pushing some Groiper misinformation
Hmm.
and get that, get that on record if they're going to stand by that and get the local news to report on that.
Oh, okay. Get local news involved. That would be.
Yeah. Basil Shane for $5 says, I think that if you started a graph on left versus right violence, it would start with the Proud Boys versus Antifa fight videos. True. JMac for $10 says, it was funny seeing the difference between our chat and Wick's chat. People in his were calling you two traitors and crap, while our chat was just calling Wick wrong or dumb. Sitch and Adam community truly enlightened. Of course. Look at that.
Traitors.
Traitors. Yeah, what does that mean?
How?
That's very weird.
Well, who were you traitor against?
Yes. Fair and Practical Progress for 5 Aussie bucks says, can't both sides agree that the TOS of X, Twitch, and Blue Sky be enforced fairly to all sides with a rationing penalty for the worst repeat offenders? That would be fantastic.
I wonder if it's the same on the social media platforms as it is with crime, where most of the crime is committed by like a
Probably.
dozen people.
You got a Pareto distribution of criminals. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
imagine so.
You just ban a few accounts and you're like, done.
Probably. Gaming Trucker for $10 says, I just learned that Wick doesn't know or is a liar. Destiny, when there's a clip about Destiny some time ago calling for political violence against the conservatives. I thought Wick said that Destiny did do that in this conversation.
Yeah, I didn't.
I don't
Did that
remember.
even come up?
What? Well, maybe not
Destiny's
political violence
definitely
directly.
done.
He called about like that the Civil War, he'd be on board with the Civil War and all this other stuff.
And he's done incitement before with just, I mean, the Trump assassination.
Yeah. Lethal Strain for 9 months says, I was going to ask the question Thursday, but who on the left could garner this much media attention on the left? You mean you mean in terms of if they were killed? I thought it was like AOC or Bernie or something to that effect. I don't think there's any like pundity person that could be in the same situation that I could think of.
Any Charlie Kirk fundraiser type?
I don't think there's anyone like that.
Yeah. Brianna Wu.
No. I don't think that there's like no one. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone. And I heard some kids talking about that are being interviewed by the media. And it kind of is an interesting point, which is that there were so many like TikToks and Instagram reels of Charlie Kirk like debating people on college campuses that a lot of kids had seen, And it's part of why he was so visible, I think, in most people's minds. So,
Right. Yeah. They're
right,
like
I don't think
everyone
there's
has
a
watched a video.
right. I don't think there's a left wing version of that.
I
The
mean,
Oceans for
Destiny
$5
would
says,
be. Everyone's heard of
Biden.
Destiny, right?
No, I don't think so. The Oceanist said Biden said either Romney or McCain was going to put black people in
In
chains.
chains.
It was Romney. It wasn't McCain. It was Romney, right? And he got in trouble for that, if you recall. The media called him out for that one. Even the left, that was back in the day. Even the left wing media was like, "Whoa, what the fuck, bro? What are you talking about?"
Well, they rewarded him for it as soon as Donald Trump came into the picture.
There you go. Everything changed
It did.
when the Trump nation attacked. Dun, 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 dun.
They
Dun,
knew.
dun,
They all had a
dun,
crystal ball and
dun,
they were like,
dun.
January 2020.
Adam Godbaugh for $2 says it was a very gentle call out. Wick said he usually agrees with you, Sitch, just not on this issue. I know, we are just kind of teasing him a little bit, but Adam Godbaugh for $2 says I've been around a few lefty people in my personal life lately, and anytime the shooting comes up, I've only seen people happy about it and cheering it on. This is not an online only phenomenon. Oh wow, that's real fucking blackpilling. A lot of people were saying this, so I don't know. Maybe things are a lot worse than I thought. J Cat for $2 says I asked this last stream, wasn't sure if you saw it. How would you feel if this happened to someone like Hassan or Nick Fuentes, someone who's calling for violence in the past and a vision for a country implies atrocities? I mean, I'm not in favor of anyone using violence against those people, so I wouldn't be in favor of it. I would probably be more callous about the situation if it was like Fuentes or someone calling for, democracy to be replaced with some authoritarian thing. So I wouldn't be in favor of it, but I'd probably be more like callous about the whole situation.
Yeah, what's so upsetting about it is Kirk just seemed like a regular guy.
Yeah,
So it just seems like completely they targeted an innocent man and turned him into something he's not.
right.
So unfair. Yeah.
Arithmus for $2, 4, 6, $8 says the right generally perceives that all people are inherently evil and that internal discipline is how people become good. The left generally believes that all people are good and that external factors turn them evil. The right generally feels that evil people can be redeemed by learning internal discipline and repenting. The left generally feels that people who have become evil cannot be redeemed. This is evidenced by just how many prominent left wing people have been graciously invited into the fold of the right, and they receive the wake up call of the left's intolerance. This is why, from my perspective, there's a different tone when a conservative calls someone evil compared when a leftist calls someone evil. The perception of these groups are totally different. The implication feels more threatening from the left because it feels there's no hope for redemption. Um, well, I agree with the first part that the right thinks people are inherently evil and then become good, and the left thinks people are inherently good and become evil. I don't agree with the redemption element because obviously the left seems like they have infinite charity to think that criminals can be redeemed, right? They don't seem to be on board with the whole idea of like people committing crimes are not redeemable. So it seems like it's more not that one side believes in redemption, the other side doesn't. It seems like it's more just sort of along partisan lines about what the redemption means exactly.
Yeah. Some people do get infinite charity, obviously.
Yeah. Because otherwise you would, you think the left would be very hard on crime if that was the case.
There's a lot of good
Arithmus,
stuff in there, though, obviously.
yeah. Arithmus for $2 says it's noteworthy that calls for war that I've seen from the right are generalized to, quote, the left, where demonization and calls for violence have been directed at individuals by the left. One seems more dangerous to me.
They pick specific targets.
Well, for the specific targets, that's obviously more dangerous um, to those targets. But I'd say the generalized calls to the left could be more dangerous for just general stochastic terrorism concerns. Sotos for 2 hours says, if I decide to use such a standard for what is to be media, quote, suppressing the subway story, then I could legitimately say, such Adam, we're suppressing the murder of Melissa Hortman because you never covered it on your show. I'm
Well, nobody
pretty
sent
sure.
it to us, so and we said the standard was that they actually committed some sort of editorial on it.
I'm pretty sure we talked about it on the show at
Melissa
some point.
Horton.
Yeah, that was the person, one of the people that got killed in Minnesota.
Oh yeah, we totally talked
So
about it.
yeah, pretty sure we talked about it. We can do like a whole show dedicated to it because I don't know. There wasn't really much to say about it. It was this fucked up thing that happened. Most people seem to be on board with it. There was, Mike Lee made his uh, fucked up joke about it, which I know we've talked about on stream. But and also my concern, and this is where I don't agree with you at also, though. It's not an issue of like, well, one media apparatus didn't cover the story. It seemed like nobody really did. It was like a very joint effort. So I don't know how you can compare that to me and Adam doing a show 2 to 3 times a week. But okay.
MSNBC's got her in a story now.
Right.
Trump's partisan double standard for assassinations is chilling. Why Trump's different response to Charlie Kirk and Melissa Horton's assassination matters.
If that story on the subway, if that story went viral the same way it did, and then the media just picked it up normally, I don't think me and Adam would have really even talked about it, except to say that we like saw it and it was horrible. There'd be really not much for us to say about it, except, soft on crime, horrible. Then we move on to something else.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the only reason we did cover it was because CNN turned it into a how the Republicans are racist story.
Yeah.
We were
Arrhythmias,
definitely not going to cover it from the angle that a lot of racists were covering it, right?
yes. Arrhythmias Fortuna says the fear of stereotype threat has done immeasurable damage to the credibility of the mainstream media. That is true. Bruce Rivers, a law tube criminal attorney, argued that the man who killed that woman couldn't have been held because judges can't hold people for misdemeanors, and that the people arguing that are grandstanding politicians. No, that might be the case. I'm not familiar with all the charges that the guy had against him. It does seem to me, though, my understanding was though that his mom was trying to get him involuntarily committed, and if the person's mother is saying he's dangerous, so dangerous, I have to throw him out of the house, so he's homeless and he needs to be committed, and then he gets in trouble because he's calling the 911 and telling them that somebody's putting microchips in his body. How do those two things not come together? And plus his past criminal record with violent crimes. How does past criminal record of violent crimes, your own mother is saying that you're a danger to yourself and society? You call 911 with hallucinations about someone putting microchips in your body. How do these things not trigger something that gets you institutionalized? Right? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's a huge problem because it's expensive and nobody wants to deal with it.
Is it the expense or is it just because there was a history of institutionalization being so horrific that we sort of the pendulum swung too far in the other direction of making it too difficult to institutionalize people? Or maybe it's both of those things.
I didn't we disband a bunch of these institutions? So, I mean,
Yes,
we'd have to invest in building all new institutions and stuff like
I
that,
guess
which
that's
would
true.
add a whole different level to the expense of it. Like
Yeah,
right now, there's really nothing.
well, we got to do it.
They end up taking them to the ER or they incarcerate them.
Make some jobs. Listen, if we had a group, Adam, if every young child in America, once they turned 18, had to be forced to work for the government, you know what they could be building right now?
Hmm.
Mental institutions.
That'd be great.
You have 2 years of 18-year-olds building
You've
mental
convinced
institutions.
me.
Okay.
Put them in construction.
There you go. And then look, they have, oh my God, wait a minute. My idea just got 10 times smarter. All right. So you have all these kids, right? Because they either go in the military or they have to work for some kind of civil service. The civil service kids all end up having to build mental institutions and prisons. That gives them a background in construction. Okay. So they all learn how to build buildings. Suddenly, that means there's going to be an explosion of people who, instead of going to college, know how to build buildings and know how to build homes. Now you could build more homes all across the country. Housing prices go down. PSA Sitch just solved the housing crisis. Bam.
They can build their own homes even.
There you go.
It'd be great.
Look at that.
Then they would no
Your,
longer be homeless.
your boy Sitch just solved everything. More prisons, more mental institutions, more homes. Beautiful.
Hmm.
Now,
Americans
I'm
being
not saying,
conscripted to build prisons.
now I'm
That
not
won't be
saying I
spun
deserve.
out of context by the left.
Now, Adam, I'm not saying that I deserve the Nobel Prize, but I've heard some people say that PSA Sitch deserves the Nobel Prize for such an idea.
Oh my God. Trump is never going to get the Nobel Prize.
Phil for $2 says the justification for Charlie's murder that kills me is, quote, his kids are better off without him. Do you know what it's like to grow up with a father like him? End quote. Yes, I do. Now take your daddy issues with the therapist and shut the fuck up. I
That
That's crazy.
floors me. Yeah.
I didn't hear people saying that. That's wild.
I saw people sharing tweets of people saying that.
Oof. That's pretty bad.
Yeah. I was like, oh, these
That's
people
really
are
bad.
evil.
That's
Total
evil,
evil.
yeah. But Tricky Nixon for $5 says, and not just terminate online people. My wife and I had numerous conversations with coworkers who had no clue who Charlie Kirk was. After hearing about who he was, the consensus was, sounds like he deserved it. Things are bad. Oh God. That's what I wonder. I wonder how much of the he deserved it things are people that just they they heard some fake news story about the shit and you know,
Yeah.
they're just
People say
basically
he's
instantly
like the new
radical.
David Duke. That's what they
Right.
say. He's like the new David Duke. They're like, oh, David Duke, he was a fucking
Right.
racist.
Right.
That's the power of the stereotype.
Hmm.
He was a Nazi fascist, just like
Right.
David Duke. You remember David Duke, right?
Or just people because people hate Trump so much. It's just like, well, he helped Trump get elected, and they're like, oh, then he deserved it.
Yeah, and you know Trump is a fascist, right?
Yeah,
Remember Charlottesville? Oh, I'm
which
not
is
supposed
weird
to.
because I would think it seemed like there was not. It seemed like there's more people cheering on Charlie Kirk dying than there was people cheering on Trump getting shot by crooks. Right? Am I crazy? Doesn't it seem like that?
Mm, yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it?
Maybe because it was like too early
Well,
and like Trump
yeah,
wasn't really officially president yet, right?
Trump wasn't officially
It was
president
when he was
yet.
running. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe that's
they
the
were like,
difference.
Kamala's gonna win. It's no big deal. If he was
Yeah,
president, oh
probably.
my
They were kind of
God, they would be like,
right.
damn. It
Maybe
would have been
maybe people
way.
were tempered because they're like they thought that the assassination attempt would help Trump win, so they wanted to make sure that they were like
That's exactly what happened.
oh no, it would be terrible, right? But in on the inside, no.
Yes. And the only one who didn't get the memo was Destiny.
Maybe, yeah.
Destiny,
Let's
who was
see.
actually cheering for the firefighter that got killed.
Arithmus for Chair says, Wick, if the electoral process leads to fascism, then what do you do? If people have been convinced that the electoral process failed and we live in a fascist dictatorship already, how can the electoral process save them? I read that the Wick, right? I don't remember what his answer was. Death by Sloth for Joe says most identities should be entertained for a while in the mind's foyer before being invited in the bedroom. The big problem is too many people are so ideologically horny they want to share a bed right away and then marry it. I love all that. I love that metaphor. That's the perfect metaphor. Yeah. You should go out, you should talk these ideas in the foyer. You should go on a date, right? A couple times. You can't just rush into bed with them and fuck it. So then you get them pregnant and then you're stuck raising the kid.
So many people do, though.
Nope.
They go from who is Charlie Kirk to, oh, he's a Nazi.
Arithmetic for 2 hours says if there's going to be a but in your statement about Charlie Kirk and he's to come before the denouncement of violence, not after, that's the difference between justifying the killing and denouncing it. That's true. Yeah. Arithmetic for 2 hours says to be clear, the trans shooter theory came from the reporting that the ATF found trans slogans on the bullets. The leftist angle came from the correction to the reporting on the bullets. I don't think these were unreasonable. Oh, didn't I saw someone say that I don't know if it was ever true. Someone claiming the original trans shooter slogan on the bullets thing was like based on them not knowing what generic markings on bullets meant, but that seems too unbelievable to be true.
Yeah, I
So
saw that too, but
yeah.
seems ridiculous. I don't think they were shown photos of what the inscriptions were.
And the people assume that, but I don't think that was ever official. Sitch and Adam show clips for $20. Look at that. It says,
Wow.
hey Wick, did you know there's a new Sitch and Adams clip channel? For the link provided. And remember, invite Katie for fun, not actual conversation. Less stressful that way.
What are we
There we
at here?
go.
Let's see. I'll refresh. We're at 21 subscribers. Let's hope we're at 100. Ready? 29. Close.
Wow. Only 8 bucks. You motherfuckers, click the link, subscribe to the Sitch and Adam show clips. So even though
Right.
most people that are watching now probably watch the entire stream because
I
it's
know this is the bad
midnight.
time.
So this is probably the worst time to shill this. So we'll do it the beginning of all the other streams coming up.
Right. Sometimes people will watch a clip if they enjoyed a particular part of the stream.
That's true.
Like one
That's
part
true.
where we're getting Wick to squirm because he didn't want to acknowledge that the left is just insane. That would be a good title for a video too. Wick
Right.
squirms because he doesn't want to admit the left is crazy.
Now let's be nice to Wick. Okay.
Look, it's not my clips channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Solo for Jared says one darkly funny thing in all of this is that the second to last video he ever uploaded was about how the Vikings beat his Bears, unfortunately titled "The NFL is back just in time to ruin my week." Ooh, yeah, that's not good. Solo for Jared says the reason Destiny yapped to Willie Mack is because he thought Willie might want to see the videos for his spank bank.
Oh my God. Make it
Seeing that
stop.
screenshot of her being interviewed on the local news and she's super young looking. Big oof. Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch.
I've not seen a screenshot of this girl, so
Yeah.
but that's horrible. Now you
Fondue
know
for
Destiny has a taste for super young girls.
there you go. Fondue for $20. Thank you so much. So I got some white pilling this weekend. Well, that's good. From one side, I heard my normie friends got into an argument with the more lefty friends over Charlie, and my right wing friends feel more emboldened to represent themselves without fear. There you go.
Well, that's good.
Christmas for 2 hours says, I think Adam is correct that every politician tries to get away with anything they think they can. It's just that Trump thinks he can get away with more than most.
Yes. And he doesn't care about the consequences.
Sodos for 2 hours says, base Sitch alleviating my concern of right wing apologia. That's why S class is best class. Now, Adam, on the other hand,
Oh no.
never get any love from Sodos.
I do a cost benefit analysis, and there are times when I think it is good to rail on the right.
JMac for $10 is a Streamlab. Thank you, JMac. Says, Sitch, since you've been playing Undertale, can I ask your opinion on Earthbound? What are your thoughts? Is it a 10/10 the world needs to know? So, the contentious take I will give you is
Oh
I've never
no.
actually finished Earthbound. I've only played it for a couple hours. I never had it growing up. So I only had it on emulators, much into when I was already an adult. And I never actually finished it. I played for a couple hours and just gave up. So I have no strong
Fake
opinions.
gamer.
I know. I have
Fake gamer.
I
Look
have
at
no strong
this.
opinions on Earthbound because I never actually finished it.
It took a $10 super chat, but finally we've unmasked Sitch
The
is a
master
fake.
truth.
A gamer
Yes.
faker.
I have been playing Silksong though.
Oh,
So
really?
there you go. I'm a real gamer. I've been playing Silksong like everyone else.
How much time did you spend last week playing Silk Song?
Last week, very little actually, but
Oh, okay.
The week before I spent,
Too much
or
time.
when did it come out? Yeah, I think the week before I spent a decent-ish chunk playing it, but last week I didn't really have any time to play it. Sashman for 2 Aussie bucks says, boys has short fat talking going off the leftist deep end. I don't think so. I think he just really despises. I mean, he's not leftist. He doesn't like the socialists at all, but he just really fucking hates Trump. So
What does he hate about Trump?
I think he. I don't know. I guess we'd have to ask him.
Jealous of his dashing good looks?
I don't think that's it. I
He
don't think
wishes
that's
he
it.
was a tad oranger.
Maybe. Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Poor
Anyways,
Dev. Is that it? Jeez. I honestly thought, Wick will come on. We'll stream for a couple
I thought
hours.
that too. Yeah, you're right.
We don't need a backup video. This will just be a short stream.
I stupidly thought the same thing.
We'll
Yeah.
be in and out. It'll be
Right.
great.
Right.
I won't be exhausted when I go to bed tonight.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You have made it in the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai. I can't even speak. Isekai protagonists. You are the true demon slayers that would chop off all the heads of all the demons and all the infinite castles. You are the true Mr. Ubercross for $2 says, wait, give me a chance for a chat. You actually, are you just trolling or are you actually going to throw in some super chat? I don't know. You are the true individuals who would never, ever, ever make light of a horrible political assassination or a horrible tragedy because you are on the path to free will. Mr. Cross says, I missed you so much. I just got here. Well, we missed you too. There's a lively stream in the beginning, Mr. Cross. I'm sure you'll appreciate it. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye!
See you later. Tali never came back. She lied.
She did, didn't she?
Can't believe that. Oh my God.
Look, and we stream live.